Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 24th, 2018. Call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 94956.9B1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Cannabis Legal Defense Fund and Trevor Whitkey v. County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court case number 18CV43130.
Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, we will go to closed session. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 24th. Can you please rise if you can for the pledge? Mr. Lutz, can you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 94956.9B1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Cannabis Legal Defense Fund and Trevor Whitkey v. County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court case number 18CV43130. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Moving on, Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Is there any board member that has an announcement?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Calaveras.
Board and ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the town hall meeting held on 1st of May at the Independence Hall in the Arnold area. And it's a meeting held and hosted by myself as your District 3 Supervisor and Planning Commissioner Lisa Muteries to discuss the issues of plan development in the Arnold area and general plan, how it stands, and it's open to the public. And this is a county operated town hall, not a campaign, as been stated in some periodicals. So it is a town hall for the county to discuss PD. Thank you.
Any other board member announcement? Staff. We have staff announcement. Ms. Galino.
Good morning, Honorable Board. I'm Kathy Galino with Calaveras County Economic Development, and I have a couple of exciting announcements. One is that our department, our county, is going to be represented at the the Calaveras County Frog Jump and County Fair. I will have a booth in Mark Twain Hall, and we're going to be promoting a new economic development hashtag. It's Calaveras Open the number 4 business. So it's a new hashtag that we're going to be seeing if the community likes and appreciates, and I would really appreciate everybody coming to visit. And I don't know my exact booth number, but I will be in the Mark Twain Hall all 4 days. And also want to share that Economic Development is looking to renew a partnership with the Central Sierra Economic Development District. Apparently there was a relationship there in the past. Was not aware of that. I guess there's a joint powers authority, and I met with those folks last week. It was really productive. It was a 3-hour meeting, a lot to talk about, and so looking at renewing that partnership. Have any questions?
Chair, I have a question. Are you looking for help at the fair?
Absolutely.
Anybody
4
who's-
days, I'll have my sleeping bag there because I'll be there all 4 days. So anybody that wants to come help out, be greatly appreciated.
Especially supervisors that want to come and help out.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Anybody else? Great. Thank you.
Any other staff announcements? If not, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Recognition and acknowledgements. Item 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing the contributions to the community by Barden Steveno.
Supervisor Garamendi, I believe this is yours.
Thank you very much. This is a proclamation recognizing the contributions made to the community by Barden Steveno. Whereas Barden Steveno, a fifth-generation son of Calaveras County and the last of his Steveno family line, was born in Angels Camp in 1936, graduated Bret Harte High School in 1954, and from Sacramento State University in 1959 with a degree in cultural anthropology. He served in the U.S. Navy as an explosive ordnance disposal unit diver officer in Hawaii and the Pacific. And whereas Barden served as Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Kirkwood Meadows during the late 1960s and early 1970s, where he helped create the ski resort and subdivision. And whereas Barden purchased the Shaw Ranch on San Domingo Creek near Murphy's in the late 1960s without a plan, but in love with the valley and the land, he saw an opportunity to reestablish a vineyard on the ranch that had been a major grape producer beginning in the 1850s and planted Cabernet Sauvignon, Chardonnay, and Zinfandel in the early 1970s, resulting in the growth of the California wine industry from Napa and Sonoma valleys. Now a major industry in Calaveras, wine provides an expanding agricultural and commercial tourism base. And whereas Barden established a winery in the old Shaw Hay Barn in 1977 with first tasting room located in the cellar beneath the ranch house. Barden was instrumental in the rebirth of the wine industry in the county, and the winery was upgraded and developed until it was producing 50,000 cases of wine in its heyday in the 1990s. Although the winery was sold in 2006, it continues to produce wine under the Steveno name. And in the early 1980s, when the price of gold was rising, Barden saw an opportunity to develop a gold mine associated with his family for generations. He hoped to develop the Gold Cliff group of mines in Angels Camp, but faced with falling gold prices and local opposition to mining, the mine closed in 1989, and Barden found a different way to utilize the property. And in the 1990s, Barden became the point man for the Greenhorn Creek Golf Estate development in Angels Camp. And after locating investors, he and a series of partners built roads, the golf course, and Camp's restaurant before constructing the first developed housing sector, which is currently a home to many families. Additionally, the Greenhorn Golf Course and Worldmark Resort caters to tourists from all over the world. And whereas some of the more notable philanthropies include being a donor and supporter of the Murphy's Creek Theater, Murphy's Fire Department, Feenley Park, and Bear Valley Music Festival, he offered to use his winery and grounds for many fundraising events, and in 1993 served as the Grand Marshal of the Murphy's Homecoming Parade. Therefore, sorry,
Hang on.
got ahead of myself.
Is there any board comments on this issue?
I'd like to withhold my comments until after public has spoken.
If not, I'll open to public comment on this issue. Any public comment?
Al Gallant, Taxpayer Association. I heard of Barden Steveno over the years, but never really met the man until we had a controversy over marijuana, believe it or not. And he and some others wanted me to join a group that was working toward creating a regulatory ordinance that would meet the needs of the opponents of marijuana, but at the same time respect the property rights of those that were farmers, cannabis farmers. It sounded kind of controversial at that time, but I thought it'd be worthwhile invite him to speak in front of a board meeting of our association. And he agreed to attend, and it was a fascinating meeting. It lasted, we thought it'd be about a half hour, but it went maybe double or triple that amount of time. And he laid out the plan that he and a former supervisor and another person were working to try to help Calaveras County reduce crime and also controversy. And what he did, he analyzed all those elements in cannabis that are negative. There are some. And also, some of the people involved in that business are not really the best examples of good citizens in our county, and because sometimes they trespass and wreak havoc in the neighborhoods where they work. Not all of them, but some of them do. And so he identified each of the things that he could find out from those that are opposed to cannabis to try to make a set of laws or regulations that would address all of those, and then at the same time respect the rights of the cannabis people. And at that time, I personally am kind of libertarian, and when you talk about a big regulation, I almost automatically oppose it because I think we got too much government. And so I didn't join that committee. Also, if I joined that committee, some of my own board members who are very good people are strongly against cannabis. And I would be contributing to a pretty strong division within my own group. So I didn't join. And then, so.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
Joan Wilson, District 1. I don't think I could have said anything about what Mr. Steveno stood for as far as cannabis was concerned any more than Mr. Scull already did. Thank you. He was an awesome person. He had the foresight to bring the wine industry here, and he worked very hard to do that. He also worked very hard on cannabis regulation. He will be sorely missed in this world, and may he rest in peace. I don't think he would have put up with what's going on today, but I wish he were still here. Thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. 30 years ago, Mr. Steveno offered his vineyard to the Women's Crisis Line to have fundraisers. We call them Concert in the Vineyard. And it was one of the biggest fundraisers our program had at that time. Only a few notable people stood up for women's crisis in those days, and his altruistic attitude for giving back to the community was very much appreciated. And I was unaware that he had passed. I'm not on top of everything. So I will also say that he'll be greatly missed in the community for his contributions and his support for the citizens and the programs of Calaveras. Thank you.
Good morning, George Fry. I knew Mr. Steveno. I knew him pretty well. I used to go to the concerts in the vineyard where his winery and vineyard was. They were amazing. They were out on a grassy area, and there must have been at least 200 or 300 people that would go to the concerts. I'm saddened by his passing. He was an amazing person. Thank you.
Hi, Urban Gomes. I'm a longtime friend of Barton Steveno's. He was a dear friend of mine, and I came here to say a couple of words and hear the proclamation. I think it's due from his character and what he did for this community. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills, you have a comment?
Yeah, my only comment is that we don't intentionally want to speak evil of anyone who's passed. That's really shouldn't be in our mind. They can't defend themselves. But I will speak to my time in the 80s and early 90s as a writer and a reporter for the Sierra Sentinel. And Patty Shires was very clear to me that you don't put your own opinions into anything. You tell it like it is and let the people decide. So there's much of what happened in those days that is not stated here. And it would only be by reading those papers back then that you would be able to see that you could sit in the bleachers and look at the overall that way, or you could have been there on the front line as Greenhorn Creek was being developed, or as the mine was being developed. I can recall many situations of being in those meetings literally for hours and hours. So there's so much more than just what is being said here. And we need to understand that we have a lot of people in these communities that volunteer a lot of time and philanthropic efforts, and this is just one of many. I just wanted to be sure that everybody understands why I'm concerned enough to say I won't be supporting this proclamation. It's probably the only one I would not support at this point.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Make a motion to accept. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. We have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Supervisor Oliveira. Any other comments? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2.
Now, therefore be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes Barton Stevenow not only as an entrepreneur, but as a philanthropist who contributed greatly to his community. Passed and adopted on this 24th day of April 2018 by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Gomes, could you please come up and accept this on behalf of Barton? Thank you.
Moving on, Madam Clerk. Item number
4. Item number 4 is from the District Attorney to proclaim the month of April 2018 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
Good morning, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. Today I have with me two advocates from my office, Kathy Howell and Katie Downer. Also Kelly Coyne from the Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center, and from the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Rick DeBasilio. April is nationally recognized as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and we are here requesting that you bring that down local to Calaveras County and recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Calaveras County. As a community, we probably don't really want to think sexual assault happens here in our small, tight-knit community, but obviously it does. Just 6 months ago, my office did an attempted rape trial, and we were successful. That gentleman is now in prison. I use that term lightly, of course, gentleman. But just prior to that, my office sent someone to prison for 65 years to life, a man for performing sex acts on his own 5-year-old child. We have another similar trial coming up very soon. So while we don't like to think it happens here, it absolutely does happen here, and pretty regularly. Now, these cases, they're difficult. They're difficult because a lot of times it's one person's word against another's. The crimes happen behind closed doors. They happen in secret. For obvious reasons, they don't typically happen out in public. So they are difficult, but locally we have, all of our agencies are committed. We're committed to investigating the cases and seeking justice for the victims. It doesn't always work out perfectly. It doesn't always happen quickly. But any victims out there who might be listening, I'm encouraging you to come forward and take that first step to becoming a survivor, going from a victim to a survivor. We do have a lot of resources in our community, and as I said, we have a lot of dedicated partners to supporting victims and to seeking justice for them. Another thing I want to let victims out there know, and perpetrators, the law has changed. The statute of limitations for some of these crimes, depending on the conduct and depending on the age of the victim, and mostly I'm referring to children under 18, under 13, under 10, depending on the type of crime, the statute of limitations is quite long. It can be until perhaps the victim turns 40. Some of the conduct, there is no statute of limitations anymore. The law has changed, and it's changed in favor of the victims, and it's the one area of the law that does not favor defendants. So any victims out there who are thinking maybe it's too late, it might not be. So maybe have that strength to come forward, and even if it is too late for the criminal justice system to do anything, it is not too late to become a survivor. And Kelly is going to come up and speak about some of the programs that she has to offer and what they can do for victims and helping them become survivors. Our START team is still very active and going strong. That is made up of my office, Angels Camp Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, Health and Human Services, the Crisis Center, and Mark Twain Dignity Health. And we have also our forensic examiners. We have a team of 2 right now, sexual assault forensic examiners, and they perform the sexual assault exams for our county. Sometimes they also help out other counties, but they're the ones who respond any time, day or night, when a victim needs a sexual assault exam. Mark Twain Dignity Health gives us a room. They've given us a room for years. It is a secure room, and the hospital is not used for anything else except the exams, so that's how we keep it evidentially sound. And that is a great donation on the part of the hospital to our team. And some of you may be aware, and I know that Supervisor Tofanelli is aware. He's from his prior term on the board, and I'm sure that Mr. Oliveira has heard this before as well. But prior to our SART team, victims of sexual assault used to be transported out of county, as far as going to Sacramento and UC Davis, which is a fantastic facility. But if you think about it, just the mechanics of it, what you're asking a victim to do is get in the back of a patrol car, or maybe finding other transportation to go to an urban area, waiting in an emergency room with a cop. So what does that look like? And waiting their turn for an exam. They were very expensive. And down the road, when my office is trying to push the case forward, we're trying to find the practitioner from out of the area, line that up, perhaps paying some witness fees to get them to come to Calaveras County to testify. With our local SART team and what the hospital gives us and what our community gives us with our examiners and our team approach, victims can now go directly to the private exam room at Mark Twain Hospital. And it's not waiting in the emergency room, and we have our experts locally, and it's not that time and the extra resources, just the driving time, the overtime, all those little costs that add up. It's, I believe, over $3,000 per exam, and that doesn't include staff time and all the other costs on the back end. Here locally, it's $500. So our SART team, our practitioners, all of those pieces come together to save the county a lot of money, and save the county a lot of money over the years that it's been in existence. At this time, I'd like to bring up Kelly. Oh, she's right here. I'll bring you up anywhere. You're standing right there.
Wow, I just startled the DA. That's probably not good. Good morning. My name is Kelly Cohen. I am the director for the Calaveras Crisis Center and the newly formed and still developing Calaveras Children's Advocacy Center. You guys haven't heard a lot about that, but you will be hearing a little bit more today and more in the future. I have a few numbers for you. The Crisis Center and the Children's Advocacy Center focus on the healing part for adults and children who have been victims of sexual assault. There's the criminal justice piece, which is really important, and then there's the piece that comes after, well, during and after, and that's kind of what we help with, is helping people understand why this thing happened to them, helping children understand that, you know, this was not their fault. And adult victims, too, often feel like it wasn't their fault. And I think the message that I want to put across this morning is that, you know, that our society as a whole has come a long way in recognizing sexual assault as a crime. I have some pins that I'm going to give to you. They're a circle. They symbolize the No More campaign. I think you've probably seen it on TV, where you know, there's a lot on the news right now about sexual assault. But there still seems to be a pervasive attitude in the society that we need to question the victim about why they were wearing a certain thing, why they allowed this to happen, why didn't they say no more times, why didn't they fight, why? And really those questions should be to the perpetrators. Why did you feel like it was okay to take liberties with someone else's body without their permission? We shouldn't be asking the victim why. And it has been happening for so long that I think that sometimes it is something that has passed down over generations and we automatically do it without thinking. I have caught myself sometimes when we're dealing with a victim thinking, well, gosh, if he or she just wouldn't have. But that's not the way to think about it. We should have a society that's safe, that if people sometimes make a mistake and do something risky, they should still be safe. That's the kind of community that I would like to live in, and that's the kind of community I would like to see Calaveras become. Our Children's Advocacy Center focuses on children that are victims of crime, and they get counseling and advocacy services for free for as long as they need it. And we've done the counseling piece for about a year and a half now, and then we just moved recently to Valley Springs, and we have the counseling piece continuing. And what we're going to add, in partnership with the DA's office, is a forensic interview room for children. So there's a safe place for kids to go and families to go if there is a crime committed, and the child can be interviewed following best practices. In the last 12 months, the Children's Advocacy Center has seen 127 children. So every single one of those was a victim of a crime. 40 of those were victims of sexual abuse. That seems like a really big number, but I think there's more. You know, we always talk about how 60% of these cases don't get reported. And I think that there's a lot of people who still are afraid to talk about this kind of thing. You know, there's humiliation. The child doesn't want to tell because, you know, will somebody believe me? Will I get in trouble? Will my dad get in trouble? Will my mom get in trouble? You know, there's all kinds of mixed emotions that goes along with this crime. And on the adult side of it, for the Crisis Center, in the last 12 months, we've seen 145 adults who have been victims of sexual assault. And I'm not saying that there were 145 rapes that occurred in Calaveras County in the last year. These are people who maybe didn't report, maybe there was a rape that happened to them, or this could have been something that happened in the past. So we see a lot of people come forward after the fact. They think they're fine, I'm not going to deal with it, it wasn't a big deal, you know, or I was too afraid, and then later things happen in your mind and you second guess yourself and you become depressed and anxious and all those things. So it's really important for people to get help. And they're not going to get help unless they feel like they're going to be supported. And so one of the things that we're doing this month, and I'll leave the flyers here on the podium, is on Sunday, April 29th, we're having From Survivor to Thriver, celebrating the journey. So wanting to get people from that place of, you know, being a a victim of domestic violence and kind of getting along with their life and, you know, inching along to that place where they're back whole again and they feel like that they are able to move forward with their life and celebrate life and be happy and feel whole again. This will be at the Pickle Patch. There's going to be live music. There's going to be food. It's just a place where people can come together and talk. We're going to have art. We're going to have a talking circle. We're going to have yoga. You know, really casual, kind of just building a community of support for people who have been through this type of thing. People who support those that have been victims of sexual assault are welcome to come. It's $10. It's from 11 to 3, and that's this Sunday. I am going to give these pins to Diane. The circle symbolizes the O in no, for no more, and also 0, which is the number we would like to see when we talk about sexual assault in Calaveras County and California and the United States in general. I have some extras that I will leave here. Kathy Howell from the DA's Victim Services Office is going to speak now.
Hi, good morning. Kathy Howell, Victim Services Program Coordinator. I just wanted to say thank you for your ongoing support and acknowledgement that this does happen in this community. It doesn't only affect people in the moment, it doesn't affect them for a week, a month. This affects victims for a lifetime. And your ongoing support recognizes and helps them become a survivor of something that they didn't think they'd ever be able to get through. My advocates work with victims of all ages. It's not just a victim, it is their families, and it is the entire community that is affected by this. So again, I just want to say thank you for your ongoing support and acknowledgement and recognition to this event. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Being part of the SART team has been an honor for me. When I was a detective, I think I've made it aware before that I specialized in child abuse and adult abuse, and it also involved sexual assault. I've dealt with a lot of those cases and actually have seen them completed to where the guys have been put in prison. So it's a good thing as an investigator, and Supervisor Oliveira can attest to that. As a police officer, as a cop, you really get enjoyment out of being able to help these victims. And they are true victims. And a lot of the cases that I dealt with, that some things that they talked about, happened years ago. And they finally get enough courage to come forward. And it takes a lot, I think, for these folks to come forward and bring that out in the public, because it ends up being a somewhat of a public thing where they're having to confront the bad guy. It's tough for them to bring that out in the forefront, to know that people are going to find out that they were sexually assaulted. So I give these victims a lot of credit. The SART team, it's a sexual assault response team. They've done fundraisers in the past. They have another fundraiser that's going to be coming up sometime this summer. They will bring that forward with the date. They don't have a date right now, but it's something that we as a community need to get behind and support, because it does help support that response team. So thank you for your time.
I have the proclamation. Does one of you want me to? Oh, Mr. Clapp.
I think Supervisor Clapp is going to read it.
Board of Supervisors proclaim the month of April 2018 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Calaveras County, whereas the high rate of sexual violence in California must be brought to public focus because it cannot be reduced until it's openly recognized and addressed, and whereas every citizen of Calaveras County is directly or indirectly affected and impacted by sexual violence, and whereas children as young adults are most at risk of sexual assault, and whereas during the 2017 calendar year, the Calaveras Crisis Center assisted 92 survivors of sexual assault, 36 of whom were under the age of 18. Whereas statistics indicate that 60% of sexual crimes go unreported, and whereas it is also important to recognize that victims' blame within the criminal justice system is a barrier to reporting sexual crimes, and whereas it is important to recognize the heavy burden of shame and sadness carried by victims of sexual assault, as well as the courage and challenges faced by survivors and their families and friends as they struggle to cope. And whereas a sexual assault response team, START, exists in Calaveras County that includes 2 sexual assault forensic examiners, SAFEs, the Resource Connection, Calaveras Crisis Center, Mark Twain Medical Center, Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, Angels Camp Police Department, District Attorney's Office, and Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency to help effectively respond and address sexual assault crimes.
Is there any board comments? Supervisor Mills?
I'd only like to say thank you for the work that you're doing on behalf of the children that are out there. And I'm sure at times it's almost that you need to go through stress debriefing to deal with some of the effects, and most of it, as first responders can tell you, fire departments can tell you, there are many things that linger on long after the case is closed. So thank you for what you're doing and the effort that you put forward to help secure our children in this county.
Any other board comments?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make sure that we understand that these events, when they occur, they don't end right away. As they go through the criminal justice system, the rehabilitation systems for the victims, things of that sort, this is a long, long period. And the sheriff and the district attorney are absolutely correct. These leave scars, not only on victims, but on people involved in this type of operation. Our first responders, our counselors, our volunteers at the women's centers, they're all involved in this. We cannot neglect and not provide the help they need. I'm fully in support of this proclamation. Thank you, Chair.
Public comments. Any public comments on this item?
You probably know I'm all about gender equality. I think equal opportunity should be afforded everyone. I think women should have as much right to be as big a jerk as any man that's ever lived. But there's one area that I hope women never catch up, and that's the area of rape. I'm be talking about stranger rape, acquaintance rape, spousal rape, incest, sodomy, any sexual activity against one's will. Most rapists are men. Why do men rape? We might think they're horny and they don't have enough sex. Well, it's not about sex. It's about power, control, domination, humiliation, degradation, and sometimes brutalization. Most rapists cannot get an erection, so they get angry, and they'll force their victim to perform oral copulation. They're able to achieve an erection. They often cannot achieve ejaculation. That makes them angrier. Oftentimes, the victim will be beaten, strangled, mutilated, and sometimes murdered. Men don't just rape women. They rape children. Sometimes they abuse animals. Sometimes they abuse other men. Hear about prison rape happening. It's about power and control. Sex is used as a weapon to gain power and control. And rape is not relegated to just relationships between people. When people are trying to get power and control, we can see it extend to other areas, like politics. I'm going to crush my opponent, humiliate him. We see it extended to corporate boardrooms, businesses, to put someone else out of business and have all the control that they need. We've even seen it in the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Usually at the beginning of the year, when certain people are denied opportunities to serve in certain positions, it's cheap power. Usually men are the needy ones that need to have cheap power. So we need to look at ourselves and understand often in our own lives we need to be compassionate and considerate of other people. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
George Fry. I'm a retired state parole agent for the California Youth Authority. And I worked the victims program in Bakersfield for 3 years. I am so totally in favor of this proclamation today. We have to stop this kind of stuff going on. Thank you. I think I'll take one of these little pens.
Any other public comments?
Joan Wilson, as wrong as it is for a rapist to rape mainly women, it's also wrong for a woman to go out on a date, decide to have sex, and then regret it the next day and say she was raped. It is wrong for the man that was involved, and it was wrong for the woman that was involved. We as human beings need to treat each other with kindness on both sides. I've been a victim. That person was never brought to justice because the doctor said it would be best for me if that didn't happen. I have struggled with this my entire life. It tore my family apart. And I have seen both sides. I have seen women claim that men raped them when they were not raped. And that makes my struggle even harder. I hope you support this proclamation. It is something that definitely needs to be brought to light. Thank you very much.
Other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Board comments at this time? No? Supervisor Clapp.
Therefore, be it proclaimed that the
Don't we
Board
wanna-
of Supervisors...
Do we want to move the item?
Well, we do need a motion.
Okay, I so moved.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Now Supervisor Clapp.
Be it further proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors encourage all citizens to honor the important work done by all the members of the Calaveras County START on behalf of victims of Calaveras County, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, this 24th day of April 2018.
I'm always late.
Okay, ready? Hey, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Public comments.
Proponent Randall Smith, District 3. I had made a decision not to come back here and waste my time with you guys. But today, Mills and Clapp, you disrespect the memory of Barden Stevenow. How dare you? The man was an icon of Calaveras County, and you're not. Shame on you.
I do not have a written, George Fry, I do not have a written proclamation. I have a verbal proclamation. And I would really appreciate it if Supervisor Michael Oliveira would come down here so I could make a presentation.
If you don't have a problem, that's fine. 3 minutes.
It's okay. I think I can accomplish that in 3 minutes. Come on. Spoken like a true law enforcement person. Michael, you need to have your own tea cup. I realize that Jack doesn't have his thermos here today, but this is for you. Oh, it is?
I don't have a microphone, but folks, I have to read this. Honorable Michael Oliveira, Chair, 2017, District 3 Supervisor, Calaveras County, California. Thank you, George.
You're welcome.
$700 for him.
Megan, welcome back. It's good to see your smiling face. We need you. Jack, congratulations on I'm at a loss for words because number one, I can't believe these people wanted to do a recall on you, of all people. So congratulations.
There you go.
We found out how to open it, George.
Oh, no, it's, yeah.
And the instructions were inside, so.
Yeah. There you go. Buy you books, send you to school, and you eat the books.
Yeah.
All right. I had the dubious pleasure last Thursday evening to attend a dog and pony show in Valley Springs at the Veterans Hall. The dog and ponies were Gary Toffanelli and Clyde Clapp. And Gary yelling twice to a person in the audience, just totally unprofessional for somebody that's a chair of this county's Board of Supervisors. That's all I have to say.
Good morning, Stacy Fairchild, District 1. Supervisor Toffanelli, I so enjoyed the verbal attacks from you at your town hall last Thursday. We're newcomers to the county, and I was still fine-tuning my opinion of you, so I came there with an open mind. It was my first opportunity to hear from you outside of these meetings, as you have not responded to the emails I've sent. which I hear is not unusual. But that little spectacle on Thursday expunged any doubt that I want to continue with the effort to remove you. The culture of Calaveras County is shifting. Baby boomers like us are retiring, and many are moving here from the Bay Area, some from LA. This group is educated, progressive, and active in its community. We don't give a damn about your glad-handing good old boy network, and we don't respond to bullies. You contend that the county is not broke, and I believe that. We're enjoying a relatively good time right now compared to the last decade of struggle. But thumbing our nose at $13 million per year of additional revenue is short-sighted. The national debt keeps our nation on a precipice, and the Butte fire could happen again. I would like to see this county poised to weather that next big storm. We need people who are forward thinkers, who will work to enhance our economic base and improve our schools, and not simply react to what is in front of them at the moment. Like it or not, cannabis in California is here to stay, just as alcohol was during Prohibition. Please review your history, and perhaps we will not have to repeat it. I've spoken to people who have been affected by the illegal grows. These are the unfortunate growing pains that come with change. But it's like guns. Banning only keeps them out of the hands of law-abiding citizens, and banning legal cannabis only creates a vacuum into which more illegal growers will migrate. Cannabis is the obvious new commodity that will grow our economic base. It makes more sense to improve the regulations, collect the revenue, and invest that money in additional law enforcement to combat the illegal growers. And perhaps some could also be invested in our schools. Calaveras County schools are not performing well overall. We need to do a better job of educating our children. Supervisor Tofinelli, I would like to see you spend less time attacking your adversaries and more time communicating with all of your constituents and rethinking your position on cannabis and other issues that affect this county. Supervisors Garamendi and Alveria, thank you for standing your ground. We will provide you with some additional leaders in the very near future.
Good morning, gentlemen. Used to be when in the 60s the lid was called a bag of marijuana, right? Anyway, good morning, gentlemen. How are you today? It is a beautiful, beautiful spring day out there. We're gathering signatures for two of you. One of you has their dog locked in their car after they let him defecate on the lawn, and I didn't see him pick it up. Maybe they did. Anyway, that's how you gentlemen respect this county. I see the weeds are out of control in the front here. Beautiful, just beautiful. I love the way this county is being taken care of and guided by such strong leadership that we have here. We have managed to somehow get rid of 507 legal tax-paying businesses that paid $13 million in taxes and over $3.5 million in registration fees. Do you know that they are asking us to pay that registration fee again, gentlemen? Again, with less than a month and a half. A month and a half. Pay $5,000 to be eradicated, and we might even be on a hit list that the county is now forming to go out and make sure those legal, once legal, let's say, once legal marijuana gardens are now thoroughly eradicated because they are illegal. And your actions have also put all of that cannabis after June 9th in the black market. Congratulations, gentlemen. You three have made criminals out of legal tax-paying businesses in this county. I think that's wonderful. I do not believe you three. You three are reprehensible public officials. I hope that Mr. Mills and Mr. Tofinelli, those recall efforts are not going to fail like Jack's did. And congratulations, Jack. I want to thank you and I want to congratulate you. I had my doubts. I never had doubts. Actually, I had fears. I did. I really did have fears, but I never had a doubt that you would beat that. Thank you very much. That is Dignity Health, folks.
Hello again, Joan Wilson, District 1. A decision was made today to end my legal, registered, compliant, tax-paying cannabis cultivation business at the behest of the county and 3 supervisors that claimed, when elected, we're here to ban. My farm has always been and will continue to be compliant with county code. Code compliance may inspect my farm up to that time that my business is closed down, and others until June 9th. Many will work under the collective model until it sunsets. Myself and 507 other tax-paying businesses will be gone. You will then need a warrant to come onto any of those properties due to the county breaking its agreement with these commercial businesses. The county will spend countless millions of dollars in your personal war on legal cannabis, Mr. Tofinelli, Mr. Mills, and Mr. Clapp. You are also responsible for every empty storefront in this county and those to come. Numerous people that were earning a good wage are now settling for minimum wage jobs in order to feed themselves and their families. The federal government has already spent $11 trillion in its war on illegal drugs. What has your ban done to eliminate even one illegal grow? The sheriff has eradicated 2 out of 2,000 illegal grows in the last 60 days. Those were because of the DEA. When you came into office, there were 600 known illegal grows. Then you continually claimed you were here to ban, and numbers of illegal grows only increased. Now that you have banned, I have heard the sheriff's deputy told a town hall meeting in Glencoe that the sheriff's department now estimates up to 2,000 illegal grows. I did it wrong. Had I been an unregistered, non-compliant, non-tax-paying, non-fee-paying, illegal black market grower, I would have profited and continued to be in business. Instead, I became a victim of the Calaveras County ban scam. I will continue to advocate for regulation, like Mr. Stevenot, of cannabis in this county. By the way, it's going to be 80 degrees today, and I don't think a dog should be locked up in a truck. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman. I'm going to take a break from cannabis and go back to rape. One area overlooked in our community, it's been taken advantage of and exploited, is the IHSS home care providers. We've been out without a contract for 7 years. You heard from members of our union last week that they're going to be foremost and forefront and really fighting, but we don't see any of them today. I think it's depressing when we think that we had $2 above minimum wage in 2009. Instead of our union stepping up and negotiating a new contract in the past 7 years, they've let us fall further and further behind. So now our only wage increases are when minimum wage goes up. This is a job that goes far and beyond the minimal hours that we're paid and the minimum wages that we're paid. We create a bond with the recipient, the patient, the consumer of services that goes beyond what we're paid in hours and wages. And although most of us are caring for family members, there's thought that we should be caring for our own family members no matter what. But in order to give up a career where we could be earning 2-3 times what minimum wage is, we prefer to stay at home and care for our loved ones, because we know our loved ones will not get the care they need if we ignore them, or if they're placed in a facility, or they're left to their own devices. So we haven't been raped as such, but we've been ignored and exploited for too many years to keep up this facade of having a union stepping up and supporting us and defending us and representing us. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to negotiate a new contract. There's a lot of talk of it happening, but proof is in the action, not in the words. So if it does come to your attention that home care providers are looking for an increase in wages, I hope you can find the money to give it to us, because we certainly deserve it, and you may need it someday. Thank you.
Good morning, Susan Morse, District 4, Angels Camp. What follows is the basis of my indignation. It clearly demonstrates the lack of understanding that one of our county supervisors has. In an official release, Supervisor Garamendi stated, quote, "Today is a victory for the residents of District 2. The petition for a recall against Calaveras County Supervisor Jack Garamendi has failed to collect the signatures needed to call an election. This effort, which began in October of 2017, is an effort to intimidate and pressure Garamendi during the debate on cannabis regulation, has been soundly rejected by the voters of his district, District 2. The failure of this recall is rejection of the divisive and dirty politics being played in Calaveras County. The recall proponents, led primarily by persons who do not live in District 2 that I represent, knowingly based their campaign on outright lies, assuming the residents of District 2 could not distinguish between fiction and reality," said Garamendi in his announcement. This recall effort was run by a radical fringe group and was a coordinated effort to intimidate me, meaning Supervisor Garamendi, and other supervisors who did not support their position on cannabis. These bully tactics will never succeed, and we will not be driven by fear or hate from single-issue special interests. I will not back down from my duty, protect the citizens of District 2 and this county. I will continue to strive to make our county safe, healthy, and prosperous. It is my hope that now we can all move forward with current county business, end quote. Mr. Garamendi, I believe an apology is in order.
Jennifer Stewart, District 2. I had read that in the newspaper, but it's far more profound when you hear it verbally, because I represent those people who wanted to remove you, Jack, and we are hardly the radical fringe. I'm a grandma, and 90% of the people that were trying to collect signatures were grandmas. When you said you wanted to claim the victory, I thought, Jack, you should have been quiet. You should have just accepted it, than to slam us all. Because not only did you disregard me and the other people in your district that were trying to do this, you disregarded and totally vilified everybody who came and signed. The people who have a legitimate gripe against being disregarded with their personal lifestyles that have been drastically changed by the advent of marijuana in our county. Anyway, though I rolled my eyes, I decided I needed to counter this, but by your own words. because your words were damaging to people, Jack. You said that the recall was a tactic to intimidate and pressure you about your cannabis stand. It wasn't that, Jack. It was an effort to get you to hear those voices that you continually disregarded. And we did it in a legal and public way, the way we're supposed to as people of the United States. That's what we do. You also said that we were a part of divisive and dirty politics. The truth is, none of us that were involved in this have ever been involved in politics before this issue came and destroyed our lives and my future, their futures, our kids. We can't do the same thing we used to do. You also said it was primarily led by people who don't live in the district, when you fully know by law that the initiators and the signers must be current residents and registered voters of the district. You said the effort was run by a radical fringe group that used bully tactics to intimidate you with fear and hate. We never even put a press release out against it, Jack. We just went with the people who had their own personal desire to come get the pen and sign it. Then, near the end of your statement, you said you would not back down from your duty to protect citizens of District 2 and that you would strive to make the county safe, healthy, and prosperous. I'd rather look to the sheriff for safety and protection, and there is nothing about your stand on marijuana that makes any family healthy.
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus. Late last year, it was in the fall, during one of the meetings, a couple items were on the agenda. One was to review the Board of Supervisors' recommended ban. Another item on the agenda was to review the dispensary ordinance 1791. During that meeting, Chairman Oliveira decided to have the dispensary ordinance put off 120 days. We weren't going to talk about it at the time. I'm going to talk about that in the future. To date, I have not heard, and we're way past 120 days of that review being on an agenda or up for discussion. Normally, as just a civilian sitting out here, we would think that when a supervisor, especially the chairman, gives some direction on an agenda item, that someone picks that up, that they write it down on their calendar to remind them in the future that this thing has to be done. What we find now is that the citizens have to keep track of this. We have to watch what you're doing and what comes before you. And it's not unusual that we see these things. It almost conjures up a notion, and I hate to say it, that if the citizens don't really watch their own government, staff isn't going to do it for us, and that's what we rely on. It almost smacks of a shadow government operating within Calaveras County, where we see the supervisors get their 2 or 3 meetings a month, and then the staff doesn't implement their wishes. We've seen it over and over again. We elected the supervisors, not the staff or employees. And this is not a knock on employees or anything else. I think it's part of a culture that supervisors are tolerated. You're only going to be here, 1 or 2 terms perhaps, and people who do the work are lifelong civil servants, and that's fine. But why is it that we have to keep such close tabs on our government? Because it gets away from us. It gets away from you. You have a lot of things to do. Now, we appreciate that. But there are details, and when those details are overlooked, the system starts to collapse. The cracks start to expand throughout our government. And then pretty soon, the first people who are affected are the citizens who can't spend all their time keeping track of what's going on. So later on in the meeting today, there's another agenda item, and 1791 was just one example. There'll be another example as we get on. I believe it's item 22. Thank you.
Mike Falvey, 44-year resident of District 2.
I was going to speak on one item. I'm going to speak on two. I changed my mind. Item number one is, I think a couple of weeks ago, Jack, I told you, I can almost quote it, you don't have anything to worry about? There you go. And with the futile attempts now to denigrate your this decision, don't worry about it, Jack. Yeah. I'd put you in 44 years in District 2, I'll put you in the top 2 of supervisors, my favorites, for many different reasons. I'm not going to tell you whether you're 1 or 2, but I'll put you in the top 2. Now, my second item is the proclamation honoring Barton Steveno. Number one, I did not see eye to eye with Barton Steveno on many issues. Not many, a few, but the man, his overall life work is undeniable. I'm at an age where I've lost quite a few acquaintances, not all friends, but people I know. And I at least show them the respect of a long life, to not throw mud on them when they're laying 6 feet under. And especially to do that in a public setting, I just find that mind-boggling. And for one supervisor to publicly display and orate on why he wasn't going to back a particular item, and for another supervisor to follow him like a trained puppy and vote along the same ways, when I personally have doubts on if this second supervisor even really knew Barton Steveno, and I will gladly stand corrected. But to see this, when a man has given his life to this county, it's sad. And folks, these are the people leading us into the future. It's disgusting. And I hope a proclamation never comes up for you two.
This will be the last speaker we've reached. You can speak, but that we've reached the 30-minute mark. So,
I've been to different recall Garamendi locations. One of these locations, a pot grower and a wannabe pot dispensary, stayed for 45 minutes to an hour talking to me. He said I should have more empathy with their cause. Any empathy I have has been directed toward the mother waiting at home for her child to come home when she's late because of any kind of mind-altering substance. My empathy is overwhelming for the people who've come to this county, invested in it, and are now still surrounded by pot grows. My empathy is very active in watching the wildlife, a coyote stalking a turkey, squirrels, rabbits, and hawks and eagles who are impacted negatively in their homes. My empathy extends to the children of the pot growers who have to endure the ridicule of their fellow students because they stink.
Chair, excuse me just a moment. I don't think the timer's on. Thank you.
It also extends to county workers who are forced by law to give benefit to pot workers' families while they are working in pot grows that don't provide any benefits. So if Supervisor Garamendi wants to refer to me and all those people who were involved in his recall campaign, the fringe, it is far from the truth. There is a silent majority out there who agree with us. 5,200 signatures were gathered, and a pot dispensary's lawyer got it thrown out on a technicality for the second time. The head of this snake is gone, but the dispensaries are still here. They need to abide by the ban and better yet get banned completely. The head is gone, but not in Calaveras County.
All right, that's the end of public comments until the end of the meeting. We've reached our limit. Madam Clerk has informed me. So we will take a 15-minute break and come back and start on consent agenda. All right, we are back. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any board member wish to remove a item from the consent agenda? Supervisor Mills.
I'm sorry, number 12.
Supervisor Mills, item number 12. Anyone else? Any staff member wish to pull? Yes, Mr. Crowley. Number 10. Any member of the public? Yes.
12 and 13.
12's already been pulled.
Okay, 13.
Okay. Anyone else?
11.
All right. Is that it? All right. I'm looking for a motion for the remainder.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Motion by Supervisor Oliveira.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any further discussion? Any public comment on this items? Any of these items? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. We'll start with item number 10, Mr. Krovitz. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk has to get it up on her.
While we're waiting, C.L. Lutz, could Ms. Galino be available for item 12?
Already.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Item 10 is from Public Works to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with Quincy Engineering Incorporated for construction engineering for the Stagecoach Road Low Water Crossing Replacement Project in an amount not to exceed $399,150 for the term of April 24, 2018 through December 31, 2020.
Now, Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I'd like to continue this item to the next meeting for some corrections to the contract.
For some
corrections to the contract.
Do you have any opposition to that from the board?
How much of a delay is this going to put on the project?
To the next meeting. It will not delay the project.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comments on this item? Seeing none,
Do we have a motion?
I haven't got a motion. I'm going to call for one right now.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to continue this item?
So moved.
That was motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Oliveira. Any other discussion? Not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's been continued, Mr. Krovitz. Madam Clerk, item number 11.
Hello. Item 11 is from the Sheriff's Department to approval and signature of Second Amendment to Services Agreement with Matt Brown to extend the term of the agreement through June 30th, 2018. The current total compensation amount of the services agreement is $150,000. This Second Amendment does not change the total compensation amount.
Mr. Segal, you pulled us. You have a question on it?
Yeah, Allison County Taxpayer Association. Usually if you have a conflict between written amount of money and then the digital amount of money, the written amount would supersede. In this case, the actual wording is $150, not $150,000. So you might want to have this corrected. Thank you.
I believe that typo is just on this document. It's not in the agreement.
Oh, good.
So was that your only comment? And she's answered it. Any other public comment on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills,
Second, Mr. Chair.
second by Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 12.
Excuse me, point of order. Did you ask for public comment?
I did.
I missed it, sorry.
Item number 12.
Item 12 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of the Calaveras County Recycling Market Development Zone application.
Supervisor Mills, you pulled this item.
Well, actually, one of the members of the public did as well. I'd be interested in hearing what she has to say.
My question involves the recycling that's done at the recycling, at the dump sites. Is this in addition to that, or are we including additional materials like styrofoam and other kinds of plastics? And what monies are involved? What is the amount of are taxpayers going to be, is this coming out of general fund, or is this a money source that is applied to in a grant? And what's the difference between what we have now in Calaveras and what this purports to expand to?
Okay, before we answer that, any other public comments? So we can answer all questions at once.
I think this is akin to it. Last year, George Fry, last year Cal Waste sent a check to the county for over $200,000. I'd like to know where that money is.
It's not on the agenda.
No, I understand it's not on the agenda.
Clerk, the light's not on for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It's fine.
What'd you say?
George,
no, wait a minute. I want to hear what he said. What'd you say? Mr. Clapp, I'm speaking to you. Well, you are one stubborn guy.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Les, you brought this item to us. It says administrative office.
Yeah, I have
You have
Kathy Galino here, who really this has been one of her items.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well,
Kathy Galino, Economic Development. The Recycling Market Development Zone program is actually a marketing tool for Calaveras County. It's for businesses that use a waste product, whether it's plastic, wood, any type of waste stream that's going to our landfill, and manufacturing that into a new product, whether it be pellets, shavings, fire pellets. It is not a program that is a general fund program. It's actually funded through the state of California. Their Cal Recycle, which is their state, it's under EPA as one of their divisions. They provide low-interest loans for businesses up to $3 million that are located specifically in a recycling market development zone. Calaveras has not been a zone designated before. So there was a short window of opportunity to get this going in Calaveras County. They only open up the designation every 3 to 5 years. And being that there's concerns with tree mortality, with our solid waste folks having to deal with diversion mandates, I thought this would be a great program to attract business and grow business and help business expand. The only staff time is that I would need to do an annual report. It takes about 10 to 15 hours a year. So there's no general fund implication. More questions? Did I answer all of your questions?
It's only for businesses, not for public.
Correct.
It's in addition to what already exists.
Correct. So it's to help augment our, we have county recycling facilities, transfer stations. We would work with haulers, Cal Waste being our one of our haulers here, and others. I'll be working to try and connect those waste streams and those haulers and those transfer stations and the landfill with businesses as feedstock for their manufacturing. It's just another tool in the toolbox.
Supervisor Mills?
What would be really cool is with this to include somewhere in the presentation the link to the RMDZ site for California. It's interesting that no other neighboring county in the foothills except for Placer County is part of this right now. We have Stanislaus County and San Joaquin County are. So, we could probably learn from their best practices of what they're doing currently. But to know that, it means that we have a better opportunity to grab some pieces here. The state's going to offer those anyway, that our neighboring counties aren't taking advantage of. But thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Supervisor Olivero, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for coming. A couple of quick questions, and this may or may not be involved with this program. Our recycling program here about a year and a half ago, under the state mandate with local vendors kind of closing up doors. Is this part of the funding for that type of program on a state level?
No, it is not.
Oh, this is out of that realm.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I just want to make sure the public's aware of that because that, in my area, that was quite an issue. And this is not anything to do with our solid waste programs other than new businesses affording them an opportunity financially to get a good foothold. Is that correct?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Let's get a real.
Supervisor German.
Kathy, just a real quick question. I know that CalRecycle's grant programs exclude anything to do with pyrolysis, so it limits a lot of opportunities for our wood waste. Now that we're part of the club of this, I'm hoping that you could make sure that maybe it's a policy of CalRecycle's, and maybe you could bring it up through other groups that they should really reconsider that, because I understand it goes back to a lot of stuff that happened in the 80s around plasma, garbage disposal. But if we could take that on as a group, maybe we'd have a bigger voice now that we're part of their team. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Just to answer one other question, the checks we receive from our recycling, from our garbage people that pick up the garbage, Cal Waste, that goes into the solid waste fund is where that money goes. It goes back into Public Works Solid Waste Fund. So just to answer that question. That being said, I'll look for a motion for this item.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes. I did have public comment. I said we'll take, when Ronnie come up, I said I'll take all public comments and we'll answer all the questions at once. All right, moving on to item number 13.
Item 13 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the purchase of a used 2005 Genie 2668RT scissor lift and authorize a budget transfer in the amount of $9,500. Requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
My question was, what is a scissor lift and what department uses it?
Yes, a scissor lift is a metal platform that lifts somebody up higher into the air. This is for the facilities division. So, for instance, right now we're doing the paint project. Somebody can stand on that scissor lift. It elevates them up to that higher level. And yeah, so this would be for our facilities, not only for the paint project, but for window cleaning, servicing our lights in the parking lot, all of those things that require somebody to get up high where a ladder's not necessarily convenient or the best option.
And to go a little bit further on this, we were renting this piece of equipment, which is pretty normal from equipment rental places, and they wanted $5,400 for a month, which is not unusual. and a little over a month is what it was, the bill, and we were still using it, and then they offered to sell it to us for the price that's here. So we keep it, we have it. They came out and serviced it before we went into this agreement, so it's completely serviced, it's running fine. So it was a good deal, it really was.
Plus, I believe they backed the 5,400 at the rent back.
Plus, we get back to 5,400. We do not have to pay them that rent. That's part of the purchase price. So it really was a good deal. All right. Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion.
Well, before you do, Chair, I would like to also congratulate staff on this. This is a key piece of equipment considering all of the places within the facilities it could be used. You've got roofing coming up as a project. I can't imagine doing this large of a complex without having a piece of equipment like this. So opportunity strikes, and appreciate you taking advantage of the opportunity.
Any other board comments? If not, I'll look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Clapp. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 18.
Item 18 is from the Human Resources Department to adopt a resolution authorizing the changes to the position control list for the Sheriff's Office Jail in fiscal year 2017-2018.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I am bringing before you today a resolution making changes to the position control list, adding 4 correctional officers. We have had a great deal of turnover in this department, coupled with injuries, workers' comp, personal injuries, which has left a deficit, and the remaining officers having to cover long shifts, not being able to take days off, which this then again contributes to the turnover rate. So now we are stuck in this kind of this loop we can't get out of because of the hours that they're having to work. Then they're seeking positions elsewhere. For example, right now with the 28 positions that we have for correctional officers, corporals and sergeants, we have 7 positions that are either out or on light duty, which means no inmate contact. We have 3 positions right now that are leaving and 4 open positions. And this does not leave the proper coverage that the jail needs for their prospective shifts. They run 24/7. And then with adding the 4 positions, then we can have more coverage per shift. This is an immediate need. It's not something that can wait until budget. I do have the sheriff here also that can speak to the need per shift.
If we have 4 open positions now, what is adding 4 open positions going to accomplish? I think that would be the question most people going through their mind right now is we already have these open positions. Why are we adding more to it?
Having more people in background, being able to get them in, and having more people on staff to cover when we have illnesses and injuries, those type of things. And I'll let you speak to that.
I need to have at least 5 people in the jail at a time, and if you run a 24-hour program, it's very difficult to do that when you're running so short-staffed. To add those extra positions, when we have somebody who goes to leave, we can't fill a position until that person is gone. For instance, I have 2 people that are in the police academy right now that have transferred from the jail to the patrol side, so they're in the academy. I can't backfill those positions until they complete the academy. So that causes another deficit right there. So it behooves us to have those extra personnel. I actually have hired a firm that does outside backgrounds so that we can start expediting our backgrounds, because we were doing them all internally, and it's so time consuming. Per post we have to have a 40-hour investment, and it takes a lot longer than just 40 hours to get somebody through a background program. So in answer to your question, we have 4 vacant positions. We're working on filling those. We just did a testing process. We have 7 people that we're starting to do the backgrounds on. But if I'm not able to have those extra positions, once I'm full, we still have people on vacation. You still have people that call in sick, people that get hurt. And that's where the problems have been arising, is that we have people that are down, as you well know, that there's always people hurt, vacation, whatever the issue may be. I need those extra people so that when we have these people out, we have the personnel to fill the holes. Right now, we're running with about 3 people, and it's not a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Any other, yes, Supervisor Miller?
Sheriff, you recall in May of last year when we got together, we were talking about your staffing situation, and I recommended at that time that we have 4 positions remain open, unfilled, always looking, always in the process. If you feel that that's not adequate because of the time constraints, because there is a processing time that's involved here, that maybe we need to take it to 6, but we need to keep those windows open and moving forward as we go. And I don't see an objection to doing that if that helps you with backfilling that deficit. If you're saying we can't process an application until somebody leaves, we should have some way of giving you that opportunity to start that process long before, as soon as you realize something's happening, that you can be in it and working on it without having a fear that you don't have a position available to work from.
And we did talk about that, and just so you know that you will see in 18-19 in my budget coming for 18-19, you'll see those other 2 positions. So you will see a total of 6.
So the goal will be 6.
Yes.
And we talked, you're right, we talked about that because I think that's a critical part of how do we get in front of your turnover situation.
And I got to tell you that I just was in D.C. for an event on Stepping Up program, something that we're pushing through the jail that's been working for our county as a whole. And there was 33 different counties throughout the United States there. There was, from California, there was us and Alameda County. Everybody else was from out of the state. And every person that I talked to from these other states have the same problem with the attrition, with retention, the hiring, the pay. It's not specific to California, and it's certainly not specific to us. Law enforcement as a whole, people are not wanting to get into. And the concern, and it's a realistic concern that I'm starting to see, is that we have these younger folks that aren't wanting to get into law enforcement. So as us older guys start retiring out down the road, who are we going to have to backfill these? Because people all have cell phones. People all videotape everything. So people aren't wanting to get into law enforcement because the private sector is paying more money. I was just telling Ms. Hawkins, I had 3 gentlemen who are talking about going to Santa Fe Pacific Railroad. These are cops that we have now that are looking to go into Santa Fe Pacific. They pay about $10,000 a year more. Their insurance is covered more. They work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or whatever hours they want to work. So there are other opportunities for these folks, and it's just, our world is changing in law enforcement from what it was back in the Stone Age when Mike was there.
I want to see his car.
They don't carry clubs anymore.
Yeah, the Bobby thing went away a long time ago.
I would also ask to consider that if you know that there are potential retirees coming up over the next 12 to 18 months, that also be plugged into this overall action plan.
When you'll see in my 18-19 budget, and I met with Mr. Lutz the other day, you'll see those numbers.
Okay.
And sorry, Chair Toffanelli was there also. You will see those numbers, and that is the reason, is to try and get ahead of this game. Again, we're recruiting heavily. HR has been phenomenal in what they've been doing. We're actually looking at some outside agency for marketing, which not only will help the sheriff's office, could help the county as a whole. So we have a plan in place. Our hiring of local people has gone up considerably. We're getting a lot of the kids that are, they grew up in this area and they want to stay in this area. So we're hoping that we can get them on board and retain them.
Well, another piece of this puzzle is that although we're looking at salary savings because there's positions that are open and unfilled, and I understand that, the other side of it, and I think Ms. Hawkins thoroughly understands this, the cost of turnover is something that we oftentimes don't think about. In corporate, it was a natural. The first thing you did was look at what were the other costs that were involved in just her recruiting time and her processing time, and you're going through these background checks. These are not free.
Nope.
And so that has to be added in as an additional cost that you would not expend if you had somebody in the field working every day or in the jail working every day.
And we've talked about that in the past, and I actually have the numbers to show what it costs to do the hiring and everything that's involved in from start to finish when they start the process of doing the application and the people that are involved till the time they hit the streets as a solo deputy. It's anywhere between, depending on what's going on, 17 to 24, 25 months. It's a long process, and I've said this before in front of the board. When I was in construction, if I needed backhoe operators, I went down to the hall, picked up 10 guys out of the hall, took them and stuck them on backhoes because they knew what they were doing. This is a different process. And trying to get laterals to come to this department, again, they're typically going to be leaving a job that pays them more money. Why would they want to come somewhere where they're going to make less money? Now, some of them could come because of the area. That's what they want to do. We have 2 laterals that we're actually looking at, one of them coming out of Livingston that said, hey, I want to come to Calaveras County. But he only has 5 or 6 years left, and he's going to retire. So it's a short-term fix, but he's going to take a pay cut to do it.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is that if we understand what those turnover costs are, or what it takes to get somebody into our system, and be able to, the board and everybody else to clearly understand those costs, if we could also look very closely at those exits and understand why are they leaving, is there something that we need to do from our side that it would be an incentivizing them not leaving? What is, just having a real good, close discussion on what are the turnover reasons, and is there something that we could be doing differently to reduce that?
Well, we've talked about this in the past, and the turnover issue right now is that these guys are working so many hours, because you got to go back even when Mike was still working the streets with us. We had 3 11-hour shifts, which meant that at any time between about maybe 2 in the afternoon or 3 in the afternoon and 2 or 3 in the morning, we had almost 8 guys on the street. That makes our response times go down. You have more visual cops out there running around, and backup is a lot closer, so it's a safety issue for officers. Well, when the crunch of 08 came and we started losing people and we were actually cutting staff, we ended up having to go this 12-hour shift. Well, when you run a shift with 4 guys and one guy calls in sick and the other one's cat turned off his alarm clock and he's running late, it causes an issue. So my goal, and I've given this to Mr. Lutz, is I had a 5-year plan, is to get back to those 3 11-hour shifts so we have the staffing. But again, it takes 26 guys on patrol alone to fill those positions. We're running with 18, so we're a little bit shy of that. And again, we don't have those positions right now because back in 08, when we started having these positions being frozen.
Correctional officers.
Pardon me?
Correctional officers.
Okay, well, correctional officers is the same thing. Take the old jail. We had a jail that had a max capacity of 65. We have a jail now that has 160 capacity. We're running between 85 to 95, 100 people in that jail with less staff than we had in the old jail. So it's the same thing. You have attrition. You have people leaving. We have people going to Tuolumne. Tuolumne just stole another guy from us. $4 an hour more. Drive time is the same for him. So we're running the same gamut as we are on patrol. Same thing with dispatchers. I have the same thing going on with dispatchers. People are leaving dispatch. So it's getting the positions, like you just talked about, to get ahead of the game so that those positions are available, so we're not having to wait for somebody to say, okay, here's my 2-week notice. Now I have 2 weeks to get HR to do the hiring process, and it's just not feasible. It takes too much time. So if we have those positions available, at least we can start the ball rolling. And again, the salary savings are going to be there because we're not going to fill all those positions at one time. It's not realistic to think that. But it gives us that jump ahead, so we're ready to go when somebody says, hey, we're leaving.
Are these generally open positions in terms of what they could potentially do, or are we specifying that they're corrections only, or that they're?
Well, no, what I'm looking at is correctional officers. You got to understand the thing about a correctional officer.
Because this says jail on here. I mean, would you still need additional positions for out in the field as well? Open positions?
We're talking specifically about the jail right now.
Yes.
And those correctional positions are for working in the jail.
And this is enough?
For now. Okay. And again, in 18-19, I'm looking for another 2.
All right.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Sheriff, I really endorse what you're trying to do, and I understand the logic. I also appreciate what you're doing with the Explorer program in the schools. We get those kids working in corrections at 18. When they're 21, you could get them in the academy and really start trying to grow some of our own resources for long term. So,
and we still do go to the school, to Calaveras High, to their ROP police science class, and recruit, and that's where we get most of our explorers. The problem is, unfortunately, that program is going away. So now the school's going to shut that program down. So now we're back to how do we recruit? Well, again, using this outside service and what HR is doing, we can get these kids. We still have job fairs in the schools. We can still go to the schools and promote these kids because we can. We can put them in the jail at 18. It's a good stepping stone. It gives them a feel. It gives them some time in the county, saying we're working for the county, we're at home, and they're involved in their community. So it is a good stepping stone, and then we can move them out to the patrol side. It's, and Mike knows, and I'm sure some of you do know, that there are a lot of departments that you get hired on as a sworn deputy, but you start in the jail, you work in the jail for 4 to 5 years, and then they transfer you out to the street if you want to do that. We don't have that program here, but with the help of HR, we have modified that program to where if you work in the jail, down the road, we will send you to the academy to make you a peace officer. So that's one of the benefits that we have that we can give to our correctional officers now, that they have that ability. It's an incentive.
And some are taking advantage of it.
And absolutely they are. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair. Sheriff, thanks for coming in this morning. What happens when you don't have enough correctional officers to man the needs of the jail? Are we mandated by state laws, statutes, to have X number of correctional officers for X number of inmates?
We are under Title 15. We are mandated to have a certain amount of correctional officers. The issue that we're running into right now is our female correctional officers. Like Ms. Hawkins said, we have 4 of them that are out, and we can't book a female in. We can't move a female with a male. It always has to be with another female. So that's the critical part right now, is we're down on our female officers. But yes, to answer your question, we have a certain amount that we have to have in the jail at all times.
Well, what happens when you don't have that amount of correctional officers? Do you bring deputies in to work the jail?
I actually have a female deputy that is working overtime right now to work in the jail to make up for those females that we don't have. We don't typically bring in outside deputies to work in the jail. One, because they don't have the training in there. The female that we have that's working in the jail used to work in our jail. She was one of those that transferred out and became a deputy through that program that we just talked about. But again, we just can't use outside deputies to go there. And they're in that same position. This is where they're wanting to leave, is they're working. They're working a lot of overtime, and they're getting burned out. I have one that's actually leaving. She's following her boyfriend to Arizona. So, I mean, there's not much you can do about that kind of stuff. But they're going to other places to make more money. Like I said, I just lost one. I've lost 3 to Tuolumne. I'm losing another one, it looks like, here soon. And it's a pay issue. Part of it, but not all of it.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to open up to public comments.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. There are several things. I think Sheriff's doing a good job trying to handle this thing when, with so much not under his control. There's something else going on. Apparently in Angels Camp, they have budget problems. They're trying to maintain a police department, an independent police department, even though the county provides dispatch services. And they're spending like $1.6 million dollars. There's a number of taxpayers in Angels Camp wondering why we have the sheriffs going through the town, and we also have a separate police force. And those police force members like being in the gold country. They're not interested in moving away. It might be a good time for our county and the city to talk a little bit about perhaps turning more over to the sheriff's department. This would solve the problem with having dedicated officers that want to be here, and there's certain things you need to do. One of them is to check on the difference between salaries. And we agree with Dennis Mills' comments about having a real thorough exit interviews with people that leave. I don't know if the interviews are being done by supervisory personnel or if they're done separately with HR or some other way. The person would want to share their thoughts on improving the sheriff's department if their reasons for leaving don't want to be officially disclosed. But you never know that information unless you're able to have that thorough exit interview. And as far as salary changes, there should be a study, for instance, on the salaries in Tuolumne County and in our county to see how competitive are we? We just said, oh, we discovered they left for better money. Well, why didn't we know that? Okay, we need to really analyze if that is the problem. We need to correct that. Make sense? Thank you.
George Fry. About 9 years ago, I went to the city council, and they were $1,400,000 in the red. And I worked with the then sheriff, Gary, and we sat down and talked about them disbanding the police department and using that facility as a substation for sheriff's deputies to go up and down the hill to Arnold and down to Copperopolis. And they would have saved $1.4 million. They're into their own control, and they wouldn't go for it. But it's interesting now that they want to raise the sales tax so that they have funding for their city, and they don't get it. This is it makes the most sense for everybody involved.
Hi, I'm Bruce Judici, District 5, Valley Springs. In the process of looking up salaries for CCWD based on their rate increase, and I was looking for admin salaries, there's a website called Transparent California where public salaries are posted, and you can go and find Amador County, Tuolumne County, CCWD, the place where I work, ATCA. You can find individuals' names, their titles, their base pay, their overtime, and how much benefits they get, how much individually they get paid. And most of the salary information on that website is through 2016, for 2016 data. San Joaquin County actually has 2017 data there, which is pretty quick. But Calaveras County hasn't updated theirs since 2013. And if we wanted to take a look at what sort of salaries if we want to compare apples to apples, if we want to see how much Tuolumne County is paying their sheriffs as compared to what Calaveras County is paying on an up-to-date basis, I would like to see us somehow update that database so that we can see 2014, 15, and 16 data there, so that we can, as citizens, understand when we're hearing that we're paying less than what other counties are. We can compare that with how much overtime is being paid, and we can also take a look at not just sheriffs, but it's the entire county, so you can see how much administrative staff is being paid. And I think that would give citizens a better idea as to how much money is being spent. Thanks. It's called Transparent California. You can Google it. Thanks.
Any other public comments? Any public comments?
Susan Morris, District 4. It just occurred to me, and it has over the past when we've talked about these salaries. And I know at one point, I think it was Burlingame, where somebody compared our rate, salary rate to Burlingame, and I think there was something like a $40,000 difference. I'm sure you people know how much it costs in other counties to live. So when you're talking about $40,000 to move to Burlingame is nothing per year. The housing is, if they left here and moved to the San Jose and that Bay Area, that area, the lower Bay Area, I mean, rent is $5,000, $6,000 a month. A one bedroom is $2,000 or $3,000 a month. That doesn't count gas, food, and everything else. It is substantially less to live in Calaveras County than it is to a lot of these other places. Now, the comparison between Tuolumne, that's a different story, and there must be some other issue that's having people move over there. And maybe we should look at that. But some of these places, we really have to be careful to look at what the cost of living is, because it's very low here compared to other counties. That's all I wanted to say.
Other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments and bring it back to staff.
All right, I would like to speak to wages. And of course, HR, we did a very thorough salary study when we were going through negotiations to compare the wages. And of course, we can't always compare our wages to larger areas because of the cost of living, the revenue of larger counties, all of those items. We did look at Tuolumne, and once all of our equities and COLAs go through, we will be competitive with Tuolumne. But all of our increases, of course, do not go through at once, and so it will take a little bit of time for us to be truly competitive. Also, we're not always comparing apples to apples. Sometimes when our staff is recruited from other areas, they may be going in at a step higher than what they are here. And so that may also contribute to the increase. And that's a case that was explained to me on one of these. The person is going in at a higher step than what they're getting paid here, and so that's why they will be paid several dollars an hour more. You know, we gave CCPSEA, which is the union that our correctional officers belong to, some very good equity increases. Our correctional officers will have been given a 10% equity increase. 5% has already been was given in March, and then in September they will receive the other 5%. They received a 2% COLA in February, and then they will receive another 2% COLA at in July, or 1% COLA in July and a 2% COLA at the beginning of the year in January. So we are trying to actively get our staff to a competitive rate, but it does take time, and we definitely are competitive. We'll be competitive with Tuolumne once this plays through. And I think the sheriff has something to say.
Yeah, I'd like to caution people who go to Cover California to look at salaries. It is not a very accurate cost, because what that does is it takes in doesn't take in just your base salary that you as a person gets paid. It takes in the weighted cost that it costs the county. For a fact, I know that one year I made about $50,000, and if you go to Calaveras or California, I made like $83,000. So please don't rely on those. If you want to get a cost of what you're looking at, you can go to any county sheriff's office's webpage and find out what they're paying their deputies, as you can in Calaveras County. Everything is posted. It's all public information. So that's the place to go. And when you talk about the cost of living to the Bay Area, Susan, the thing you need to understand is we're not losing people to the Bay Area. I've lost one guy to the city of Hayward. Where they're going is Manteca, Modesto, Stockton, Sacramento, Elk Grove, and those are all places that are within driving distance. These people still live in our county. and they're working outside of the county. So don't consider that. And when we go back to the jail, which is what topic we're on, I'm losing more people to the California State Division of Corrections than I'm at anywhere else, because they start out at about $83,000 a year, which is damn near, well, it's more than double what my correctional officers start here. And I know that we can't compete with that. I'm not expecting you guys to be able to compete with that. We have to go back to the lifestyle that we have in our county and that the people want to live here. But again, we still have people that work here or live here and they're commuting to CDCR. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Just to add some clarity, Chair, Transparent California is responsible for their own data collection and their data on their websites. It is not a responsibility of any government to provide. They have to ask for it. So if it's not updated for us, it's only because they haven't asked for it. I just want to be sure. I am very familiar with that site.
Okay. Any other board comments? If not, I'll look for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. I have a second.
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
seeing there's a motion on the table and seconded, I am going to take a position of abstention because of personal reasons. I have a family member that's in the employment of the Sheriff's Department in the correctional field.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0.
One abstention.
4-0, one abstention. All right. Moving on to item number 19. Madam Clerk.
Item 19 is from the Office of Emergency Services to receive an update on the status of the Murphy's Drive Disaster Recovery Project and provide staff direction.
Good morning, Board. Michelle Patterson, Director of the Office of Emergency Services. At the regularly scheduled meeting of March 27th, we had a presentation on the status of the Murphy's Drive. Yes. Sure. Okay.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sure. We had a presentation from Public Works regarding the Murphy's Drive culvert crossing project that was affected by the 27 winter storms. At that meeting, several options were discussed and sort of given an overview of cost and different things. Since then, we did receive notification actually 2 days after that meeting on March 29th that FEMA had awarded or obligated that project. It had been hung up in whatever environmental reviews had been going on with that. So we did get FEMA participation with that project. Also, since then, we've brought on Quincy Engineering, and I have Earl Seberg here with me today, along with Jeff Krovitz. And on April 4th, Quincy Engineering was out at this site scoping the project. And so Earl from Quincy is here today to present to you an update on the Murphy's Drive culvert crossing project.
Good morning, Earl Seberg, Quincy Engineering. I'm going to hand this to Diane, and these are thank you very much. Again, we were out there on April 4th. We did meet with Supervisor Calaveras there, so thank you for joining us. A little background, of course, the existing 48-inch double-barrel culverts were washed out in the storms of January 17, and we lost the roadway. The community served by Murphy's Drive has restricted access through Flanders Drive, and therefore creating a bottleneck through that area. Of course, the county's made this a very high priority, and we're working to address the issues with that. On our preliminary field review, we did look at the site carefully, noted the condition of the existing opening, and our previous culverts were determined to be undersized by a factor of 3 to 4. Right now, we're not recommending a replacement in kind. We are recommending that a single cell open bottom system be used. We preliminary scoped out a 6 by 12 alternative. We're looking at a precast concrete system as the basis for that right now, but we have to put some alternatives together in terms of for a contract. The lead times for these materials are a consideration in the systems that we've looked at. It's anywhere from 72 hours to 5 to 6 months. So, of course, the 5 to 6 months really isn't a valid alternative in this situation. Once we have the engineering data available, we will go through and reevaluate these systems to ensure that we've got the system that is both the best cost and best schedule for this project. Again, everything that we've done is based on our field review without engineering studies. We are working to do that. We want to thank the community. One of the first things we had to do was get rights of entry to 4 parcels. We received the last right of entry yesterday, and we thank the community for their involvement. Both Director Patterson and myself made phone calls, reached out to those property owners, and we were very effective in getting them engaged and moving forward. So we really appreciate the community's involvement at this point. Right now, again, preliminary cost on this is roughly $860,000, $300,000 for the engineering, $400,000 for the actual construction, and then another $160,000 for environmental monitoring and construction support. Environmental monitoring is a key component of that. That's about $60,000 because we have species, frog species and things of that. So that monitoring will be required during construction. Put out a preliminary schedule, which is a schedule I'm not happy with today, and we're working to beat that schedule. But it is the schedule we have at the moment based on the information available. We now have rights of entry. Surveying and mapping is scheduled for next week. Or surveying is scheduled for next week, and we'll continue the mapping to complete that in early to mid-May. We have to have our hydraulics studies done, which will refine the volume of water going through that area so that we can properly size the culverts. The one thing that we have before us is the design standards for this contract are based on county code, which refers to the Caltrans Highway Design Manual, which gives us a 100-year storm event as the storm that we're trying to pass. So that establishes the flow rate and ultimately the size of the culvert. We want to try to advertise this contract no later than July 1st and certainly earlier if it's available. And then start construction, and we're looking at trying to accelerate the construction through a variety of means. The one thing that is encouraging in this is that the environmental elements are not going to be a factor in our schedule. Because this contract or this location is statutorily exempt from CEQA and NEPA, we don't have to go through an environmental document process. CEQA does require notice of exemption, which is something that we will assist the county with in preparing. It's a fairly short lead time element. I think it's a 1 or 2 page document, and we'll work to help the county get that filed. We need to obtain any permits within 2 weeks after beginning construction, so that is not a construction critical path. We also will be working with the Native American tribes in the area as we get closer to construction to let them know what the process is. Some of the critical issues, of course, rights of entry. This was on here, and we received the last one yesterday. Site utilities, we'll be working with the water district to protect that utility and size our culverts appropriately. We want to design what we consider an open source design for this and allow alternatives and encourage alternatives through schedule and other elements. This keeps us out of the sole source environment, which is a problem for both FEMA and others. And we certainly need to involve FEMA in this. So with that, and in conclusion, again, this is our very, very first cut at this without the benefit of the engineering studies. As we move through this, we want to beat these estimates and this schedule. And we'll be bringing that back to you as we move forward.
Any board questions, comments? Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you. Thank you, Earl. I have a couple questions and some concerns, not about getting this task done, because I think it's important for the community to have that. And I'm not even going to get into the fact that it's $460,000 to do engineering and oversight and only $400,000 to do the actual work, construction work, which
Understand.
I'm sure there's reasons for it, but it looks pretty bad.
Understand.
The question I've got is really two of them. The first one is the order of tasks. We were able to get this assessment done pretty quickly, yet this event happened almost 18 months after the Butte fire, which we have not gotten any assessments back on yet. So can you tell me how or when we're going to see the Butte fire road assessments and how this jumped ahead in the queue?
Working with the county, we were asked to prepare this for today's meeting, and we are working to prepare the other elements for the next board meeting.
I see. Second question is, you mentioned that the bridge, the replacement as it was not adequate, nor was it done to county standards. You were part of meetings in my first week here where we discussed when we rebuild the Butte fire roads, that we could not rebuild them to county code because that would be considered an improvement and not being able to be reimbursed by FEMA. So my question is, has FEMA's policy changed, or do we have bad information? And are we actually going to be able to rebuild the roads to county standards when we redo the Butte fire roads?
We're reviewing that element now. FEMA is only allowing repairs at this point. We have identified alternatives that may be more cost effective, and we're going to continue to study those alternatives in our alternative selection process. Whether it gets to county standards, that's a discussion we'll have to have with FEMA. Initially, we have heard that they will only pay for repairs.
Well, I know that I've made this statement innumerable times now.
Yes.
But we can't build things. We can't build things that aren't to our own standard. We set the standards. There's uniform building codes. We can't do things that don't meet that.
Yes.
So I certainly hope we won't do that on this project, and I hope we won't do that on the Butte fire. But if that's unreimbursable, we need to see that here in the budget, because
Yes.
that's not, of our options, the one that, option number one, where we continue this project and then get full reimbursement, that wouldn't be correct if that was the case. Michelle?
Absolutely.
So I do want to speak to this just briefly. What we have from FEMA is sort of an estimate that they came up with, a scope of work and an estimate that they came up with at the time that they did that. I don't have that in front of me, but one of the things that Quincy is going to be assisting me in doing is doing what's called a reversion request, which will take into account the better information that we're developing, putting together the scope of work and the project costs, and then seeing there is a little bit of wiggle room, and working with Cal OES to try and identify sort of the best path in meeting from both ends, right? Because there's what's the betterment and what's sort of the need. So we will be going through that process with Murphy's simultaneously as we go through the rest of the process to deal with that site. So there may be opportunity to sort of do more than just the repair work, but we have to wait and see on that one.
And that will be brought to us before we approve this project on how that's going to be, right? We're either going to make improvements on our dime or it's going to fall on the Fed's dime. But we'll know that before we commit dollars, correct?
Perhaps not. I have to go through the process with FEMA and Cal OES to submit the reversion request, and that does take a little bit of time, but I have to use the information that Quincy provides in order to document the request. So whether or not we're able to say today or in the future, go ahead and do this and we'll work the FEMA process, I can't say that today. So, you know, it would be a matter of having that conversation, having that dialogue with Cal OES and with FEMA through the reversion request process.
Well, I certainly hope we know that answer before we committed almost $1 million towards the project. And I am very disappointed that we were not able to get Butte fire roads moved as quickly as this was moved. and I'm disappointed with that, because we've been asking a very long time.
Right. This one was asked as a result of the public comment, not only at the March 27th meeting, but at a
Well,
meeting
if
prior
public
to
comment's
that.
what we need,
so-
I'll fill this room. I'm hoping we'll do it because it's our duty.
Supervisor Olivero, your light's on?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, there's no guarantee that we're going to have reimbursement for the $860,000 bill that's estimated to make this repair. Is that correct, Earl?
Until the reversion request is complete, you're right.
It's a moving target.
It's a moving target right now.
And as that target moves, we develop more information.
Correct.
We'll have a better answer to what's going to happen.
We want to bring these costs
Quincy
down.
is in charge of the Butte Fire repair systems too?
That's correct.
Is there an estimation of how much damage that is? I heard the number $8 million, $6 million. Does that sound familiar?
I've got to separate those costs in my mind. It's somewhere around $4 million for the non-ER roads, which are essentially the heart of the fire, the 5 roads that are the federal aid roads through FHWA, our Sheep Ranch, Mountain Ranch, Frico City, Jesus Maria Railroad Flat. The other roads are that
Chair?
$4 million.
We're drifting way off the subject matter here, and
We
I
are a
think,
little bit, so I'm going to allow a little bit more, but
Okay.
let's try and stay on track.
Yes.
when we-
All right, and I'll finish this one, just last comment. That's kind of a moving target also, isn't it?
Correct.
Is there any targets in that storm damage that we can say is stable, that we can take a good shot at with a number?
Well, this is our best one right now. We're working on Canyon View as well as the other elements that are out there in the storm damage right now as well. So we're putting all that together right now after this initial review, and we're going to bring that back on the May 8th board meeting.
Okay. I did have the opportunity to go out there with you. Thank you very much for mentioning that. I'd like to thank the public, the residents in that area, your team, Quincy. Well, on that date of inspection, ladies and gentlemen, there was no less than 12 people out there, all doing a different job in their expertise. And I'm quite surprised and grateful that this information came to this meeting. You did a good job, folks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on?
Yes, thank you for being here today, Earl. The reason I'm passing my phone around is I took a picture. I almost could leap across that.
Did you ever pass to come in my district?
But it's, what, about 16 feet across?
Roughly 16
Maybe 20
feet.
most?
Yeah, about 10 feet deep roughly because the logs are there.
And I think the question that really the board has to determine is whether or not, because there's going to be parts of this that aren't going to be covered by FEMA if we do it right. And I think Supervisor Garamendi's track is correct in that we can't just accept that putting it back the way it was is the best answer.
Absolutely.
And if we look at that and we say, if we do it the right way the first time, and it may cost us something from our side, we've got something that's 40, 50, 100 years down the road good.
Correct.
And we don't deal with it again. If we put it back the way it was, we're going to deal with this again. That's
Absolutely.
reality.
Absolutely.
So I think the board has to just answer the question is, what costs are they willing to put up without a guarantee from FEMA that we will get them back?
Right.
And understanding that maybe make it better is the better answer, no matter what the cost might be right now, because this is future generations we're talking about and future budgets that we're talking about. And I think we need to clearly understand that with any project we go into, that FEMA might not be the best answer. And if we have, and I think Mr. Krovitz could probably answer the question. I was looking down at his phone right now. It's just how many bridges are out there that potentially could require a temporary or portable bridge. And if we do like Sierra County and some of these other counties, and we have that option available to us, we may have to bite the bullet and do that just as a protection to public safety in our communities. So I just hope that we want to move forward with making a decision today to let's get on this project so we can get this done by the end of this year and get some normalcy back to the residents in 14 and 15.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll open up the public comments.
Alsagala Taxpayer Association. I also agree that the relationship between preliminary engineering and final design of $300,000 to a construction cost of $400,000 doesn't seem to match. Perhaps the Director of Public Works would have better information on what that relationship ought to be. And also, if there's exceptional work needed to be done in design, if that could be looked at a little closer. There was some discussion about temporary bridges that are pre-designed to handle a load that can be put in quickly. The question I have, well, if we go that route, it's a lot cheaper. Is it possible to modify those temporary bridges to make them permanent ones? Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I just had a question, and maybe I've missed it not being at a previous meeting, but where is Murphy's Drive? It's connected, I guess, with Moran Road, which I know that's up by Avery, I think, in Arnold. But are people not being able to get to their homes or their properties? What's the background on this?
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Oliveira, would you like to answer that question?
I turned my light on, Mr. Chair.
I saw you did.
Susan, as you go up Highway 4 and right in Avery where Moran Road, known as Lower Moran Road, intersects, you'll take the right-hand turn going east on Moran Road. You'll go approximately 2/3 of the way on Moran Road, and Murphy's Drive will be intersecting on the right-hand side. That roadway has been washed out, and there's only approximately 200 feet of roadway there before the stream has washed out and the culvert is washed out. If you continue on Moran Road, you'll go to the next access road, which is Flanders Drive, into that area of what they identify as Blue Lake Springs 14, 15, and 16. There is a community back in there. Pine Brook actually is just located to the east of it, so there's a substantial number of residences back there. If you'll continue on Moran Road, probably for another 2 to 3 miles less, you'll run into Sequoia Woods Country Club, and that's what's called Upper Moran Road. Does that give you a reference of where this is at?
Right, so this, yes, it does. So this washed out road, then the people then can't get through. Is it a public safety issue?
Here's what's happened. On the original damage, and Mr. Krovitz, if I make an error, please save my bacon. On the original damage that occurred in January of 2017 where this washed out, we looked at this situation. We notified FEMA originally, and they indicated that that wasn't an emergency situation because the residents had access to their residence via Flanders Road. Now, that added commute time, that added some difficulty as far as getting emergency equipment in there. We've heard from the Ebbets Pass Fire Department on how difficult it is to get safety equipment in there, and that's been ongoing since the storm damage. There is access, but you have to spend some extra time getting to it, and it does present some travel restrictions to our safety equipment, fire engines, things of that sort.
So it could be a public safety
It could be a public safety issue, and I'm going to be quite frank and say it is a public safety issue, being in the public safety issue game, if you will, as a deputy. Response time is very important back then. I did work that area during the severe snowstorms, and access in that particular area was very difficult. I truly believe we have an emergency situation with the Murphy's Drive Bridge, or the Murphy's Drive overcrossing being washed out. Am I correct, Mr. Grovis? I'm getting old. I don't know if my memory's going to serve me.
It's only one thumb up. It's not a 2 thumb up. All right. I have a couple questions, Earl. I kind of saved for the last. When we had the last meeting on this, this item, we talked about sending an RFP out that had a design build section to it in order to expedite this project. Yet I'm seeing cost here for final design. Is that still part of what we're looking at doing when we send an RFP out? Because right now, the idea was to expedite it. It would be expedited versus spending the time for the design and draft of it. I don't see that anywhere on this item. And then when you're talking about precast 6x12, we're talking about multiple pieces 6x12 being placed in place with a crane. Is that not correct?
To address the second question first, yes, they're 24 feet long, so we're looking at two pieces. So and that will fit in there nicely, we believe. We still have to have the information with respect to the utility so we can ensure we clear that and be able to protect that in place.
And I just wanted to clarify that,
Yeah.
because it just, so people understand, it's not just a 6x12 piece of precast going in there,
No.
and that's it. No, it's multiple pieces.
It's multiple pieces.
Yeah. Okay.
The respect to design build, we have evaluated that. We haven't followed up in any or received any direction from staff to proceed in that area. That in my assessment of design build and other alternatives, you typically use that when you have a larger, more complicated project, and this is small and fairly compact. It does add another procurement process on top of everything else we're doing, which impacts staff. And there are other, depending on what we come up with, we may be able to pre-purchase some of the elements, such as the box, if there's a lead time issue on that, and have those available as county furnished materials as part of the contract. And that's probably the most expeditious way to proceed with this project at this point. And that's my recommendation back to the county.
All right, thank you. Any other board questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion to move this item on.
Mr. Chair, I would make that motion.
Sure. We have three options here. What are we voting on?
Thank you.
And let me just make a statement. I'm not against this at all, but until we take on the project that happened 2.5 years ago, actually, which we're losing money because we haven't done the work on, until we get that, I'm not going to support any of this stuff. I mean, we're just ignoring the Butte Fire roads, and they've been ignored. Doesn't matter how much we talk up here. It seems if you fill the room, you get to the front of the line. My people have lost a lot of homes, and the roads are destroyed, and we need this done. If that's what it takes to move this to the front, I thought we were being delayed because there was a lot of work to be done, but obviously there's time for other projects first.
Thank you. So I have a motion, but it wasn't clarified on what the motion was.
1, 2, or 3.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion.
You withdraw your motion?
And would seek some clarification on an issue to make a motion on. Options 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah, it's right here.
Could I just ask for some clarification? Are we talking about options 1, 2, and 3 being in the staff memo? Are we talking about options 1, 2, and 3 being in this handout? Could you just give me a little bit more?
It's on the board packet.
Okay,
It's on
thank
the
you.
board packet, but any motion, I mean, I'm just looking for a motion
Okay.
that clarifies.
You want to take
Perhaps
a minute?
I can
Could we take a minute?
Yeah,
Sure.
Perhaps I can
The
help
information is more detailed in the
provide
packet.
clarity to. Really, the piece that we're most looking at here, when this originally came up, it was unclear on the FEMA reimbursement. And at that point, the board had directed staff to move forward, even with the assumption of us not potentially receiving the FEMA reimbursement, but what options might we have to get this bridge done. Subsequent to that, we did get additional information in that FEMA did move forward. They approved or they did the NEPA exemption and really opened the door for us to move forward on this project. What I think we're most looking for is, do we continue down the FEMA path, which is the assumption that we're operating under, in which case we would proceed as outlined by Quincy, that RFP would be issued, and that would come back to the board obviously before final approval? Or do we go down the alternative route, fund it locally through local dollars with the idea that we might not be able to get reimbursement for part or all of this project?
That's the way I understood it, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move option 2
On the board packet.
on the board packet, which reads,
Can you read that?
continue work on an improved replacement, $450,000 to $475,000, including engineering studies, replacement scope of work, and environmental clearances. We may want to read options 1 and 3, if you'll have the board clerk do that.
Well,
So
it's your motion.
That's sufficient.
I move option 2, and that would be what we just read.
So we have a motion to proceed.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify?
Sure.
I've got discussion summary items 1 through 3, and I've got alternatives at the end of the memo 1 through 3. And 2 is not the same as the alternatives. So are we going off to the discussion summary numbers or off to the quoted alternative that are put in front of us?
I'm looking to Michelle since I didn't write the item, and that's what I was asking the intent.
Alternatives here at the bottom.
So, let's
Versus
see.
this is a discussion piece.
So both 1 and 2 on the discussion summary involve committing local dollars to this project. If we go with option 3, then we proceed with the FEMA route. And so you're correct in that the alternatives don't necessarily match the discussion, but the alternatives are that we continue to fund this project using the FEMA avenue, or we fund it locally. So if you wish to provide direction either on continuing with the FEMA process or
Mr. Chair, can
funding
we
this
have county
locally.
council chime in?
I'll tell you what, we'll take a 5-minute break.
There you go.
And we'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll have, let Supervisor Oliveira have a discussion with county council and county administrative officer and find which direction he would like to make the motion, since it's in his district. So, okay? Perhaps Michelle can be involved in that. How's that? All right, we're back in session. Supervisor Oliveira, would
Yes.
you like to withdraw your motion?
Mr. Chair, I do withdraw the motion at this time.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Mr. Chair, I think we need to hear from staff regarding clarification of the issues in front of us as far as this particular agenda item. I would defer to Michelle Patterson.
Thank you. Staff at this point, inclusive of myself, is recommending that we continue to go down the path utilizing FEMA for the reimbursement part of this. There will continue to be costs as part of the county match, but that's our recommendation at this time.
CEO Lutz, do you have any addition to that?
No, I think as Michelle stated, that the key here that we're looking for in our recommendation is that the board continue down the path of seeking reimbursement through FEMA down the outlined path and continue pursuing that reversion request, but at the same time don't stop this multi-threaded process of getting the RFP developed and ready to hit the streets as soon as possible. And again, we can bring these back to the board at these decision points to make sure that everybody is aware of any changes or the most up-to-date information.
So clarify enough for you. Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Just a question, our county match is a 6.75 or 25, what is the number?
let's see, FEMA pays for 75.
So it's 25%.
CDA does 25, well, not the full 25.
Yeah.
But there will be a county match percentage.
Okay.
6
Thank
point
you.
something. 6.25.
Yeah, 6.25 is what we talked about for you.
And Mr. Lutz, as a county, based on a motion made regarding this issue, would the county be committed to spending any funds that are not recoverable or reimbursable at this time?
For clarity, we do have a match, as just stated. That would be the county portion. Outside of unrecoverable costs at this point, we're not aware of any. Now, again, a lot's going to depend on what they come back and say on their reversion request, which we are going to be working closely on. And before we make a final decision on that, obviously bring that back to the board for consideration.
Okay, and that's for a purpose of clarity. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, are you prepared to make a motion based on the information that staff has just presented?
I am.
Okay.
I am. I so move that we continue as presented, especially with the latest information from staff regarding the continuation of the process, continuation of reimbursement, and with full knowledge that we're going to be looking at different things as they change, and also that at this time the county has not committed any funds that has not been subject to reimbursable by FEMA so far, as per the statement of CIO Lutz. I know that's kind of confusing, but we had to cover a lot of issues. That's my motion.
That's a long motion.
I tried the short one, it didn't work.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you clear on that motion? Okay, so I'm looking for a second. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Not?
I'd like to make a comment. I understand exactly where Jack's coming from. It's very frustrating. But on the other hand, we still represent the whole county. Because Jack, I agree, I have the same problems in my district. But this is a countywide issue too.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-1. At this time, it's about 2 minutes to 12 on one clock and 12 o'clock high on the other clock. So we will break for lunch until 1:30. And we come back at 1:30. All right, we are back from lunch. Madam Clerk, item number 20 on our agenda.
Item 20 is from the Office of Emergency Services to receive a presentation on fuel break projects throughout Calaveras County.
Good afternoon, Board. Michelle Patterson, Calaveras County Office of Emergency Services. It's my pleasure today to introduce the Calaveras Amador Forestry team, who will be giving you a presentation on the work that's being done around the county. They have an amazing presentation and some good information to share with you. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Battalion Chief Cameron Todd, and he will take over the presentation.
Well, that's you two.
Is that it? Red light's on, the microphone's on? Yes. Got to hold it down.
Push that. Oh.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Michelle. As she said, I'm Cameron Todd. I am a battalion chief with CAL FIRE. My specific job is the tree mortality coordinator for the Calaveras Division, which basically means that over the last year, I have been helping to coordinate fuels projects for the department, as well as work with the cooperators in the fuels reduction efforts that have been undertaken throughout the county.
And I'm Pat McGreevy. I'm from Glencoe, District 2, and I'm representing the Calaveras Amador Forestry team. And we're a small group of retired folks, most of which are registered professional foresters. And then there's a few other professionals, of which I'm one. I have two fellow members here. Jan Bray is a forester, and Pete Padelford somewhere. There he is. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's some handouts that I put before you that I would like to explain before we go into the slide presentation. The first one that you see is the Tuolumne Calaveras Unit Tree Mortality Fuels Reduction Update. This is just to give you information with regards to what CAL FIRE is doing in the two counties that our unit covers, in Calaveras and Tuolumne. And the totals on the front page are down there near the bottom. For anybody interested, I put handouts over there. I'm sorry there's so many of them. I had to put some of it on the floor. So I presented you with that just so you have an understanding of what CAL FIRE is doing within the two counties, in Calaveras in particular. We are actively involved in a large number of projects, and I would say that we are operating at or near capacity through the winter months, and then we roll right back into fire season. And as you know, we were still fighting fire in January, so it's been a condensed winter for us on those projects. We are expanding our abilities in the fuels reduction area in that we now have two masticators, CAL FIRE masticators, one working in Tuolumne County and one is down in the Rancho Calaveras area. So I just give you that information so you have an idea what CAL FIRE is doing. The next one behind that, this is Report 242, Fire on the Mountain, Rethinking Forest Management in the Sierra Nevada. This is a report that came from the Little Hoover Commission, and this entity exists. It started in the 1960s, and it comes up with information for the governor's office, if you will, on items of concern in the state of California, and recommendations on how to tackle different issues, if you will. And this is just the summary report that I provided for you, and I'm only going to spend a quick moment on this because we have a lot to cover. If you go to it says page 7 down at the bottom. There's a series of 9 recommendations that came out of this report. And this, generally speaking, is talking about what we're up against out here in our forests and ways that they recommend we tackle those. And this first recommendation says, led by CAL FIRE, the state of California must engage in collaborative landscape-level forest management for the long-term forest resiliency. And I'll stop right there because I think that's key to where we are and what we're talking about today. So it does talk about collaborative efforts throughout our state to deal with our forest issues. The other one is item number 8, which is on the page 9 at the bottom. There is a recommendation from this body that the Tree Mortality Task Force should evolve into Forest Management Planning Entity with dedicated funding. It should help set a strategic direction for forest management, identify measurable goals, decide how to track results, and recommend course corrections to better achieve those goals. So obviously there was some work done on this, and since it's at the Sacramento level, I thought that this body would be interested in hearing about that. The next one is communities at risk, and this has to deal with historic fires and fire behavior analysis and fuels and terrain and topography and so on. And if you look at this community at risk list, you'll find just about all of the communities in Calaveras are listed there. Not all of them, but most of them are there.
Is there any rank to this?
No, it has to do with that fire hazard severity zones, if you're familiar with what that is, and these are the communities that fall into those.
Pretty much everybody.
The following one, after that, this is from my partner here to the right, and it's just issues that they've identified that need to be at least looked at, addressed. Behind that is an article out of the Sacramento Bee that addresses the fuels issues in the forests. So we handed that to you as well. And then the last one is the slideshow that we'll be presenting to you today. I need you to slide the cover off of that. We'll start the slideshow. I think it's that. No, it says to go to open. Okay. So we did a cooperators meeting of entities that are involved with fuels management in our county, and this CalAm group also works in Amador County. On a regular basis, we meet to discuss fuels projects, both conceptual, ongoing, and completed. And at the last presentation, this CalAm group came up with an outstanding presentation that for the first time in one location put all of the fuels projects going on in our county. And so out of that, we were asked to come before you and give you a presentation on what we had done there. So we've tailored it a little bit to this body, and that's what we're going to show you now. Okay, so this is the collaborator group that I just talked to you about. These are the people that come together on a regular basis and discuss our fuels management issues in our county. I'm sorry, I'm going to be talking fast because we thought we had 20 minutes, and so we practiced this at a pretty high speed. So slow me down if I'm talking too fast. This next slide is a picture from 1926, and it's showing old-growth ponderosa pine, as it says there. The interesting things here with regards to a healthy forest is that you can see through these trees. You can see there's a grass layer underneath, and we have trees. And we don't have much of a brush component in there. This is an example of a healthy forest back in the 1920s. Now you move forward to modern day, and on the left, you're looking at Sandy Gulch on CCWD property. And the difference here is you can't see through those trees anymore. Heavy vegetation in what we call ladder fuels, fuels that are available in fire to take that fire from the surface up into the tree canopy, is now choking off the vegetation in our forests. This is an example of how our fires grow to such extreme conditions. On the right, you see another example here. This is the Lily Gap BLM project. And you can see they've cleaned out that vegetation and taken it back to the slide that we showed you before, back in the 1920s. This is where we would certainly like to see all of our forests go to. It's a Herculean task. We have to think strategically. We have something that has occurred over the last 100 years, and we have to start working towards moving that back. But we're going to have to think strategically because there's so much work to be done out there and limited resources to do it. So the goal of this presentation and the group is to reduce the risk of wildfires devastating local communities and forests in Amador and Calaveras counties through interagency collaboration. This slide was pulled with statistics that date back in 5-year increments to the 1950s. So in 1951 through 55, you can see in our county just under 20,000 acres burned. And then in the next 5-year segment, you see 56 to 60, we also had large fire growth. And then it starts to go down again, and it goes up and it goes down, dependent upon different conditions. The interesting thing here is when you get into the 1980s, you start to see that our large fires start to grow larger. A slow year, and then larger. A slow 5 years, a slow 5 years, and larger still. And we know that this right here was when the Butte fire was. So there could be all kinds of different things associated with the cause of that, but the one thing that we can't deny is that our fuel loading out in those forests is getting heavier and heavier. And that causes greater and greater fire intensity. Okay, this next series of slides are some historic fires that we pulled up. It is by no means all of the fires we face in our county, but it's an example of what we're up against. This dates in the 1980s. 1988, the railroad fire burned up near the community of Railroad Flats and threatened all of the communities and homes and trees in that area. And you can see it was at 6,690 acres, located up in the Railroad Flat area. This next one is the Old Gulch fire. This is in the early 1990s, so we've moved a decade forward, and now we're at 17,419 acres. Move into the 2000, and we have the Darby fire. This one ran up through the Stanislaus drainage and burned along our county line, threatening the Highway 4 corridor and all of the residences associated with that area. Then we have the Butte fire, which came from Amador County into our county with a wind pushed down through our county into this area of Frico City, Sheep Ranch, threatening all of the communities around the perimeter of this. Large majority of our mid-elevation county burned or threatened by that fire. This next slide is a very interesting one. When you put all of those together, you basically show a stretch of fire threat that goes from Amador County all the way across to Tuolumne County at the mid-elevation. This is basically the transition from the brush fuel models into the timber fuel models. And what we were trying to demonstrate and show to you with this is our threat is basically all the way across our county. It's not isolated to one particular area. This is off the CAL FIRE website, a FRAP map, and basically everything that you see here in red is high hazard severity zone danger for fire. And if you go back to the previous slide, it lays right in on top of that. So we have a real problem on our hands out there. This slide, once again, is the county. We've put the fires on top that we just showed you, and again, that is by no means all of the large fires. It's just a sampling. And you can see the Highway 26 corridor, the 49 corridor, the Highway 4 corridor, all threatened by these. And what you're seeing up here, color coding wise, is what we have either completed, we are working on, or they are conceptual projects for fuels reduction around our county. And I do not mean the CAL FIRE patch. This is everybody involved with fuels reduction work out there. That's what this compilation is. So as we go through these remaining slides, if you see something in red, it has been built and it is defensible, whether it's a fuel break or it is some sort of a VMP project or fuels reduction project by SPI, for instance. If it's in green, it's under development. We're working on it. And if it's in purple, it's conceptual. We recognize that there's a need for it, but for one reason or another, we haven't got there yet. Okay? Did I miss anything on that? No. This slide shows the McCollum Hill fuel break. We put this in around 2010 to 2013. This is the community of McCollum Hill. The McCollum River drainage is right down here below. And this is the fuel break that goes along the edge of the canyon wall behind the community. The reason that this is in the slideshow is this was a successful fuel break. This actually held the Butte fire in check, and we did not lose any structures in McCollum Hill proper during that fire. The crews and the personnel were able to come in and utilize this to do a backfire operation off of this fuel break project, hold that fire in check that was coming out of the canyon, and protect all of the residents and everything within the boundaries of that. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a trip around the county east of Highway 49. We are not focused on the western portion of the county below Highway 49. We're staying on this side of the county just because this is where we just showed the most danger, and there's a lot of projects going up on in that country. I don't want to de-emphasize the hazards and the fire associated with west of 49, but for the demonstration purposes and what we're talking about today, we're staying east of Highway 49. This is McCollum Hill right here. That's the fuel break that we were talking about. This is Highway 26 going up, on up into Rich Gulch and on up into the Glencoe area up here. What you'll notice is on our map, we do not have any conceptual, completed, or ongoing projects on this portion. We recognized that the fire, Butte fire, came across right here and punched right into our county across Boston Yale. We are working on this right now. I have discussed this with the field battalion chief, and we do have a conceptual map of fuel break projects running from our McCollum Hill project on up to Glencoe, and then across Ridge Road, connecting over to the Railroad Flats area. And we'll show you what's going on in Railroad Flats in an upcoming. So again, this is a recognition that we need work along here. We do have the opportunity, and we are working on it. So that one takes us from McCollum Hill on up through there to Glencoe. And Pat will take over on what's going on up in Glencoe.
In 2010 in Glencoe, we actually started to put together a fire protection plan. And working on a shoestring, like donations of labor, etc., we were able to put in about 50 acres of fuel break. And at the same time, we put in, conceptualized other fuel breaks that we needed. And so in purple right here, you can see a conceptual fuel break, and that I actually submitted a grant proposal in 2015, and it was not awarded, and it was refused about 2 months before the Butte fire. So a little late. But anyway, we're coming back at this and we're going to try again to put these field breaks in. Who's got control? Next slide. So going from Glencoe, we're going to move from Glencoe down here through, kind of going up 26 through Sandy Gulch, and some of you know the CCWD land, which is here in blue. And then we're going to move over to a place called Bummerville, and then we're going to go up to Lily Gap, and we're going to move on across the North Fork of the McCollum River at Tiger Creek Reservoir into Amador County. An interesting part of all this is that this is all BLM land. BLM land here, BLM land here, and BLM land here. So working with BLM land is easy because we have one landowner. So in here in 2016, this area right here, we put in for a Sierra Nevada Conservancy planning grant, and we were awarded $74,000, and with that money we delivered a joint CEQA NEPA, and that is being completed right now, and the grant will be closed in this week maybe. So late last year, I put in for a second grant, and it was for $500,000. And it's to treat, this is the Railroad Flat Cemetery, and it's to treat this area in here. That will be awarded at the June meeting of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. That brings us to phase 3, and I'm working on this grant proposal right now, and it will expand, it will finish off all the treatments we need here and extend westward to Deerdorf Road across private property and head towards Glencoe. The value of this grant application that I'm putting in is $1.7 million. Next, in Bummerville, that's BLM land, and archaeology studies are being completed right now, and we'll be putting in June another grant proposal for the wildlife and botany studies, which will complete NEPA CEQA there, and with luck, we'll get implementation money later and have this fuels reduction going on. Maybe next year. Now we go up to Lily Gap up here, and this place in red has been treated in 2010. It's now 8 years old, and when you go up there and look at it, it looks like a park. So we're good there. We're good there, and you get into this green area right here, and that's BLM, and that's being treated right now. I was out there yesterday, and I could actually see all the loggers out there working and shipping the manzanita. This was a big total manzanita patch, and now it's like 2 or 3 inches of chips laying on the ground with pine trees coming up. Yesterday also, I was out on this little stretch here, Lily Gap Fire Break, and that's being burned today, prescribed burned, and we actually have a tour that we're bringing people up there to see the burning tomorrow. And that leaves us with the last little purple patch here, which takes us from Lily Gap down a steep hill on into the Tiger Creek Reservoir, heading towards Amador County. And that's conceptual, and Jan Bray, the forester here, and myself and others are working to get permission from the private landowner, one of the private landowners, to go across there. Next, I think we're in the next slide.
Yeah, I was going to take over.
Go ahead.
So I have to relay to you why some of these projects exist where they are. We try to think strategically and where we are going to be able to hold large fires. It doesn't make any sense to put a fuel break in at a location where the firefighters are not going to come and try and hold a large fire. So many of these things, these projects that you're seeing, are on the ribbons of the canyons where our fires traditionally burn through, or they're at choke points in these canyons where we're going to try and hold it from continuing to burn up the canyons. It was a big problem during the Darby fire to find a place to cut these fires off. So keep that in mind as we go along here. What they've done right here with this project coming across the South Fork of the McCollum River is they've given us a choke point, if you will, a place to hold a fire that's burning up through that canyon. So this is a very well strategically located project. And then down here is Ridge Road, where we're going to be trying to hold any fires that would be coming up out of the drainages and canyons down below there. And I already mentioned 26. So this next slide, we're going to zoom into this up here because there's a lot of good collaborative efforts going on up in this area. So we've zoomed in on Tiger Creek Reservoir right there. This is the area that's BLM land that would take us off the canyon wall down into the bottom of this. Amador has a whole series of planned and existing projects on their side of the North Fork of the McCallamy to help us with this choke point, if you will, and then to hold the fire within the canyon. We're doing the same thing on our side, all on the BLM lands, on the private lands through SPI, and through what Cal-Am and the others are doing with regards to working with BLM and the other entities that are out there. Forest Service as well has other projects farther up the drainage, but we're not going to go much farther than that. We're going to start coming across in the next slide through Railroad Flats and down Highway 4.
This map comes to us is from CAL FIRE, and it's the last tactical map on the last day of the Butte fire. So what it shows, all these X's here are dozer lines, and so they've been sitting out there since 2015. And right now, you know, they're starting to grow manzanita, and we're not maintaining them is the issue. So we have to make a decision on which one of these dozer lines have strategic value in fighting fire, and then to go ahead and invest some money into maintaining them. I'd like to draw your attention to this one here, just south of Railroad Flat, in that little, this is called Calaveras Reservoir there, and Railroad Flat Road being here, and this goes all the way up to Summit Level Road, down Summit Level Road, then it turns south and comes down east of Arnold, and it ends up at Hathaway Pines. The length of that dozer line is 22 miles. So we now are starting to work on this segment, which is called the Pine Ridge segment, 6 miles, and let's go on to the next slide. It'll show up there.
Before we leave that, one thing to show you, again, going into the fire suppression aspect of this is you can see all of the canyon drainages are going right up in that direction. And if you see what's being created here, it's basically a catcher's mitt at the top end of all of those drainages. These are the locations that we look for to hold fires if we have to pull back into what we call an indirect attack.
Next slide. So now we're going to, here's Calaveras Reservoir. We're going up these ridges. We end up at Summit Level. We are crossing, it's 150 feet wide, 6 miles long, crossing 6 private owners. The status of this right now is Jan Bray, who's right here, and myself, Julia Costello, from archaeologist from McCallamy Hill. We're putting together the NEPA CEQA documents right now, which we need to proceed with, and so we could be into implementation by CAL FIRE within months. So we get up to that takes us up to the top to Summit Level, and I think we go to the next one, don't we? Here we pick it up again at Summit Level. We go up, and here's where it comes down. This is it comes down to White Pines and Arnold. So we're now in the District 5, and this is all Forest Service land. And the fuel break down in this area, I think, is 400 feet wide, and it's being scheduled to burn for a prescribed burn within, I think, weeks. So that really is protecting the western side of Arnold. We call that in the WUI. WUI meaning W-U-I, wildland urban interface, the WUI. We're going to jump from this point down here near Avery, and we're going to go up to Dorrington, and then come back down to Murphy's. Next slide, please. So here's Dorrington up here. Here's Highway 4 going down, and in the Dorrington area, there are no fuel breaks. So we have been this collaborative group, which, by the way, are commonly called the burners because they're out lighting matches all the time. They, this group has sat down with SPI. The yellow is SPI, and SPI is programming a fuel break on the canyon, the Stanislaus Canyon side of Dorrington to protect Dorrington. And down in here is also, will be a SPI project. Coming south to Dorrington, we come into this whole big area here, and that's the Calaveras Big Tree State Park. And they have an aggressive program to reduce all understory fuels and ladder fuels. And the project is being conceived and directed by Heather Heather Reith right there. Heather is a special person because she's homegrown. And she's worked her way up in the Highway 4 community to this high position in our community and running this project over in the forest, in the park. Coming down from the park, we enter into Blue Lake Springs, which some of you know very well. And on this side of Blue Lake Springs, we have once again SPI in yellow stepping up. And these big red polygons are fuel breaks, which are functional. They're shaded fuel breaks. And they're a product of the beetle kill. So as you know, Blue Lake Springs was hit really hard. And so SPI went in and took out all their beetle trees. And it's a shaded fuel break. Kind of looks like a park there. And SPI's promised to come around down here. They programmed it in to come around the south side of Blue Lake Springs, and we're also talking about a conceptual fuel break to connect SPI over to this blue, which is CCWD property, which needs a haircut. So do you want to say a word about Blue Lake Springs?
Currently, we're in there right now getting landowner agreements with the areas around the perimeter that we have recognized are gaps between, say, SPI, the park, and the Forest Service projects. So we have set aside funds for that. We're out there getting the signatures from the homeowners as we speak. And our plan is this spring to go in there and start doing additional work around Blue Lake Springs. So just the last comment on the slide. So you see the river drainage running along here. And basically, what you see is the Highway 4 corridor, and you will start to see a line of projects that, if not continuous, is pretty darn close. And the efforts are a collaborative effort to protect that Highway 4 corridor from fires coming up out of the river drainage on this side of the highway.
So go back. So these projects here, this is McKay's project. And then down here, and these polygons, those are less chance fuel break. And this area in here is all United States Forest Service property. So once again, we see this collaborative that comes together with CAL FIRE, SPI, United States Forest Service, and others.
Ready? You got last chance? Yeah. Could you lay out last chance there?
Last chance comes down right here, and we're pushing against Forest Meadows right now.
So on this slide, you come down from Avery, and now we're down in the Forest Meadows area. What we're currently doing right now is we're working what we call Phase 1 below Forest Meadows. This is a fuel break project that was started back around 2006. They completed all of the environmental studies but never got to the actual work on the ground. But we obtained funding, and this is a internal CAL FIRE operation right here. Below all of these homes on Phase 1, we have crews out there as we speak, and they are creating a fuel break. Phase 2 will take us over to the Forest Service property, taking us around Darby Knob and up into this location to, again, continue that Highway 4 protection. And we take that line on down below Forest Meadows. There is a prominent ridge line that hooks around right over here to the Utica Powerhouse, just above Murphy's. And now we've taken a complete line from basically Dorrington on down into that location. So there is an effort out there to protect that entire Highway 4 corridor from fires on this side. Did you want to go to the opposite side, or is that the next slide?
I thought you were going into Murphy's.
Okay, we'll finish up here at Murphy's. So coming down this side, Pat was talking about the Forest Service fuel breaks that were going into Avery. We also have the dozer line, the remnants from Butte Fire that are still here. So we want to keep that intact. And then we have a project just above Murphy's right here. This is another fuel break project that's going across a lot of property boundaries. And I just want to emphasize to this group, getting a lot of homeowners to sign up to have this work done is not an easy task. But we're taking this on because strategically, this ridge line right here is a line of defense for the community of Murphys from any of the old Gulch or Butte fires that start making runs up through these drainages. So that brings us down a continuous line on this side of the Highway 4, if you will, across Murphys, and gives us a line of defense strategically for large fires.
Next slide. So that's our plan as of today. You notice there's a lot of gaps. You notice we didn't talk about Vallecito, and we didn't talk about Douglas Flat. We did talk about the big gap on Highway 26 where Butte Fire came over and got us. And so our plan, let's just guess, it's half done. So half done, who's going to pay for, how much is this going to cost? Well, we divide our fuel breaks into large landscape fuel breaks, and so these would be entire parcels, entire watersheds, and we have about 10,000 acres of landscape kind of fuel breaks. Down here are our traditional fuel break lines, and we have 1,000 acres down in that category. And if you just choose a figure we often use is $3,000 per acre to take the fire fuel off of it. And so when you add up all your acreage, we have 11,000 acres that we need to treat now in our plan, and that's going to cost $21 million. So now let's assume we have that in, we have to maintain it, and we figure we need about $1.7 million a year to maintain all this effort that we've put in. So I just got through saying we're only half done for the whole county. So really what we need is $42 million, and for maintenance we need $3 million, something like that, per year in the out years. This would protect us from catastrophic fire. I don't remember what the cost of the Butte fire ultimately was, but in comparison to our $20 million here, it's probably not very much. You know those figures better than I. Next slide. So how are we so where's this money gonna come from? In the past a couple years, up until 2017, the state was allocating about $17 million a year for the whole Sierra Nevadas. Okay. Now, this year, all of a sudden, we have $200 million for fuels reduction and forest restoration in the Sierra Nevada. If the water bond passes in June and a second bond in November, that's going to bump that figure up to $300 million available for us to restore our forests and make us fire safe. Well, that's good news. So the next question is, what's our capacity to secure that money and to invest it wisely in our lands? Right now, we lack grant writers. So in Calaveras County, in the rounds that are going on right now, there's 2 grant writers. There's myself and Gordon Long. So we can only write so many grants. So we need grant writers. Now let's assume that we're really good at writing grants, and we start bringing in $10 million, $20 million, $30 million a year to Calaveras County. Who's going to manage this money? Right now, I am spending all my time managing tree mortality issues with individual owners in Blue Lake Springs rather than writing for the next grant. So we need to beef up our administrative capacity to bring this money in and do all the accounting on it and write the reports and all that stuff. And then finally we end up with, let's say we got all of that solved. Where are the foresters? Where are the loggers? Do we have enough experts on the ground to actually go out and to do the work? So when you look at this slide, this is just a conceptual slide. Here in the bottom is a CAL FIRE capability. They have inmate crews. We don't expect that they're going to be able to do any more work in the future as they have in the past with their inmate crews. In the meantime, here's where we've been working with grant funding, and it's shooting up dramatically. Here's our ability to write grants now and bring in money. And here's our ability for the foresters and loggers to put that money to work on the ground. So this slide demonstrates quite clearly what our capacity is at the present time. Next slide. So that brings us to the conclusions. God knows we need to increase pace and scale. And state is, I forgot to mention, what's the motivation of state? So state has been, CARB has been putting all of their money into tailpipe emissions, reduced tailpipe emissions. But a whole year of reducing tailpipe emissions are wiped out with one catastrophic fire. So Butte, wipe out a whole year. Napa, another year, So that's their motivation. They're now saying, we got to clean up our forests to sequester more carbon and get off this trip of emitting all this carbon. So local capacity to write and administer funding, we need foresters, and we need licensed timber operators. Oh, and we need infrastructure what to do with all this biomass, and we would like to produce electricity with it if we could. And that brings us to our final point, is that Calaveras County, we suggest that they convene a forest management task force to develop a comprehensive plan to increase forest resilience to fire, drought, beetle infestation, while sequestering carbon on the landscape level across both private and public lands. Thanks. We'll take any questions.
Do you have any board questions? Supervisor Oliveira.
Quick question. CAL FIRE. On the Forest Management and Health organization that's forming in Sacramento, it's my understanding that they're going to be absorbing CAL FIRE, they'll be absorbing tree mortality into one gigantic program. Is that your view of that?
Supervisor, I don't have any more information on that, I believe, than you have with your contacts and your, I believe you're sitting on the, at least you're attending the tree mortality at the state level, the tree mortality task force. So what you know on that subject is what I know.
Okay.
I can certainly report back to you and go find out what I can gather for you. But that's what I'm hearing as well. At least they want to move into the realm of looking at forest health as a larger planned issue versus tree mortality as a short-term disaster issue. There's a bigger picture to look at here, if you will.
Sure, there is. Pat, your suggestion about a local committee like this hopefully will be dovetailed into that program, and I'm going to make sure that that's brought up and discussed. Okay? Pete, thank you for coming, for all of the work that you folks do. Chair, thank you.
They've done a lot of the work for you guys to develop that last paragraph. You have a lot of it already in place, and it doesn't just...
Can you come up to the microphone and speak?
Oh.
So people out watching... Thank you.
No, I think Calaveras County has the biggest head start that they could do right now with what's been done here with Pat McGravy, Cal-Am, to be able to put a group together, as they say, in Calaveras County to be part of all of this and to help keep it going and help keep the management going on. It's really important. You can do the initial fire break and all these things here, but management has to be there, and it has to be long-term, and a county has to be involved in that. There's just no way we can get around that. But you guys have got a very big head start with all the work that's been done here. I think that I'd hate to see you not grab hold of it and grasp it and go on. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for that presentation. It's neat to see how all these pieces are coming together. Thanks to all the volunteer work, Jan, and everybody who put all these things together. I also want to thank, you didn't mention a couple things in your presentation that I think should be mentioned. You guys have a 3,600 acre project going down in Rancho Calaveras. We're trying to protect out of the Calaveras watershed, running up down country as well. And that's greatly appreciated. And I know you guys are also milling a lot of the wood that you're bringing out of the Sierras. And I spoke to Calaveras Unified and I asked what they'd done with their wood that you've given them, and you guys have created over Cal Fire in their mill. 20 gardens have been created, 6 livestock pens at the high school, picnic tables, 20 projects that will be in the county fair were done with the Cal Fire wood that was given to the students. So there's good stuff coming out of there, and thank you, as well as multiple other projects. So thank you. You showed that 1926 photo of Tiger Creek. How often would it take to maintain that? How often did that burn in order to keep that? I'm thinking in terms of Pat's point about maintenance going forward.
I'm not an expert on the field, but what I have been told was pre-Western culture introduction into this hemisphere. You used to look at a cycle of fire that would burn about once every 8 to 10 years. And I'll look at Dan because I know she's here. So you would have fire that would come through in a low intensity burn about once every 8 to 10 years that would clean out the diseased and the dead and keep the brush component under control. As Western civilization came in, we impacted that, and then over at least the last 70, 80 years, our 100% suppression effort of putting out our fires and doing not the same volume of burning out there, control burn type burns, adds to the fuel loading that you're seeing in those present day pictures. It's not all of it, but it's certainly some of it.
Jan Bray, Cal-Am team. Cam's right. It was primarily the Indians that would set fires, typically as they were leaving, so it would be in the fall, and their goal was to increase the forage because that was their hunting grounds. But what it did was clear the forest. It continually cleared the forest of brush, and the conifers that we have are fire resilient. So for the most part, you had the large pines and the cedars that could have thick barks and they could deal with that, whereas the small white fir that you see encroaching nowadays would get burned up. And so they occurred in the higher zones. And it's important, that's important to note. We're not going to be able to go back there, but I think our fire suppression history in the last 100 years of every fire gets put out is what we're now inheriting and dealing with. So
No two ways about it. Cal Fire is good at what they do.
We're victims of our own success, I guess.
As Pat and I walked the Highway 4 perimeters, we found fire breaks that had been put in there, and some of the areas grew faster than the others. So I would say there would be you asked for time, and there would probably be a 10-year maybe deal there. But other areas we saw growth was really working away in there. It was some reason it was getting what it needed. So you would maybe be in a 5-year deal where you'd have to take care of those areas. So it's not going to be a set year that you're going to have to do things after you do it. It's going to depend upon how things grow in that area.
Thanks, Pete. Quick question. You mentioned, Colonel McGreevy, that we need to expand our capacity for financial management. Are these grants being written through the RCD, or would they be county administered or CAL FIRE? Where's the administrative body?
Really important question. So last year, the first 2 or 3 grants that we've done is through CHIPS in West Point. CHIPS is a 501c3. And so really what they are is all the paperwork passes through CHIPS, and the money passes through CHIPS onto Blue Lake Springs, for example. And CHIPS really makes no decisions. The Blue Lake Springs and people like myself make the decisions. A better solution is working through the Calaveras County RCD, the Resource Conservation District. And the main reason is that that the RCD has CEQA authority. So the grant that I'm writing right now, and that Gordon Long is writing, he representing the RCD, those grants are going through the RCD. Now the RCD is young, and CAL FIRE, I think, is really being generous in giving us a chance to go after this money, this one grant's going to be $1.7 million, and I don't know, the other grant's going to be $1.2 million. So that such a young organization is going to have all this money to start up with, if you will. So in our grants, we're now putting in for a manager, business manager, and a field manager. And they're going to be, I think, a substantial amount to get the right people in there to make sure that we do it right and get the RCD off the ground.
Thank you. I certainly agree with you. This is, by my count, there's $200 million from CAL FIRE, and through the two bond measures in June and November, $300 million for the S&C. So that's $500 million. It's even a bigger apple. But I really do see this as an economic driver for our community. I mean, these are new dollars being brought into the community for people who are going to be working here, coming or going, buying gas, putting tires on their truck, working and living here. So it's very important that we find a way to participate with you. In your recommendations, you mentioned a hazardous fuel ordinance, and that sounds like a county, something we might be able to do. You want to unpack that a little bit?
Very unpopular, probably. So the reason these fires get out of hand, I'll just use the Butte fire. The Butte fire started by PG&E in Amador County, and it went all the way across and burnt houses in Mountain Ranch. So an important point that we don't seem to read about very much is that PG&E didn't ignite the house in Mountain Ranch. That it went the domino effect, each parcel to parcel to parcel to parcel. So all these people who allowed fire fuel on their parcels, has large amounts of hazardous fuel, deserve some culpability, really. So the real issue is, how do we get our landowners to clean up their land? And BLM's a good example. They've been underfunded, manpowered for generations, and their land looks like it. And so we have a real opportunity now, because the grants coming out from CARB, this $300 million, there aren't very many restrictions on them. In the past, we couldn't spend money on maintenance. CARB doesn't care. They just want the land cleared off. In the past, we could only spend it on federal ownership or whatnot. Today, they don't care. We can spend this money on CCWD land, on private land, on Forest Service land, federal land. It's up to our creativity to spend that money wisely. Let me give you a topic that grinds on me all the time. That Butte fire came over Highway 26, and it burned, some 72,000 acres or something. Remember that big red area in the middle of those slides? And you go up to Jesus Maria and you look to San Andreas, and that's what it burned. And that land, right now, the brush is 1 foot tall. So next year it's going to be 2 feet tall, and pretty soon it's going to be 10 feet tall. And the only chance we have then is another Butte fire. So there's a phenomenon called ecotype replacement. So when a real hot fire comes through, burns everything off, sterilizes the ground, and kills all the conifer seeds and the oak seeds and whatnot. That's what we're into in the Butte footprint. You didn't see in any of our slides any activity in terms of fuels reduction inside that Butte footprint. We're just sitting back as observers and watching it grow. I think this is a good problem for the RCD and the ranchers that are on the RCD and that are interested in rangeland restoration.
I would like to, looking at that and looking at what Ebbets Pass did, I was hoping that perhaps this board at some point in the near future can take up that issue of hazardous fuel ordinance so that when people are not maintaining or they're absentee landowners, not allowing grazing, just put up a fence and walked away, or back to LA, we actually have some, we could actually go in and abate that if we have to, and then we'll charge them if they won't fix their land.
And Ebbets Pass Fire Department already does that.
Exactly, and I think we ought to take a look at that. My final question is the Forest Management Task Force that you mentioned. Can we take the Tree Mortality Task Force and transition into that? And sort of, we've got momentum, we've got everybody in the room. The state has taken their task force and expanded it. Can we do you think it's a good idea for us to transition as well?
I've waffled on this issue, and today, I believe that we need a small core group of folks. We need a couple of foresters, we need some loggers, we need some geographic representation. Oh, we need emergency services, we need economic development. So a very small group of people, and let them go out and contact the resources that they need to gather information. I sent you that memo. It's a 2-pager, I think, that with just a bunch of bullets and things that need to be done. It's overwhelming. So what I would do is have this small task force, take one issue at a time, come and work it up, and come back with their report each month to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration. Something like that. And work our way through the list of things that are feasible for Calaveras County to do to support the larger effort.
Supervisor Mills, do you have a question?
Well, I'm not sure if it's a question or how we're going to frame this, but having fought fires in the past, we fight the fire and go home. And oftentimes we left the results for others to deal with, especially local resources. I think that what I'm looking at here is a strategic shift in post-fire management, and in essence developing some type of emergency action plans pre-fire, so that we fully and clearly understand what that urban interface model will look like in our county based upon where our fire progression is most likely to occur. The RCD, you said it was in an infancy, and I understand that. But how quickly are they going to be able to ramp up, I think is a question for them, to gain a full understanding of their administrative capability? Because this will represent $1 million or more to them if they do it right, just in that one project alone.
I think the RCD has the support of California State RCD. Jan, you might want to come in on this, but there's a number of people looking over the shoulder of Gordon and the RCD, and none of us are going to let it fail. So we know how important that RCD is to Calaveras County.
Another resource that's available to Calaveras and Amador is UMRA as well. So I know they have signed a stewardship agreement with the El Dorado and the Stanislaus, and they have a lot of management capability and a lot of experience with their different water agencies, and so that may be another source that we could utilize.
Okay.
Let me come back to that committee, that task force. I'd also make the task force Calaveras, Amador. When you read that list, same list that Jan's going to present to the Amador board next month. And you're going to have the same people on the board. Tim Tate, for example, that's the kind of guy you want on the board. And you want Jan, and she's from Amador County. Why exclude these people from one county to the other? So they could be working, the task force could be working up one issue and report to both boards.
The Tuolumne County, in approving their master stewardship agreement, took in the components of the Cornerstone Project and YSS. And I know that our own staff is working to fill in the gaps, so to speak, because ours, even though it couldn't be a duplicate of it, could be using theirs as a template, and I know Mariposa County is doing likewise. This will basically encompass the entire Stanislaus National Forest. I think it gives us a heads up over any other foothills county in being able to put multiple counties together under that same kind of an umbrella. And that will speed up the process through the EAs and looking at, okay, environmental what? Assessments?
Assessment.
Okay. You get into the short form, so I just want to be sure to say it. But I think that master stewardship agreement in Calaveras County would be a critical tool in accomplishing a lot of what we want to accomplish, because SPI by themselves or the Forest Service by themselves are limited to some degree. And I've had those conversations with SPI and the Forest Service.
I was just going to add, Supervisor Mills, that this collaborative that we do have in place we're already 6/10 of the way there. So, like you said, instead of the Forest Service by themselves or CAL FIRE by themselves, it's a collaborative, and we've had the collaborative in place in Amador County for over 10 years and in Calaveras now for 3. So.
And we know what you're capable of at this point. And me being a water guy, I'm going to always be thinking about what are the watershed effects, what improvements can be made to supplying a better quality of water into the state or the federal water project systems, as well as improving our water quality here for our wells and our surface water. So it's a larger thing, but I see this as a unique moment in time that may not happen again for a long time, and that the state and the federal government and our local resources are all getting on the same page. I'm going to tell you, in government, that's difficult, and you know that. So push forward and know that you have at least my support from this board to accomplishing what you need to accomplish, because the last thing we need to do is to see more homes burned and more lives lost.
Get the right people at the right time, right place.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
You are having a deal now. You have a committee that's looking at the PRC 4291 CAL FIRE rules.
Don't turn it off. Pat, don't turn it off.
And that's part of the program that the county needs to be really behind. I know that they're looking at it first. I was talked to about going over and trying to explain what that is for and how it works, because I've been heavily involved in it. But that is a crucial backing, that you continue that. You've done it through the years, and it's been great. But there needs to be a strong ordinance that puts the people on notice. The real estate people have done a good job of putting in their flyers that you must, when you buy a home here in Calaveras County, you must comply with PRC 4290 rules if you own a home here. So I think a strong wording coming from the council, maybe even stronger, from the county, might even help with that and help CAL FIRE out too. But that's really important to all of this. This whole thing is all together.
Can you go back to the slide that you showed at the beginning with all the fires that have the entire county up there, and it showed the fires? Back right there. I was going to stay out of this fight because I don't really have a dog in it right now, because you excluded this end of the county on your presentation. However,
only because we had 20 minutes, I would have loved to have shown you a lot more.
and I understand, that's why I'm just going to stay out of this. However, when Pat was bringing up the height of the grass in some of the areas he was speaking of in the fire breaks, in 2006, there was a fire that came from right in this area right here and swept all the way up through here. And it was started by a motorhome that pulled off, that had a muffler problem, that pulled off Burson Road into high grass.
Memorial Day weekend.
Yes. And the wind blew, and it destroyed structures up through there. So even this end of the county, when you're talking about fire breaks, I know you're working down in this area right now in Rancho Calaveras area, but this area is now, since 2006, is back in the same state it was back then as far as fuel. And so I'd be very interested in maybe collaborating some of the work that's going to be, you're talking about up here with RCD and possibly looking at some of these areas and some of the fuel reduction possibilities that can be done in that area, because those canyons, there are some canyons into there, and that's what raced up, that really what fueled it once it got going. off the road was raging up through those canyons. And I'm telling you, the fuel is there for it to happen again. It could happen this summer because there's been very little maintenance done or clearing in that area right there. So,
Do you want to take that, or you want me to take it?
Well, I'll talk about the fire because I was the operations chief on that fire.
Were you?
Yes.
So
very familiar with the Pattison fire. And you are correct. And I think what I would say to this body is we gave you a sampling of what's going on in the county. I don't think it's an issue that is exclusive to one of your districts or another. It's our county. Mm-hmm. And the Pattison fire, we lost 17 homes. That was a big fire, and I considered putting it on here as well. There are a number of others. We had big fires in Copperopolis. We had the Calaveras complex, and on and on and on. If we had put every fire on here, you would have looked at a map of red.
Yeah, the whole county would be map of red.
So we had to pick specifics, but I agree. And the last thing that I will say is there has been, up to date, a lot of collaborative effort going on around our county. There's room for more, and my agency wants to work with the county and with these other entities in any way we can to do more preventative efforts and to do these landscape scale endeavors, if you will, that are listed in that Little Hoover Commission report.
So I would I would put the challenge right back to you, Gary. I'd say I've already said that there's only 2 grant writers so far in 2018, and I happen to live on the east side of Highway 49.
I know where you live. I know.
So
we've known each other for a long time.
My interest, is really up there.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
That's why I said I was going to stay out of this fight. But there was, and I want to join into the fight. Is what I'm saying. So I will collaboratively work towards some of those efforts.
Get us a grant writer in your community, and we'll train them, and we'll do it. Okay.
One of the things to pay attention to, if you go west on Highway 4, is the ranchers have cut next to Highway 4. Those are trails already in there, all the way down to the county line. On some of it on both sides of the highways. When you talk about your major highways, the ranchers can contribute by pre-cutting those lines in, so we have a defensible space between the roadway where we're more likely to get a fire, and especially major roadways. But the thing about the fires in Copperopolis, and I'm very familiar with those are those 40-mile-an-hour runners. They get up and they'll outrun you every day. And then it's the bunny rabbits and the pheasants that take off that you got to knock down. But this is all where public understands what they can do, what role they can play, and how they can help to improve the odds, improve the chances, even in the low country. And we get that education out to them, make them aware of the options, and to do some pre-fire planning on their own part, on their own properties, would make a big difference, even for their neighbors.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comments. Public comments.
Well, what a great presentation, and has some pretty good recommendations. We seem to be focused on grant writing and public solutions. This kind of goes back to the taxpayer who's going to fund this. And I'm Al Segala with the Taxpayer Association. About 30 years ago, more or less, an attitude was developed, almost anti-logging environment. Timber harvesters were bad. They were tearing down the forests. They're cut and run. All kinds of capitalism was evil. And now we're facing the consequences of that attitude. We've almost destroyed private timber harvesting in our county, especially private harvesting on public lands. And so if we could break away from that box and start thinking like capitalists a little bit and consider that timber is a good thing. Timber is a good thing. And also, it really contributes to economic development. So we talk a little bit about collaboration with the private sector. That is good, but we need to put more emphasis on that. We need to talk to the timber industry about major management of our forests by private timber interests, either own the forest or long-term contracts. Federal government right now, we know how long it'll last, is friendly to business. There's a good chance, at least according to our congressman, that we could revive the timber industry. If we can do that, we'll have so many solutions coming down here without resorting to the taxpayers. Does it make sense? Thank you.
This is in response to something Al just mentioned, that the anti-timber harvesting was considered evil and horrible. I think what we were talking about in those days was clear cutting, the total destruction of a forest land, and not just the elimination of all the trees, but the tearing up of the ground and everything on it. And I was one of those people that didn't want our forests destroyed in that manner. But we were talking about clear cutting, which the total elimination of everything that seemed to be living. A grant writer in District 5, there's a woman named Muriel Zeller who is very proficient in grant writing. She might be available to be reached out to. Her family has been in ranching for years and understands the importance of maintaining some renewable resources. And also, she's involved in a group of writers who have the ability to use the words in the right way. Maybe not grant writers, but people that can respond to the need of our community in a way that might be appealing to the people that fund those sort of things. Anyway, those are the two thoughts that I had as I was sitting here listening to y'all.
Any other public comments?
I have a good imagination, and when I drive from here over to Mariposa County and take the Coulterville way, when I look at those mountains, I see ponderosa pines. What is growing there right now is probably nothing, because a big fire went through there just recently. But what breaks my heart is allowing brush to just grow indiscriminately and close in on the entire mountainside. And I know that the answer to it is to eliminate the brush as it comes up and just dab a little Roundup on it when it starts to resprout. That's not being done in California, and it breaks my heart.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. Bring it back to the board. Any last comments? Anything to say? Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. You can turn that off now.
Mr. Chair?
Pat, you can turn it off.
Mr. Chair, I think we have another presentation next. Can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break to set up. Well, all right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 21.
Item 21 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution to incorporate the list of projects funded by SB 1, the Road Repair Accountability Act, into fiscal year 2018-19 Public Works Department Roads and Bridges Division budget.
Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I assume the board can recall back into the fall when we did this for the very first time, which was to develop a list of projects for the life of the SB1 program and select or provide a list of projects to the CTC that would allow the county to receive this funding as it comes in. We are returning for the next year's allocation on the list of projects. We utilize the same list that we had developed the previous year with some modifications and some additions to it, using criteria that we both developed within Public Works and some criteria that we received from board input. The important thing about the list is that it's extremely flexible. The list is required so that we are eligible for funding. We are not necessarily required to execute that list in the year predicted or even execute the projects on that list. We are required to report to CTC when a project is completed utilizing these funds. This is coming a bit early, but I think it's okay. The projects that we are proposing would be within the estimated funding of about $2.3 million, which is good. Only two projects. One is a reconstruction project that's quite expensive up on Parrots Ferry Road. There is an oversteepened slope and underground water that's causing a very slow collapse of that roadway. It reached its level of importance and prioritization because of its regional importance. It is a major connector to not only recreational resources within the county, but also to Tuolumne County. The second project added was a chip seal. We tried to pick projects that were the highest priority ones that would be within the estimated funding, which we did on the last round. So, and I think really I would take questions from you that you have. We are in a little bit of a time crunch because CTC is wanting this list of projects on the 1st of May. So this was our opportunity.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
So let's say, for instance, SB1 is going to be on the ballot in November.
Constitutional amendment.
And it fails. I mean, we reject SB1. Will there be a wind down period where funds will continue to flow through to a certain point? Do we know exactly what that might entail?
I don't really know the answer to that. My assumption is that there would be a wind down period because there is a delay, meaning that when the program started in November of 2017, the first funding that came to Calaveras County was very late December through today. So the assumption, of course, is that once the program is, if the program is voted to be cut off, there would be that same kind of a transition down out of the program.
Because I look at this Parrots Ferry Road project as it could easily become something quite serious, and we don't have the SB1 funding. For instance, if it does, we do have that ballot measure go through. We're going to be having to find some options somewhere else to make this happen, and that means other things will have to be set aside, simply because this is a major collector road for districts 3 and 4 into Sonora.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want us to be aware that possibility could exist.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions on these two selections. The previous round, I did not have anything on that list. I did not have anything on that list. And we discussed that when it came before the board. And I'm looking at the two projects that you are promoting today. And again, District 1 has been excluded from the list. I think 3 other districts on the previous selection were all represented there. I think Supervisor Garamendi and myself were saying that we would go ahead with those selections, provided the next round we would have some inclusion. And if you look at District 1, it is at a score of 37 points versus the Railroad Flat, which is in District 2, which is a 32. But you've gone from 50 to 32. So I'm wondering when it is that you think the possibility exists that we may be able to get something in District 1 included in SB1 funding.
As we are responsible for the maintenance throughout the entire county, we try to build our list based upon the highest priorities throughout the entire county and then give criteria to that. The issue with Railroad Flat coming up in front of Burson, even though it's less, it had less points in the matrix, also was affordable within the next year's funding. And so while we try to take the ones with the highest priority or the highest points in the scoring criteria, we are also taking those that are affordable. So, and again, while this is a list of projects, they are a prioritized list of projects. We, if necessary, we can bring others in front. We still have to bring to the board. We still have to go through all of our processes of request for bids and then award of contracts, as well as closure. So this board or any board sees these projects multiple times before they come up. My anticipation is, depending upon what the funding is for that given year, we are trying to take it in chunks. And while Supervisor Tofanel, I would love to be able to deliver projects in all 5 districts, that's not affordable. And so we are hoping that by going with a criteria of scoring and affordability, it's at least approximately fair.
Chair, would one of the options be to look at segmenting some of these larger projects to keep them into the affordability scale and assist in getting them, which especially the 50s, the high priorities, are pulled up, and they're simply not even in the option list right now because they're so expensive. Is that a thought, that we break them up into smaller projects?
I don't know. That's not, I mean, that's public works to decide how to break them up or what have you. But we did have a board discussion on this, and I'm looking at one of the projects in District 1 that would be 1.5 million, and I'm looking at a 1.5 million in your district at Douglas Flat. And we previously, in the previous allocations, had projects in District 4. So I'm just looking for some District 1 representation here as we go forward. Again, we don't know what's going to happen in November on a ballot. It's coming forward, but we are spending funds in every area now, it looks like, except for District 1. And that I have a problem with. Supervisor Clapp.
Gary, I think right now we're just trying to get something so we can get the funds, because he has to have the list, from my understanding, the 1st of next month. And I agree with you, because I think other things has to be considered, because right now I know there's 200 homes getting ready to go in in your district, but behind Gold Creek, and there's also a subdivision for 50-something in Valley Springs going in. So those things have, you know, if we're going to be putting those kind of homes in your district, we need to have the roads to carry them. I mean, you know, because our districts are somewhat close together, and I agree with you, because most of the people in my district goes down Burson to get to Lodi. But I think right now we're just trying to get something so we can get, because I do agree with you, and I agree with Jack too on just the statements we made earlier before we went to lunch. That I think right now we're just at the point trying to get Jeff to authorize something so we can get the funding, and we'll bring it back at that point. And this is just for funding, not for projects. You can put the projects you want, but we're not committing to them. That's how I would be voting on.
Have we received any of the first disbursement, and have we done any of these projects that were listed in green?
We haven't started any of the projects. We've received of the estimated $814,000 estimate to date, $186,000. And so looking at last year's list of projects, we're trying to make sure that we have complete funding before we pick off one or two of the projects. And if at all possible, if we can't do a single large project, it would be nice to be able to do a smaller project of similar type.
So you have received $186,000
to date.
And is there a idea to bring any of those projects before you start back to this board?
Yes, we have to.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I'll open up public comments.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. That's a good point. What's more important, the district boundaries or the need of the county? It seemed like the highest priority feasible road repair would be more important than it going to a particular district or supervisor. There may be some things where districts would be more important, but when it comes to roads, it doesn't seem like that would fly. Now, one of the things that I think the auditor controller was concerned about was long-term planning on projects. In other words, the county needs to have a plan, not just for grant funding, but a plan that would look ahead 20, 30 years and actually analyze the needs of our roads and plan a process of meeting those needs. And if some of that is grant funded, great. But we have, if we don't have enough local distribution of our gas tax, maybe we should be talking to our state representatives about increasing the money that goes to our county from our own taxes that our people are paying. As for the gas tax, I think that's going to pass. I think the public's not going to go for that gas tax. Well, you know the arguments against and the arguments for, and true, we do need improvements of our roads, but that particular gas tax is really bad in several ways. It's similar to the fire tax. It's not an honest tax. Anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1. My God, the roads in Calaveras County are crumbling. And we can't seem to pay for them or get them fixed in certain districts. Amazing. Too bad we didn't have tax money that was coming into the county from a legal regulated business. Really a shame. I know there's potholes on Pool Station Road. There's potholes on Highway 4, Highway 12, Highway 26. There's holes in everything around here. It used to be developers would pay for that infrastructure. I don't know why it isn't in the infrastructure. They want roads, they want to build houses, they want to bring people in here. They're not bringing jobs, they're bringing people. Those people have to work out of this county. They don't work in this county. They are
a bedroom community to Stockton, Lodi, Modesto, anywhere else but Calaveras County where there are no jobs. Minimum wage jobs, county jobs, state jobs, but no real jobs. Anyway, gentlemen, I don't know if you'll ever get asphalt on the road. We didn't want an asphalt plant in District 5, did we? I think we recalled the supervisor for that reason, because he was going to try to get an asphalt plant there so it was cheaper for asphalt to be used on the roads in the lower half of the county. But we don't want that kind of stuff in Calaveras anymore, do we? We'd rather have holes in the road, right? Isn't that the way it goes? Thank you very much.
District 1 includes San Andreas, Burson, Valley Springs, and Wallace. And there's no provision for anything for them, which includes me. I object to this. This is not justice or fair, and that's what I thought we were about.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Oliveira, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Crowitz, I have a couple of questions. Scenario: remove SB1 funding for roads, and using our anticipated resources we have for 17-18, if we had money to spend on a project, and I'm going to use the project listed here on Parrots Ferry Road and the one on South Burson Road. They're both about a $1.5 million project. One's repaving, one's a road structure reconstruction. Which one is the more dangerous at this time?
I would have to say Parrots Ferry.
Why would you say that?
Because of the danger of loss of the roadway, as opposed to, well, they're both dangerous.
Thank you.
That's the only fair thing to say.
Okay.
But the cost of losing a roadway cut into the side of a mountain and having to reconstruct it, that risk is greater than having to go back in on the Burson and rebuild the structural section, which is also very expensive.
It's a repaving job on South Burson Road. And that's a 20-year life on that. How long have we been putting that off? Any idea?
No.
More than 5 years?
Oh, absolutely.
More than 10 years?
Probably.
More than 20 years?
I've lived there 20 years and never been paid.
Looks like we didn't do our job 20 years ago, right? We didn't have the maintenance that these asphalt roads and even Parrots Ferry Road, which has extenuating circumstances with a spring and a base collapse of the road. Am I correct?
And an over-steepened slope. The slope was constructed too steep on the downhill side.
Yeah. So we have an extreme situation potentially on Parrots Ferry Road. And I'm not going to get into a contest with Supervisor Tofinelli. I understand his position. But we have to do what we have to do with what we have to the most serious situations. Without SB1 funding, how are we going to fix these incidents?
We will do less.
What can you do less on Parrots Ferry? What could you do less on South Burson Road?
Less would be continuing what we've been doing, which is occasional patching.
Okay. And I just bring this up for information. It looks like our pivot point is going to be SB1 funding for these both serious situations. And I apologize if I offended you, Supervisor Tofinelli, but bottom line is, which is a more dangerous situation and what do we have to fix it? Thank you.
To that, Campo Seco Road is on here too. And when was the last time it was paved? I've lived there 30 years. I've never seen it paved at all. As a matter of fact, it could be considered a third world road half the time. It's narrow and as huge as it is, as far as divots and potholes and patches and what have you. So that is one. And also we have Comanche Road Parkway. I don't think it's in that as bad a shape as either Burson or Campo Seco, but certainly, you know, I understand what Mr. or Supervisor Oliveira is saying, but some of the other roads are just as dangerous, and maybe not the side of a mountain, but some of these other ones are very dangerous in passing and very critical to not only people being able to access their homes, but for instance, I bring up Burson Road. Burson Road is a major thoroughfare from Highway 12 to Highway 26. Otherwise, you have to go all the way around in the case of an emergency for emergency vehicles in through Valley Springs and all the way around to access the other side near Milton Road on Highway 26. If there is an accident there or any other emergency or what have you. There's another road called South Hospital that I won't even get into as far as trying to travel that, because if you travel that, you're probably going to need a front end alignment when you get to the other end of it. It's not in very good shape whatsoever, and there are hillsides and so forth there. So, you know, I don't even see it listed here on any of these projects. So, you know, my question is, again, if you just look at Campo Seco Road, it's lower on the priority, yes, but the cost associated with here is very low. I'm trying to get some representation here on my stand for District 1. However, I understand what Supervisor Oliveira is saying when it comes to safety. I think we all have in our district particular areas that are not very safe on roads traveled that our constituents must pass through in order to get to their place of residence. So, Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
There are many, many roads in Calaveras County that are third world roads. That's just reality. You know, I think, and I'm looking at Al because he's familiar with the area, about Moccasin, Signal Hill Trail, Lacrosse Court. There are many of these places where the road isn't there anymore. It's just gravel. They're just not. But those that I speak to aren't really pothole divoted. They're just turned to gravel. So, you know, that's the question that even Tuolumne County had, and they asked themselves, do we allow some of our paved roads to turn to gravel and start treating them as graveled roads rather than paved roads simply because we can't oil base them? Or, you know, we don't have the funding to do it. And I just want to repeat that my priority is for the good of the whole county. And if it's District 2, for instance, that is the priority, then that's where the focus has to be, because I think our road department, our public works people understand full and well where they can minimize the damage with the most amount of dollars. And I really have to trust them and rely on them to have a good understanding of what that is. So politics aside, you know, I'd love to have all the money in my district too. But the reality is that we are going to be faced with some of those critical decisions of, do we let some of these roads become gravel roads simply because we can't maintain them, especially the secondary, tertiary roads that just, we don't have the capability. So I just want that honest discussion out there as we make our decisions, that it's not, I agree. I think collector roads or primary roads, they have to be considered as priority. And we do what we can to keep them as maintained as possible. So, thank you.
Supervisor Clapp, your light's on.
I would just be regurgitating the same thing. I know because you're having nearly 250 homes put in your district. Woodbridge could go with 98 homes tomorrow. It's already approved. They can start building. So, you're basically going to put 400 homes in one small area, and the roads can't hold what we have now. So, we just, and plus in my district, we generate roughly $45 million probably just in 150 homes and property tax value, probably roughly around $300,000 a home. And we either have to quit building in the areas. Wilson, I totally agree with them. I mean, the builders have to start putting up the off-street improvements. I mean, we let them slide way too long. We have 50 new homes on Olive Orchard now that the road can't carry, and that has to be considered. I mean, a lot of the developers in my area, and I'm a developer, don't care for me, because when they come to me, they're told they have to do that, because I won't support if they don't. And I think that's just what the board has to start looking at. If they come here, they have to pay for the expansion of the waters, pay for the expansion of the sewer, because when Rancho went in, there was nothing there. They had to build it all. Same thing with La Catina. They had to build the sewer facilities. And the new developers are coming in and just sort of like a free ride. And, we can't afford to do that.
So, Chair, would RIM fees be something that the board might want to consider as an alternative? Because you have that in your area, I have it in Copperopolis, as another means of combining our resources to find the best solution for the dollars that are available. I think that needs to be a broader discussion at a future point, but I just like to get it into our topic now so that we know that money is out there.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Yeah, just a quick note. I too have a concern for the entire county. Supervisor Mills mentioned RIM fees on the 250 home project. That could be considered some type of funding. But, gentlemen, this is a problem we've inherited. It should have been addressed a while ago. And now we're trying to fix this in a short period of time that took a long time to happen. So we've got to be pretty reasonable about how we approach this. And I think the situations must be geared towards the most dangerous situations and using the best bang for our buck. When we come to funding like SB1, if we get SB1, that's still to be decided by the voters. So, once again, Supervisor Tofinelli, I'm on your side. But the bottom line is...
Well, I'm going to support this, but again, I expect it to come back to the board before we dig in with any project. And then we'd like to know when we get the first round fully funded, what time frame we're at. I mean, we're now going into May, and I thought the first installment was going to be complete to us sometime before June. So that was my understanding at the time. So hopefully we'll get the windfall here for round one in the next few weeks. So that being said, I'm open for a motion.
I will move adding these to the list so that we can continue to stay on the SB1 funding cycle.
I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills, a second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Madam Clerk, on to item number 22.
Item 22 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation by various departments on the prior year's illegal cannabis grow eradication and abatement activities and the proposed next fiscal year's enforcement program and structure.
Good afternoon, Board. We're going to be presenting an overview of a little bit of history before the cannabis changes in the emergency ordinance, give a little bit of statistics, give a lessons learned, and then we're going to go off on how we see the future after ban. And we have a team here today. We have a lot of questions or answers you want to do. We had a little bit of a revision last minute, so I'll be able to explain that later. But if you have questions, feel free to do it. And we're going to be coming up, starting off with, I think, the presentation as it comes up here. Has the public gotten the copies?
I'm
Come on up
sorry,
here.
Ed. It looks like that projector got turned off.
Oh,
If you
okay.
wouldn't mind switching it back on for me.
Supervisor Glass, you want to get the lights?
Yeah.
The last revised page. The revised page.
There it goes, Ed. You're good. Yep, it's open.
Anybody else needing copies?
So as Ed said as well, the presentation, we went back and forth on some costs. At the very end is when we talk about staffing. I'm asking Code to provide an overview for why they feel their numbers where it's at, because I'll be honest, I have some concerns on the latter number. So the way that we set this up at the request of the board was to allow different departments to make reports on both some of their statistics, but then also some of the activities. And so with that, we had kind of laid out planning department, building, the sheriff, and then, of course, the summary or wrap-up. So I think Peter is first up to kind of talk about on his side for the wrap-up of the urgency ordinance.
Well, that is exactly where we're at. We are wrapping things up. We have until June 7th when the final 90 days winds down from the effective date of the ban ordinance. The numbers here show you sort of where we're at right now. Over 300 have been denied, a little over 200 have been approved. We've got actually 109, I just checked before coming down here, 109 that are still in process. We anticipate having those completed within the next few weeks. And then we'll be wrapping up the appeal process. We will not be directly involved in the enforcement aspect of it, other than to provide assistance where needed to the sheriff and to the code enforcement officers. I really don't have anything else to add. The presentation is really primarily on moving forward with enforcement against illegal activities. But if you have any questions, I'm certainly here to try to answer those. Great. Thank you.
And now, next up, code enforcement will be kind of provide an overview. And Sabrina, if you guys are talking, I can let you drive the PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll go ahead and drive. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Board, for allowing us the opportunity to present today.
I just do want to announce that as Sabrina was just promoted to Senior Code Enforcement Officer, so this will be her first presentation, so give her a little break sometime today. So.
Now, I have to admit, Mr. Short, I had to ask Supervisor Garamendi who the young lady was who was sitting at the table.
So we'll begin with a brief retrospective on code enforcement and cannabis. So I think it'll provide a better understanding of where we are now and where we hope to be in the future. As we all know, it began in 2016 with the passage of the urgency ordinance, which imposed 2 obligations on code compliance. The first was regulatory inspections, and the second was administrative enforcement and abatement of illegal cannabis activities. Under the old Chapter 806, which is the chapter of county code that governs code enforcement, cannabis was treated like an ordinary nuisance, and a property owner or occupant had 20 days to appeal a citation to the Administrative Hearing Board, which is the Planning Commission, wearing a different hat. Decisions of the Hearing Board were sent to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation for review. Under the old system, it took at least 50 days from the issuance of a citation to the execution of an abatement warrant. Violators took advantage of this lengthy timeline to delay enforcement action through to harvest. And in 2016, although approximately 70 citations were issued for unregistered cannabis cultivation, only 1 abatement order was actually executed before harvest. So what did we learn? Cannabis cultivation has unique impacts that require time-sensitive action. After a frustrating first year, we felt sort of stymied and developed a new process and strategy. And in February 2017, an updated version of Chapter 806 was adopted. Under the new 806, the County of Administrative Hearings was established for expedited review of cannabis-only cases. Citations, orders to abate, and orders to show cause were served in the form of a 3-in-1 notice. Our procedures were standardized, and under this new system, an abatement order could issue just 15 days after a citation was served. Much better than 50 days. So to start the 2017 season, with the help of GIS, tips, complaints, and field investigations, we were able to identify approximately 1,000 unregistered commercial-sized cultivation sites. And I just want to take a moment to speak to the importance of our GIS team. They are crucial in the success of cannabis enforcement and unsung heroes, I believe. So code enforcement divided the county into 4 beats, and 1 full-time code enforcement officer was assigned to each beat, responsible for all cannabis enforcement in their area. What I consider to be a very successful year, 228 citations were issued for unregistered cannabis cultivation. And of those 228 citations, 213 voluntary abated. 59 individuals failed to abate in a timely manner and accrued a total of $536,000 in fines. And no, voluntary compliance does not equal harvest, contrary to popular belief. We had a 93% compliance rate. Here's an example of self-abated plants. You can see they're very unusable. I'm missing some slides here. Are there more slides too?
Uh-oh.
I thought I had about 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have more too. There it is.
Right there. Thank you, Tim. This is an example of a form that a self-abating site would have to sign. It's a declaration of voluntary abatement and also a consent to on-site inspection, which would have to be notarized or signed in the presence of a code enforcement officer. It gave us a right of entry for 120 days after it was signed. And officers did personally verify on-site that the cannabis was actually abated. In 2017, we executed 14 county abatement warrants, and their total plant count, both voluntary and county abated, was 47,076. But we did face some challenges. Code enforcement officers funded through the regulatory fee fund were restricted from handling ordinary code cases. Regular code enforcement fell by the wayside, and in 2017 we had just 0.75 full-time equivalent employee responsible for all regular code enforcement and abandoned vehicle abatement in the county. The dual-track appeals process made the issuance of non-cannabis citations complicated. And what I mean by that is regular code enforcement still went through the former appeals process, the Administrative Hearing Board, to the Board of Supervisors. And we learned a lot. Actual costs were not recovered for any of the voluntary abatements. The need for an updated fee schedule became apparent, and we also had a very low voluntary payment of fines. We received 87,000 of the aforementioned 536,000, which is a 16% collection rate. And looking to the future, cannabis enforcement remains a very high priority for code enforcement. Last season in 2017, we had 4 full-time officers dedicated exclusively to cannabis, and now we have only 3 full-time equivalent code officers to handle all code matters, including cannabis. Additional enforcement burdens of site remediation requirements of the new 1795 were also placed on code enforcement. That includes ensuring prevention of soil erosion and sediment runoff and site restoration of former cultivation sites. Making sure that sites that were illegally graded obtain a grading permit and complete remedial work.
Weird that it keeps doing that for you. Uh-oh.
That ends the slide?
Yeah.
That's not, let me see if I can. See. tell a statistic. We did have a much higher collection rate of contractor costs when we did abatements on sites. Approximately $81,000 in contractor costs, and we received $53,500 of that. So that's a 66% collection rate from violators of their contractor costs when the county abated. My notes.
It's not in the handout.
No, that's my notes.
It's her note.
Thank you, Tim. No, it's still,
Did you click on the same thing again? If you clicked on the same thing.
I think what, there we go, there's our color.
Oh, it was hidden in the, oh, clever. That would do it.
So additional requirements for site remediation include the removal of hazardous waste and the mitigation of visual blight, such as this. So looking to 2018 and beyond, we're expecting the black market trend to continue and that there will be holdovers from the regulatory program. County flyovers and GIS remain crucial for a successful cannabis enforcement program. With current staffing and adequate funding, we anticipate we will be able to issue 300 citations for cannabis in 2018. Excuse me. We're also in the process of further refining Chapter 806. With these revisions, all code enforcement activity will be paid for by those responsible for violations through case management fees, inspection fees, and appeal fees. A comprehensive fee study is currently being conducted for the building department and code compliance by MGT consultants. They're fabulous. New tools will be implemented for more effective fine collection, and both cannabis and non-cannabis appeals will go through the County Office of Administrative Hearings, and the single appeal track will allow enforcement officers to be more versatile and efficient and address many more issues in the county. So the cost of enforcement. Through maximizing cost recovery, code enforcement can soon be entirely general fund independent. The fee schedule, however, will not be fully implemented until July, and cost recovery will only come after enforcement activities have begun. Additional funding will be necessary to bridge the gap between operating with an entirely fee-funded program to an entirely self-sufficient department. However, we are anticipating a very active and successful cannabis enforcement year. Happy to take any questions.
Any board questions? Supervisor Jones?
I would say let's wait until we see the full presentation. And then
That is the end of code enforcement's presentation at this time. Would you like to move on to the sheriff or?
Yeah, let's move on to sheriff.
Okay.
We'll go through the whole presentation and then. You can move, but don't leave.
Maybe I can just ask a really quick question, Mr.
Sure.
You know what,
Rick,
I'll
did
wait.
you
I'll
have
wait
a
till
thumb
everything's
drive
done.
that you-
Wait till you-
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Sheriff, you bring a bottle of water for yourself, better bring some salt water.
I brought you colored pictures.
Oh, geez, any color prints?
No.
Which one is it?
The 5 here?
Oh, here we go. I think this is it. I think that's it.
They're big boys, they'll figure it out. They're big boys. Get big money, they'll figure it out.
That's a good question, Mike. How many?
Those were all burn trees that we made that out of. Yeah, all bark beetle trees. Okay, this is Sheriff's Office presentation. It's our mission, values, and vision to investigate and eradicate illegal cannabis plants from the county. I'm going to go through this fairly fast. There's a lot of them that just have actual pictures in them, just showing what we've dealt with. Marijuana enforcement team is tasked with providing daily regulation and enforcement of cannabis within Calaveras County while also investigating cannabis-related crimes which originate in Calaveras County. It's imperative for the health, safety, and the general well-being of the Calaveras County and its residents that marijuana team be fully funded for staffing and equipment. Fiscal year 18-19 will commence shortly after the implementation of a ban on outdoor and commercial cannabis within Calaveras County. This ban signals an abrupt change from our county's ordinance which allowed commercial cultivation to occur. Without met in place, enforcement of the ban will be added to the long list of duties for General Patrol deputies. It's likely that without a specific and fully funded enforcement unit, cannabis will continue to be grown outdoors in an entirely unregulated and peripheral crimes will occur. These are just some pictures of the size of some of the plants that we've seen. They take quite a bit of time to eradicate. These are outdoor illegal grows, and I know code compliance shows some of those also. The daily activities for the marijuana team, following up on complaints generated by neighbors of problematic and illegal marijuana sites. To date, there was 1,250 complaints or tips that have been received from the public, and I hear quite often, that we're not getting back to people. I have two young ladies that work inside the marijuana program that have to try and return some of these calls along with the marijuana team, and the staffing limits that. And I just want the public to know that we're doing the best we can and as fast as we can, but in this instant, it's kind of like going to the emergency room. The worse off you are, the more attention you're going to get. So when it falls back to that, the grows that are bigger and causing more problems are going to get more attention. We're also reviewing permits which are obtained for the cultivation and they're abused. Some of them, large-scale investigations which include cannabis grown in Calaveras County by transnational criminal organizations, and that's speaking to the eradications that we just did down here in the Valley Springs area not long ago, and continuing to do. The inspection of the sites as prescribed by the ordinance, along with working with code compliance, we still go out on our own, obviously, and as code compliance does to inspect some of these sites. As you can see in the middle of the screen, you can see the marijuana grows. There's actually two grows in this particular instance that you can see. These are all in neighborhoods. We see these in flyovers. I know Dennis Mills flies a lot, and I'm sure he's seen quite a few. The arrows point to two grows in the area. The marijuana members are specially trained in investigating environmental crimes. They have done some extensive training so that they can be more aware of what environmental crimes are actually occurring. The damage and the blatant disregard for the environment are common issues associated with the illicit growing of marijuana, and without these specially trained investigators, these crimes would continue unfettered. Again, just some of the sites that we've seen. They're digging holes, burying garbage, and who knows what else. Water diversion, making dams out of stream beds. Raw sewage. These are some pretty big grows up on hilltops. And as you can see by the burned trees around it, we know which areas these are in up in the Butte area. Goals and objectives are to continue to mitigate the number of illegal grows in Calaveras County. And historically, the sheriff's cannabis efforts were funded by two budgets, split 80-20. At the start of the 18-19, the cannabis budget will be split between regulatory and enforcement with various percentages per FTE. And I want to back up that 20-80 was my guys were paid 20% out of the regulatory program that we have, the $3.7 million that was collected in fees, and the other 80% came out of the general fund. Now that's going to change because we have a ban, so those regulatory fees are untouchable. I'd like to sit down and talk with Ms. Callan and Mr. Lutz about that, because the regulatory program is going to continue. You have a ban in place, yes, but there's still the regulation of personal grows and caregiver grows that need to be monitored. So I think that should fall, and that's maybe an offline conversation that we can have about that being paid out of those fees, because those are going to continue. And when we start investigating personal caregiver grows, which is supposed to be 6 plants only, and we come to find that they're growing an entire household, that kind of changes things. The Calaveras, or the Sheriff's Office, plans to direct charge the cannabis regulatory budget rather than automatically split through the predetermined personal action forms. The direct charging will provide a higher level of accuracy for the resources needed to operate this unit successfully. The regulatory costs, again, although commercial and outdoor cannabis cultivation will be prohibited by the implementation of this budget cycle, regulatory costs will continue to occur. The Sheriff's Office will retain the responsibility to maintain files of disqualified applicants. These files will be needed if an applicant moves to another jurisdiction and applies for a state or local permit, which would cause Calaveras disqualifications to come into question, and there's going to be staff time to follow up for that. Total regulatory budget, we're expecting about $193,000+, labor being almost $184,000, and supplies and services just over $10,000. The proposed staffing, you're going to have 1 lieutenant that oversees everything, 10% on 1 sergeant, 10%, 3 deputies. At 15%, I have 1 current vacancy right now. We were short in patrol, so I had to move 1 back over to patrol. We have 1 sheriff services technician at 10% and 2 sheriff services technician 1s, 1 at 20% and 1 at 30%. The other side of that is the enforcement budget. We're looking at just over $1.2 million. Labor is going to be a little over $900,000. That's staff, the overtime, the extra hire, and services and supplies at $300,000. Proposed staffing, we have our 1 lieutenant, we have 1 sergeant, we have 3 deputies, and we're looking for 4 more investigators. And again, the split will be a 50-50, 50% out of Department 32, which would be my patrol budget, and the other half out of whether you use cannabis funding or general fund. The 2 sheriff's services technicians and 2 extra hire sheriff's technicians. Pursuant to state law, persons may legally cultivate up to 6 cannabis plants in their residence for recreational purposes. And Calaveras County ordinance specifically requires that these 6 plant sites register with the county. And criminal enterprises have already adapted to the tactic of hiding a commercial criminal enterprise under the licensing of a personal site. And staff time will be required to determine the registration status of persons who are growing cannabis pursuant to the state law. Again, the Sheriff's Office is requesting to add 4 investigators to the staff. Each will be funded at 50% of cannabis enforcement budget and the other 50% by patrol. The investigator will be assigned on a problem-orientated and community-orientated basis, and currently the staffing level in the investigators unit only allows for reactive investigations. Their assignments may include saturation enforcement in problematic or high crime areas, general crime investigation, specific duties related to cannabis investigation, warrant service, and money laundering investigations. These are the 4 people that we're talking about, the new positions. The additional investigators will add a protective level of enforcement, or proactive, excuse me. This is just one of the houses that we dealt with the residents that were occupied by transnational organized crime units or persons. Indoor marijuana growing and trafficking by the Chinese nationals. These homes appeared normal on the outside or were altered significantly to accommodate large indoor grows. We served 13 warrants on 13 different homes in Calaveras County, believed to be operated by that organization. We did work with federal agencies. I brought that to light not too long ago, and 9 of the homes were seized by the DOJ. This is a picture of an indoor grow. This is actually a living room in one of the homes. This is just another picture of the indoor. The mold, because the moisture content is so high to keep the plants growing. And these are some of the homes that we eradicated. Marijuana grows out of it. And if you look at these homes, these pictures were taken during the eradication time. So if you look at these homes, they're very nice homes. They're very undetectable from the outside. It took a lot of investigative work to get enough information to get a search warrant that not only has to be approved by our district attorney's office before it goes to a judge, and then the judge still has to review it and decide whether there's enough information. So when you take a home that looks like this, from the outside, the appearance is, it's a very nice home. You wouldn't expect to find what you find inside. Last year, 2017 stats, total number of locations were 68, almost 60,000 plants, almost 15,000 pounds of processed marijuana, just over 35 pounds of concentrated marijuana. We made 57 arrests, issued 1 citation. We seized 41 firearms and just over $130,000 in cash and 1 vehicle. These here are registered growers with out-of-state addresses, and the green are non-registered growers with out-of-state addresses. And you can see the reaching. There's a cursor here. You got Iceland, up in Alaska, the Hawaiian Islands, obviously throughout the United States, down into Mexico, and clean over into Europe. And I'm not sure exactly where this one way over on the right is, but it's nowhere near the United States or Calaveras County.
Just a quick question. The non-registered growers without a state addresses, if they're non-registered, how do you determine what their address is?
Once we catch up to them.
These are arrested.
Yeah. These were part of the eradications that we did on the illegal side.
Any board questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions. Sheriff, you've indicated in your presentation that you have 1 vacancy in your Met team?
At this time, yes.
All right, and that'll be filled
soon, I hope.
And that'll be filled from someone from patrol or another unit?
That'll be someone coming from
and
patrol.
that'll be backfilled from the people in the academy now?
Yes.
And the funding has already been budgeted?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have a problem for that?
No.
And you're requesting 4 more?
Yes.
So you'll be, once again, either transferring within the department from patrol into those 4 investigator positions that are 50% criminal investigation and 50% Met investigation, is that correct?
Yes, these are positions, again, as you well know, Supervisor Oliveira, these are positions that require somebody with some experience. It's not somebody we can pull out of the academy and just put into this program. So these will be experienced officers that we already have working for us. We get these gentlemen, we have people on the training program right now that will be getting off. Actually, we have one comes off here in the next week or so. And as the rest of them progress in their training and they get off the program, we'll be able to backfill that position. And then when the people coming, the 4 people that I have coming out of the academy in July, they will go to the streets. They're going to have some training on the streets, and then we'll be able to start utilizing to bring more people into that program.
And then you're going to put 4 more people in the academy for next year?
I'm hoping to put a whole lot more than 4 people.
Okay.
Along with hiring some laterals, which are people that are already officers at other departments that are actually willing to come to work for Calaveras County.
But those people going to the academy and those people that are getting out of the academy, graduating from the academy, they're not really effective, are they, for another year?
at least a year. And again, once they get out of the academy, they're on the training program, so they're running in, they're basically a two-man car for at least 3 months to get the basic training, and then they hit the streets as a patrol officer.
Okay, thank you.
A couple questions before we move on.
Yeah, just, are we going to talk about this page?
Yeah, we're going to move
That
on.
was the latter part of the presentation, was now to kind of summarize with staffing.
Okay,
sort of the Thank you, Sheriff, and don't run off.
Oh, no, I plan on staying here till you let me go home, boss.
Okay, all right.
Sabrina, would you mind loading the presentation back up
You're on
again?
salary, though, right?
That's okay. I'm here for you, Gary.
Thanks, Rick.
Perfect, thank you. So, in just kind of a quick summary from the department presentations, and then we'll talk about specific estimates for funding for next fiscal year. Planning staffing, as Peter Maurer noted, that really there's minimal activity going forward. All regular status positions in the planning department are vacant at this point. We have 2 extra hire positions. What we are recommending is to continue those for the first 2 months, specifically for any appeals that still come in as a result of the number that are still being processed with planning right now. We in code talked a bit about hearing, the hearing office. And I will note that certainly any activity done through code enforcement will need the process that's been set up and established for the hearing office. And we're also looking at, as code noted, the revisions to 8.06 that would really keep that hearing office relevant as a general matter. Cost this year was, thus far, $31,995 for hearing officer contracts. That's for the actual hearing officers. Then we do have 2 limited term positions, or at least a position and a half FTE admin assistant that's based out of my office that costs about $35,000 per year. And then also the 1 deputy county counsel, which would be about $90,300 per year. We feel that, 1, we need those positions as additional support for the program as we progress to be effective, and the workload absolutely justifies the need. As we modify 8.06, this will also give us an opportunity to look at general workload outside of what cannabis provides to make sure that we're adequately staffed and can meet any types of demands on the hearing office. Code enforcement, recommend keeping the 2 code enforcement FTEs. Initially at mid-year, we had kind of put in an estimator of about an FTE and a half. In talking to code and looking at it, it's probably not realistic to try and do 1.5, as opposed to keeping those additional 2 positions in there. And those would be, coupled with the now senior code enforcement or supervisor would be the core team for cannabis. Now, this is where the questions that code's going to talk more about, the initial cost of what those officers are and the eradication contracts are versus what they're requesting, which is 2 different slides within my sheet that are vastly different. So I was hoping for a clarification from building.
I'll try to keep this really simple. What the first approach that you saw in the thing, we had 4 FTEs to get to 228 citations. As we further found out more information, the supply and service, like the sheriff had 308,000 there, we found out that was we needed about $290,000 for services and supplies. So what you saw earlier didn't have the services and supplies in there. which also may or may include A87, which we're still investigating. That was a new thing that we just found out Friday and Monday. Possibly it's 2 years in arrears, and Tim, we probably have to talk about that. But 2 years ago, there was a lot of costs that go in there that may or may not be included, so we just kind of estimated that in there. But with that said, the new number is more of a performance-based approach to reach, which we call a critical mass to a deterrent effect, which research has shown, or at least we've discussed with other jurisdictions. We had 1,000 potential registries grows out there with 30%, if it's be about 300 citations. So if we want to approach the gap of performing to getting to deterrent stage, 300 would be the number. So what you're seeing is more the number that we need to reach that level of deterrence. Now that's a decision the board would have to make. Either that would be that amount, or we can go to the one that's definitely 2 FTEs, which again is just going to take longer, the workload, and we may not be able to meet the 300. So that's a kind of the decision-making gap that we would have to make on that. So it kind of clarifies in a simple tense of what we're talking about. Is there any add to that?
Can I step in? You lost me there for a second. So you need the number that we got on the secondary handout, 780. This, you believe this gets you to the deterrent phase of 300 citations?
Correct. Plus the services implies.
Plus the service and supplies. Right. So how many enforcement officers? Because I'm having a hard time. If you got 280 with 4
right.
full-time, how are you going to do it with less?
We're going to need more than 2, but they'll need at least 3 to make that happen. We lost an officer just recently resigned. So that's why the presentation showed 3. So if we have 2, we won't make the 300. So
how are you going to make the 300 with 3?
I think we could probably tell. I think we kind of calculate. Depends on seasonal. I think Sabrina, we had some numbers, and if you can do about 10 per month, I think we can reach those numbers. The new 8.06 will be more efficient, a little more effective. We've learned how to be a little more efficient. So I think with efficiencies, new tools in place, I think we can be able to do that with 3. So Sabrina, do you want to add some numbers on the inspections?
Yeah, we can realistically reach that 300 goal because we have found that a lot of growers are moving indoors, so the typical grow season from May to November is going to be extended. And it will take more work, as the sheriff mentioned. A lot of these places are very nondescript and hard to locate. One thing about the updated 806 that's very interesting I wanted to point out is the hearing officer would have subpoena powers. So a good cause, a hearing officer could subpoena PG&E records, and that will help us obtain inspection warrants and be able to locate these indoor grows a lot easier. So the 300, we're thinking past the typical grow season, and it will be a lot of work, but I think it's attainable.
Okay, so you guys had, in last year under the regulation, you had 6 total officers, is that correct?
We had 5.25 total FTEs. We had 4 basically dedicated.
4 dedicated, yes. And then and you had 2 other officers? Or?
Right, part-time. So
part-time,
it was
so
equivalent to everybody's talking about 5.25 FTE.
So it went from 5 to
No,
4.
we're talking only 2, so that's a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're taking into account my promotion
right.
and the loss of the officer that resigned.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you've got the resources that you need to get out there. What is your cost per eradication or site?
That's about $1,660. I mean, that's what we have from actual cost right now, and that includes from citation up to the hearing, up to abatement. So the abatement cost that we see here would be separate, but that's about $1,600, round it to $1,700. Is that correct, you guys, at $1,700?
That's correct, yeah.
That's $1,700.
So you take that times 300, that comes up to about $490,000 plus $290,000 in service supplies. That comes up to that new number of $780,000.
Now, I assume that as you guys move through this process of collecting the fines, and I mean, you guys are you have to float on your own bottom most of the time. We're priming the pump, so that you guys can go out and do this work.
You realize the first year we'll be lucky to get 25%. The next year 50%. So it can be spread over 5 years. Some of the fines and collections, but the new 8.6 gives us more tools to increase our collection rates. So that's why some lessons learned. I think Ethan can talk a little bit more about the collections part of it. We're trying to fix that also, so we can collect, because 16% It's not very good.
Yeah, my main concern is that we have a efficient, inexpensive way that seems to work.
Right.
And you guys have definitely worked, as Ms. Cable put forward, you've worked out a lot of the kinks of this program, which is great. So I want to make sure that you have enough bodies to reach that critical mass of deterrence.
Right.
And I have to take you guys at your word that that is all the bodies that you need. It doesn't feel like it, but you guys have a longer season, I guess, now.
Well, keep in mind that 300 is just the citation. We still haven't even talked about the workload of remedial cleanup. So that's added more workload.
And you've got to do every other piece of code enforcement in the county.
Let's not forget that, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to forget
It
that,
deserves-
so we haven't even got to
wires,
that area yet.
everything.
Right, and that's a big unknown.
Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you. Supervisor Oliveira.
Mr. Short, I am not going to pick on you, but I'm going to pick on you.
Okay.
Your code compliance officers, do they react to complaints notified to the code compliance department? They respond to locations, correct?
Are you talking about a regular code complaint or just?
Hi, code compliance, I got a guy growing pot down here and I want you to come out and take care of him.
Yeah, yes, they do.
All right.
They go out and they do their first.
So you send out your code compliance, he does his initial, or she does their initial, or they do their initial investigation. Do they interview anybody?
Yes.
Yes, they do. Do they interview any witnesses?
There
Yes, they
are.
do.
Yes.
Depending on that information they obtain, they conduct their investigation even further. Let's say that investigation looks into some utility usage or some other sources of information. And they use that information to obtain a search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to obtain a search warrant, you have to go to the DA's office, correct?
No.
All right, tell me how that procedure works.
Okay, this is a little bit different than a criminal investigation in that
Okay.
the code defines commercial cultivation as a per se nuisance.
Okay.
So you don't have to prove intent, motive, or anything like that. The very fact that there's cannabis on a particular site is a nuisance by itself.
Okay.
So, say if Ms. Cable went down to...
Excuse me. Can you get some country music on that? Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
let's say they get a complaint and Ms. Cable goes down to there and there's cannabis present. Pretty much at that point, she issues a citation, notice of violation, in order to show cause as to why an abatement order shall not issue. 15 days later, an abatement order will issue, and if the person hasn't cleared off their own site, the county will do it for them.
Okay, but you don't have a judge-signed search warrant then?
Oh, yes, the abatement warrants are signed by a judge, but a search warrant or an abatement warrant is basically a request explaining that there's cannabis on the site, that it is a per se nuisance, and we attach the hearing officer's order for abatement to that. Then we supply a declaration by the enforcing officer, and sometimes a supplemental declaration from a sheriff's officer if there is aerial imagery that they took from a helicopter, and that has always been sufficient to get an abatement warrant.
Okay.
And there is another type of warrant called an inspection warrant, which I was speaking about earlier. That is when we do not have the evidence we need. There's plenty of, you've almost got it, but you don't see the plants, for example. That's when the PG&E records would come in handy. You have to be denied consent by the occupant or owner of the building, and then you can seek an inspection warrant from the judge, which is just the right to go into the building. And then the citation would issue at that point, and you would still have to go through the process Mr. Turner just mentioned to obtain the abatement warrant.
Okay. So, if it's an inspection warrant, you still have to have it signed by a judge?
Yes.
You go to,
But
you
not
go to,
through the
you go,
DA.
you go to the courthouse?
Yes.
With your case packet, you get an appointment with the judge, he sits down, you sit down, you discuss the case, and if he agrees with you, he signs the warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. Then what's the follow-up investigation? Who serves the warrant?
The code compliance serves it, and the sheriffs act as civil standby for security purposes.
The code compliance officer is in charge of that investigation, right?
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
it's our case, it's our
So
investigation.
do you collect evidence?
Mostly photographic, but yes.
Do you collect any indicia of who owns a residence and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
Who books that evidence and where does it go?
It goes into our case file.
In your case file? Okay. You have to hang with me here.
No problem. I
Right,
know it's
hate
new
to
territory.
hate to be real. Then what happens after you get your evidence you need to write a citation? You issue that citation to the individual, correct?
That's correct.
Is that done in person or is it done by mail?
Either. But
Either.
both
Either is both
usually-
sufficient for service.
It's usually posted at the property and served by overnight mail to the property owner and the occupant if we have that information.
Then it comes time to come before the
Hearing officer.
hearing officer. And who presents that case?
The code officer,
The individual code officer that did the investigation,
that's correct.
collected the evidence, sought the warrants, served the warrants.
We don't get the warrant yet, so we're going to the administrative hearing officer for a hearing.
Okay.
Say, here's our evidence, we're saying a nuisance existed on the property at this time. They say, yes, it did, or no, it didn't. They say, yes, it did. We have an abatement order that we then take to the judge in Superior Court for our abatement warrant.
And once again, this is not a fact-intensive inquiry. If there's cannabis on the site, it's a nuisance.
Okay.
And it's a misdemeanor or a code violation.
So once you get an abatement order, who serves that?
We do. As
Who
I
is
said,
we, the
code
investigating officer?
compliance, code compliance.
Code compliance.
The issuing officer, usually with the assistance of
Who's
the
in
sheriff's
charge of
office.
the abatement procedures?
The code compliance officer is, and
Okay. And is there some type of certification that the abatement is successful and that goes into the packet?
that's correct. We do a warrant return back to the courts. Saying on
And
this date, the warrant
is
was
that case
served.
closed then?
Not until any fines or abatement costs are collected.
Whose responsibility is that?
Again, that falls upon the code
Code
compliance
compliance officer.
Yeah, usually the officer, we do have admin staff that can assist with that. And Mr. Turner's also assisting us with fine collection at this time.
So how much time does that all take?
It's a lot of time.
Give me a minute. Give me an estimate. A week? 25 days?
We tracked costs last year, and the code enforcement.
I'm not talking cost, counsel, I'm talking time.
We tracked it, average 8 hours per case for just code officer time.
Just from issue or investigation to the hearing. That's not
Okay.
including time spent on site at the
Our
actual.
post-investigation the things that we do after we go to the hearing, correct?
What's that, sir? I'm
The
sorry.
things that the code compliance officer does after the hearing, correct?
Yes.
And that's the abatement and certification of the abatement, oversees the structure process. That's true. Everything's got to be documented in a report. You say it only takes 8 hours to do all that?
Well, those were simply cannabis cases, so it would involve Sabrina, who, by the way, she got 11 cases a month last year. She led her team. So it involves going to the site and taking pictures, gathering evidence, putting that into a staff report, and submitting it to the clerk of the hearing officer, and then sitting down for the hearing and proving your case, which is basically, if there's cannabis there, then there's a nuisance, and it should be subject to abatement.
I apologize for being harsh on you if I was. Mr. Short, that demonstration indicates that you think you can do the job of 300 citations, which is an estimate, with the manpower you're requesting of 2 officers?
3.
3 officers? And you lost 2? Is that correct?
Correct. Well, we
I
lost
think you're
one.
wrong, sir.
Okay. Well,
And not to be facetious, I think you're underestimating the need of more code compliance officers.
well, definitely more would make it a lot less if we can't meet that 10 to 12 per month during that season.
I am
It
going
is
to be very
pushing it.
surprised
It is
if your
pushing it.
program is going to be
Right.
successful
I would agree.
with your parameters you've set before us now.
That would be pushing our officers, yes.
And I made that point to say you need more people.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Chair.
You have another, you want to continue?
Yeah, let's continue here.
So
Thank you for that class.
the end 2 slides will kind of summarize it, and then there will be that discussion piece on staffing level and cost. The last piece being Sheriff's Department staffing. As noted, the Sheriff's Department is requesting additional staffing for their eradication team. Those are 4 Deputy 2s that they're requesting, although at 50% time, it's equivalent to 2 FTEs that they are requesting for next fiscal year. And as noted, and it's important to clarify this because we don't want to create new confusion. We are still calling a cannabis enforcement and regulatory org keys. It's important to note the regulatory specifically is trying to reflect how much time the Sheriff's Department will be working on the requirements under the personal grows as kind of a reflection of where their time is. It's in no relation to the urgency ordinance regulatory program. It's not even the same org key, in order to keep all of that information completely separate and not commingled. So initially what I had put together, again, and that's based on this presentation, was a summary of the estimated costs for the cannabis program. Now you'll recall at mid-year the estimate was about $1.5 million. That didn't include the additional Sheriff's Department staffing that we did add into there, which bumps that cost up a little bit. It also didn't include including some planning time and a true up of our actual costs. We had estimated about 1.5 FTEs of code enforcement as opposed to the two full-time FTEs. That's the difference between where we were at mid-year and now on my recommendation. Now, again, Mr. Short brings up compelling points, which was the version 2, the extra handout that you got, where really what we changed is this piece on code enforcement, adding instead of being the $148,000, it takes it up to $780,000 for all of the staffing, not including the eradication contracts. I'm still, even in talking through, not clear if it's 2 FTEs versus 3 FTEs. Clearly, there's a lot more baked into there than the position. And my concern is when we're starting to get to a $2.5 million price tag going into the next fiscal year, particularly on adding any new positions at this point. It's difficult, obviously, with the performance metrics. Is it realistic to hit 300 with the 2 FTEs? I'm probably not, unless you just give up sleep. But then we'd be paying it in overtime. So I think that is an important discussion, and a lot's going to depend on what the performance level the board would like to see for next fiscal year.
Supervisor Harriman?
Sheriff, do you have any, there's no doubt that there's a difference between what code does and what the SO's office does as far as putting together criminal complaints. They're different tasks, although it's all about trying to enforce our law that we've put through our ordinance. Do you have any idea what it costs per case for the SO's office to process these? And I know I'm not trying to compare apples and oranges.
No, I know that.
I'm just looking for the orange.
That's difficult because it depends on how big a grow, how much time we invest in man hours to get enough information to get the search warrant. I'd be very hard pressed to try and give you a hard number on what it costs. I can run the numbers and probably give you an overall. You can take the $1 million and divide it by the 50 or however many sites we end up doing. It was 69 sites or something. You could divide that, and that would give you an average of what it, through all of them. But for each individual site, it's difficult, depending on what's going on the site.
And how much did we spend in personnel costs last year on cannabis enforcement?
I believe we were close to $900, almost $1 million. It was $998.
But that included equipment and gear and contractors, right? That's what we spent on it, because remember we moved.
No, that was
straight personnel.
That was our cost. Yeah, that didn't account for the contractors and a lot of the equipment. Now let me rephrase that. It encompassed a lot of the equipment or the vehicles that we purchased and a lot of the items that we bought to do the program, but it did not cover any of the contractors' costs.
I know that you've got, one of my concerns is, we have these Measure C funds this year. We're not going to get them again. So I'm trying to figure out, when I think about code enforcement, I think about we're priming a pump that can continue activity on its own bottom in the future. I know you're having, we have challenges recruiting deputies and keeping them. So my concern is, the Met team is great and they're really effective. My concern is we add bodies on top of that, and then we don't have money for the Met team next year. We have money this year. So I'm worried, is that going to be a problem in your personnel ranks? I mean, or you shift them over to patrol and we need bodies there also?
Again, that falls back to you gentlemen sitting on the board on what you decide to do next year. If you decide that the marijuana team is going to go away, if I have the positions in patrol, they can move over to patrol. If not, then we're going to be laying deputies off.
I don't think anybody's thinking, I hope no one's thinking that we're going to shut down the MAT or code enforcement in 18, 19. I'm more thinking
No, I'm talking about the following.
1920.
Same thing. It's the same issue. Because the marijuana, the illicit grows are still going to be there.
Right.
So if the marijuana team is disbanded in 2021, then if the positions are available in patrol, they will go back into patrol. If they're not, we're going to be laying deputies off.
Right. Well, I know that we've, both in your department and code, have developed personnel with real expertise that are in great demand. And, you know, I'm sure our neighboring counties would love to get their hands on all of them. So I want to make sure that they stay and we keep our expertise that the lessons we've learned through blood, sweat, and tears are ours.
I'm with you.
So, but I also agree with Supervisor Oliveira that this is a cost-effective way to get things done. Sheriff has stuff they have to do. It's not as cost-effective, but you have a very different job.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Yes, thank you. Maybe this question isn't for you, Sheriff. It's more for the CAO and looking in that direction, and even for code enforcement, is when we look at the cost to run what was done last year, how much of it was taken out of the general fund? Not Measure C, not what was taken out of permits, but what was actually taken out of the general fund?
For code, it was zero.
It was all regulatory fees. Okay. And you expect that for next year in the budget, it would be likewise the same thing?
Well, that's where our fee study is. We're going to be coming to the board to talk with the board how we make a different approach. And Tim and I have been talking about wrapping in some of the costs into permits, but that's a risk factor to that. That's going to be a discussion the board's going to have to. Some of the flat fees that we're looking at, some of the others. So that would be a totally another presentation we'll need to talk about. We're going to be coming soon to the board with that whole study. So that would be getting down into the numbers. And then we're going to show what we need to do over a period of time to get to the success that they're looking for a full cost recovery program.
And the enterprise idea is great, but if we're only getting a 16% recovery now or a 25%, go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
That's on fines.
Yeah.
So when we implement the new fee structure, we'll have case management fees right off the bat when a citation is issued, hearing fees, reinspection fees, so a lot of those will be recoverable, and the fines will be essentially icing on the cake that can fill in gaps.
And when we expect fines to increase, right now we had 16% as of a couple of weeks ago. Sabrina has filed, is it 11 small claims
11
cases?
small claims.
11 small claims cases, and it has collected on a couple of those. We've filed 3 limited civil cases and expect to file many more. And some money will come out of that. We don't know how much until we've actually done the collection. And next year, a case from the beginning, from a tip or investigation, will go all the way through to collections activity. And we're going to be aggressive and vigilant to try and collect as much of that money as we can. And additionally, the fees, if they're not voluntarily paid, become costs of abatement, which become super priority liens or assessment liens on people's properties, and they appear on an individual's tax bill. And so historically, there's been a very high percentage of payment on those assessment liens in the first year. However, in worst case scenarios, you would not collect until 5 years, and in some scenarios, you would never collect because the property would have no equity at all.
And as you know, I'm familiar with Madera County, Fresno County, City of Clovis, Sacramento, et cetera. And I know we're trying to work on some revisions to 806, but I just want to be sure that we don't create a liability here, a long-term liability in our budget by not getting a full and complete recovery. If we know what our recovery rate is now, and we're trying to get to, like, for instance, a 25% recovery rate in the first year, how does that play? I mean, we're going to have to fund the difference. That's ultimately what it's going to come down to.
Well, Ed indicated 25% the first year, 50% the second year, et cetera. I personally would like to think that we would do a lot better than that. Like I said, the fees that would attend all code cases would be costs of abatement, which would appear on assessment rolls.
Voluntary or otherwise.
Yeah, and that's right. Sabrina points out that, let's say we start doing a code case and it ends up in voluntary abatement. The fact that the code officer had to manage the case and see it through to voluntary abatement would also result in an assessment lien. Whereas last year we collected nothing on voluntary abatements. Yeah. So we hope to collect a much higher percentage than that, starting right off.
And going back to the fines with the updated 806, new tools will be implemented. I mentioned earlier, some of those tools are clouding the title, and non-issuance of permits on properties owing outstanding fines, unless the permits, of course, are for required remediation work that the code case is based on. But we'll have a lot more tools in our tool belt and won't even have to get to the civil suit.
But if the point is that, as Supervisor Oliveira had said, that the amount of staffing that you're asking for versus how we're going to be able to get it accomplished is going to reach a threshold or a crossing point here. I would rather that you have the best available tools and manpower at your disposal now, because gaining early compliance is going to be much easier than gaining it down the road.
Agreed.
Can I break in here for just
Certainly.
a moment? Supervisor Clapp has asked me several times for a 5-minute break, so can we take a 5-minute break and come back?
Certainly.
I think
Thank
we
you.
have some issues or something. All right, we are back in session. Moving forward, Mr. Mills, you had more comments or questions?
Well, I guess what I'm really trying to get to is that
Mr. Fry, we're in session right now. Thank you.
You only have 4 members?
We're in session, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Mills, you are up.
Thank you. And I agree with Supervisor Oliveira about 2 code enforcement officers, and whether 3. I'm going to tell you right now, I think 5. And to the sheriff, I don't think your Met team's large enough either. And I think that we need to really be serious. If we're going to go down this road, we need to be serious about it quickly and as large a group as we can pull together to make this happen. We can always taper down a little bit later as things work, but if we approach this in a haphazard manner, we're going to have some very disastrous results. And I don't want to see anybody hurt. And that could potentially happen. You've been in those situations. So I would like to be sure that we have sufficient staffing to be able to carry this through. And I know that there's other supervisors that probably have different thoughts, or maybe they agree. But we need to have a good, well-written 806, and it doesn't just agree with dealing with cannabis. We've got to be looking at this in the broader spectrum of nuisances as a whole and treat them all the same, because they are that. If we start to relegate out that abandoned vehicle abatement program is somehow separate and distinct and unique, et cetera, we're in a mess. And I think that's helped to create some of the disconnect and discord that's occurred here over this last year. So whatever you do in rewriting 806, let's be sure that we get a broad approach to all forms of nuisances, and we treat them all the same way and handle them the same way and abate them the same way. Thank you, Chair.
Can I comment on that? That's exactly what 8.06 is. It's creating a code enforcement officer has a lot more ability, like a beat officer, going out there and taking care of a lot of things all at the same time. It's if they see a code case or building permit issue, it happens all at the same time. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up for public comments at this time. Public comments.
1,000 illegal grows. 1,000. Maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong. We don't know, do we? Some people say there's only 500. Some say we know there's 1,000 or more. We're going to start looking at PG&E records of private individuals and private residents, because we know that with a ban, we forced people to start doing things illegally, indoors. How about if I set my grow room up with LEDs and I pile the roof with solar panels? Are you going to be able to tell that I'm using more electricity then? Are you going to be able to tell what's going on in that house? Gentlemen, it looks like you got, what, $2.5 million over there? Is that the total cost of that program? And the sheriff is another $1 million? Say he costs us $2 million and they cost us $3 million or $4 million. 87% compliance with a tax on legal cannabis brought in $13 million last year. It still gives you a healthy chunk left over for, well, I don't know, incidentals, going down to 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee or two. Hey, maybe we could fix a road in this county. Maybe we could get a bridge built. Maybe we could get faster internet service up here. Maybe we could lay fiber optic cable. Maybe we could even get a grant. No. Let's try to eradicate 3 individuals' personal war on legal cannabis. Let's try and get rid of, oh, we'll be happy if we get 300 of those 1,000. My God, what an idiotic thing. Your ban proposal said 100% compliance. 1,000 illegal grows? It's not 100% compliance. That's the worst possible environmental disaster this county can suffer. And it's due to 3 of you on this board. 1 not even here. I have to go down and politic with the TV station. I have an interview. This is not important enough for him to put his time in. And yet he's going to ask to be reelected to that seat. How ridiculous this is. Sorry. It's ridiculous.
Well, here we are again with a long list of things to do. Before it was regulations. We had the urgency ordinance. None of that worked. We fooled around with it. The problem got worse. The more we dinked with it, the worse the problem got. Finally, we got to the point where we can hopefully see the end of this problem. I agree with Supervisor Mills that quick is better. As we've seen in the past, as these programs start to unwind after they've been initiated, they become less effective. And in the past 2 years, I've never seen any request from the Sheriff's Department or code compliance or anything else turned down by this board. They've been gracious. They've been able to balance their budget. They've been smart with their money. It's there. If you need it, ask for it. When a supervisor says you didn't ask for enough, there's a problem there. What I would suggest is what is also missing in this whole process is enthusiasm. We know that people have personal agendas and they bring them to work with them, and they have to work around those. We do that in private business, public life, and everything else. But I think with a good dose of enthusiasm, we would see us getting more bang for our buck. Not that people are doing it because they have to, but because people are doing it because they want to. They're into their job. They want to make their day as effective as possible so that when they go home, they have that sense of satisfaction. They weren't just getting paid to do it. They wanted to. They were doing something for the people of this county. And one promise that has been made, and I brought it up I don't know how many times. It's been about a year since we talked about the environmental registry. As we go through and start eradicating these grows, we need code compliance, the sheriff, environmental health, public health, whoever, to start providing information to that online system, that database system. People out here in the hinterlands don't have the kind of access that you do. They don't have the kind of access that you do. They want to go out and look for themselves to see where is the danger to them. With the GIS system, with topographic overlays, they can see who's upstream, upwind, and uphill. Then they can start taking affirmative action, proactive action to protect themselves from possibly the chemicals that are out there. If a grow is abated and it's clean, mark it on the map. We know that now. But if there's a problem out there, the people of this county deserve to have access to that information. We were told it was going to happen. And for some reason, staff and the board still have a disconnect. And I'd like to see the board that we elect, your guys are in charge, start running this county. And when you say something, I want to see you follow through with it. Let's get some of that old-fashioned enthusiasm.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to say thank you for excellent presentation. A lot of good information. It was presented very well. But I had some questions. We hear about these 1,000 or so illegal grows, and did those occur under regulation, under the urgency ordinance, or did those all start after the ban was voted for? We see a whole list of statistics from the Sheriff's Department of problems with marijuana. Did that start after the ban was voted for, or was that under the urgency ordinance? See, we keep being told that regulation is the solution, that we won't have any of these problems if we have regulation. We had regulation. All these problems were under regulation. So I think it's time we give the ban a chance, because regulation didn't work. The problem got worse. And the other thing we're not hearing is how much this has cost. We always hear about this $13 million, but nobody is telling us what it's cost our county in code enforcement, all the problems that it's brought that they've had to take care of. We don't really know those costs. Those haven't been given to us. And I'd like to know what that is. What does it cost the county? Did we actually make money off of Measure C, or did we lose money because of the urgency ordinance? Those are just some questions I have, and you know, I look forward to getting some answers to those. Thank you.
Susan Morse, Angels Camp. I think I've said this before in the last year, but today I was reminded when I was handed this handout. Application statistics issued 210 applications. We had 318 denied and 117 pending. All of this time that we have spent, this board, us, hours and hours and hours, and to me it's $1 zillion if you put it all together with time and energy. That is a lot of money and a lot of time. You want to talk about cost containment, cost-benefit analysis. And all I ask the board is, before you, any of us, go down a road, let's know where we're going. Let's know what the end is before we start. Because as far as I'm concerned, this whole experiment was a disaster. And we have all suffered. And the hate in this room, just a few minutes ago, one of the people come up here and says, well, you know, we can just continue to do it illegally, or we can defy the law. We don't want to defy the law. Our community needs to be morality. We need to have morals. We need to be good to one another. I moved here because of that. And I've met many, many people that are like that. And we've got to get rid of the hate and end this stuff, because we have really wasted a lot of precious time and money. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Joan Wilson again, hello. Enthusiasm. I love enthusiasm. I think if this county was more enthusiastic about the UO and regulation, then we may have made code compliance's job a little bit easier. $13 million annually. How much is this county going to get now? None? Oh, okay. Well, how much is it going to cost? It's costing about $2 million. Subtract $2 million from $13 million, because you guys still have that. How long is that money going to last? What are you going to do after that $13 million is gone? What are you going to give these people to eradicate illegal, non-compliant, unregistered, non-tax paying, illegal black market growers? How are you going to get rid of them then? I want to know. There's a whole county out here that wants to know. We never got to regulations, so there was no experiment. It was not an experiment. It was a urgency ordinance to stop people from coming in and buying up land, and it was to bridge the gap between the state saying you need to regulate to actual regulation. We're still waiting for that regulation. Remember that EIR that was supposed to be for regulation, that some people decided we're just going to change the scope of that. We're going to make it something different. We're still waiting for that EIR because the county and the taxpayers of this county are paying for that. We are also going to be footing the bill to get rid of the illegal marijuana grows. Now, I still owe people. So, if you throw me out of this county, fine. You're still going to be paying the bill. Just like you did before 420 and 215. You want to talk about some real problems? How about the black mold? I mean, you're going to be forcing all of your caregiver and all of your personal grows indoors according to your ban. Black mold, mildew, you're going to have some real problems. Everybody's light bill is going to go up. Well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people are, because they're going to be using lights to grow. Hats off to you guys. You have put up with all kinds of things, and you were very kind when you came out to my place. Thank you.
Most of the Butte fire victims were long-term residents. And I happened to have been in one of the county offices, and a couple came in, and they were being told that they had to have their septic tank tested. Something that it wouldn't have happened except that the Butte fire happened. They had raised 7 children there, and now there's only 2, this couple. And this couple was just saying, there's only 2 of us now. And no, they had to do this the county's way. And to me, the county wouldn't have been involved if it hadn't been for the Butte fire. The Butte fire happened, so now that gives the county an excuse to breathe down people's necks and cause them grief and cause them to leave and cause them to become homeless. And some people are living right on the borderline, and they're trying to live within their means and still be here. And they won't be able to if that kind of thing happens across the board. And it sounds like it will, and that's too bad, because a lot of people that are probably trying to make do and live within their means won't be able to. They will be rendered homeless. And I think that's a very sad thing. The other thing is on the 4,000 people, I mean, not people, but grows that I've heard about, and some people say that's over-exaggerated, and I say it's under-exaggerated. A lot of these grows are probably underground. People are not stupid. They have backhoes, and they have all kinds of ways of making sure that they don't get caught. And so they're doing it underground as well. And so I just think 300 is a ridiculous amount of pot growths to address in 1 year. They all need to be addressed. Thank you.
Mine's really quick. I think it's a great idea. The harder, the faster, because as soon as we get some big eradication going, people are going to want to return, businesses are going to come back, tourism is going to go up, and the light's going to come out at the end of the tunnel. Marijuana isn't the only money that has to come here. There's other sources of revenue. And I think that the new revenue officer that we've got is just a wonderful thing you guys did. I think this presentation was awesome. It gives me hope. I give my daughter 2 years. If this doesn't happen, I'm selling my place, and I'm out of here in 2 years. I really appreciate that you guys are moving forward on a ban. It matters to me greatly. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here, and I didn't actually get to watch all of the presentation due to the fiber optics issue with my office that occurred this morning. While I was here, I was not responsible for the wire getting cut. I just want to throw that out there. But specifically, I wanted to address the additional staffing request that was in the Sheriff's Office presentation. And I want to remind you that what impacts the Sheriff's Office often impacts my office. My office was deeply impacted and has been so because of the urgency ordinance. We did not receive any additional funding. We did not receive any additional staffing. Every time the Sheriff's Office does a search warrant, my office was helping behind the scenes. Sometimes it can be very quick, 15 minutes, half-hour review. Sometimes it takes hours. Sometimes it will take days because of the issues and whatever's involved in that particular case. It can be very nuanced and it can take a lot of work, and my office will continue to support the Sheriff's Office, of course. However, if this new framework is going to be built, I do want to please remind you that my office is impacted. We will continue to be impacted, and to try to consider that. I am renewing my budget request for a cannabis unit. It's got the same cut and paste for the last 2 years, so you'll be seeing that again if any of you remember that. The key piece of the unit, however, is the forensic accountant position, and looking at the actual slide, this isn't going, am I? Oh, I can slow down. All right. The money laundering investigation, and on the prior slide, I believe he mentioned asset forfeiture. The forensic accountant is the key piece to building those cases and having that go forward and being more robust. We do have some, I think, 5 pending asset forfeiture cases right now. Typically, we end up getting the cash on hand. Sometimes cars, but because of the limitations and the lack of ability to do a full financial investigation, that's all we're getting. We're getting just the cash on hand. We are not looking behind and trying to go for accounts. We're not looking at private property. We are not taking private property. We just don't have that ability. They're very intensive cases. It takes intensive, specific specialty investigations, prosecution, and it's this mixed civil and criminal practice that we want to build and that I've been trying to push for the last couple of years. So in this whole consideration, and when you're looking at this big ball of wax, my office is still very much interested in being a full partner in that, and I'm trying to take the county back, I guess, if you will, or reshape it however it's going to go, whatever label you want to put on it. But we cannot do that without additional resources. It's about building that infrastructure that we didn't build a couple of years ago, and we're still kind of behind the ball, but at some point it would be nice to start down that road and start building that infrastructure. We do still have our partnership with CDAA. I have a deputy that is based out of Sacramento, and it's free to the county. They've given us hours and hours and hours of support, filing civil cases, out of incidents that have happened in the county. We'd like to do more of that. We'd like to do it in a more robust fashion, not just getting the one report or the little slice of the picture that falls on our desk. We would like to do a more cohesive and full investigation and really pursue the people who are coming in and abusing our county, and not just the one violation. We'd like to do the whole scope of the violations and the civil, criminal, and administrative pursuits that we can, but that takes a team. It takes a cohesive team working together, and we need some bodies to do that. And Sheriff DeBasile and I have discussed it many times. I don't care if the forensic accountant is housed in his agency. I don't have room for a unit. They would be housed physically with him anyway. But it really does need to go forward if you are looking at continuing this and trying to take this, full-fisted approach towards the issue.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you. And it has to do with because you remember last year I talked about that forensic financial analyst and the importance of it. Is this a time where this board should consider looking at revising our codes regarding how we take money in to avoid money laundering? Is there methodology that we might be able to put into our codes?
No, it's state law. There's already laws about money laundering, and there's very specific laws about asset forfeiture when you're taking someone's personal property, primarily money. It's very specific, and you have to follow those laws already in place.
Well,
so they're there. We just need to have the ability to enforce them.
Thank you. I referred to the amount of cash that we took in during the urgency ordinance, and how does that relate to money laundering? And if we refused to take cash and we were actually having to go through a bank as part of the payment process, would that help to alleviate the potential that somebody is trying to launder money? Maybe this is a sidebar discussion for later,
okay.
But I just wanted to bring it out there that I think that there might be some ways that we could revise our codes and how we receive cash.
Okay, yeah, that would be a separate issue.
Okay, thank you.
So, Barbara, I do have a question about asset forfeiture. I seem to remember in the past that when somebody was driving down the road, they got pulled over and they had drugs on them, that the sheriff's office or the police department could confiscate that car and keep it as compensation. So how does that differ, or is that still, can you do that now? How is that different when going to a house and the house is full of pot plants? How does that differ in any way when you're talking about forfeit asset?
Okay, so there's different ways to take a car, but if you're talking about taking a car for asset forfeiture because the car was used in such a way that it satisfies the requirements of the sections, it would be the same type of theory. So if you're taking it because it's a conveyance that's met the minimum amounts of drugs and the right type of drugs, if you can prove that the vehicle was purchased with drug money, illegal money, and there's different theories with a vehicle, but if you had one of those theories that you could prove up, it takes investigation, it takes a financial investigation, unless of course they admit it, then we could take the vehicle and then it gets auctioned off. It's not like the movies where the narcs get to use the fancy vehicle for undercover, but it gets auctioned off. And we've auctioned off a couple vehicles here at the sheriff's office, and we've taken cars in the past. And then the money gets distributed pursuant to the statute. So it would be the same with real property. Okay. But real property with marijuana is a lot trickier. The federal rules are different from the state rules. So when you're dealing with marijuana, it's a lot tighter on the state side, but it's not that it can't be done. It just needs to be investigated, and we would need the resources to do it. So, when we have these houses that were taken for federal forfeiture, we have other agencies that are going to be involved in that, and only a certain amount is going to trickle down to the county. Compared to if we were able to do it locally, more of the money stays local. So under the health and safety code, the distribution is very strict. Costs come off the top. 24% goes to the state. 65% goes to the law enforcement agencies, 10% goes to the DA's office, and 1% goes to CDAA for the asset forfeiture training, because it's very specific. We're not pirates. You're going to do it strictly by the law. So that would be the breakdown. With the federal forfeitures, it's very different, and you have competing agencies who are putting in, and they get reimbursed based on their effort and their costs.
Thank you.
But we can do it. We have done it. We do asset forfeitures every year. And like I said, we've got about, I think, 5 cases pending right now. The rules are pretty strict, but we do it. I mean, we would like to do more of it, but it takes more resources.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, public comment, other public comments?
George Fry again. You guys put on a great presentation. You didn't ask for enough money. Always ask for more money than you need. because they're going to say, oh no, we're going to cut it back some, and then you're going to be in the driver's seat. I support law enforcement 100%. I'm a retired state parole agent. So I'm looking at the report, the original report, and on page 3, it says there were 228 citations issued for unregistered cannabis cultivation. I have been in this county, first came to this county in 1968, August 17th. So that's close to 60 years. We're probably in our second and maybe in our third generation of illegal growers. They were here when I first came. The next thing I wanted to talk about, I have it marked up here, but I took my fingers out. I didn't have any paper clips. So it looks like, according to the mysterious Clyde Clapp and Gary Tofanelli at a meeting last Thursday night at the Jenny Lind Veterans Memorial Hall, you guys are flush. You got tons of money, according to them. They kept saying over and over and over, we're not broke, we're not broke. So I shouldn't see any problem with these people getting the money they need and the sheriff getting the money he needs. You've already made it clear to everybody, Gary, and the mysterious Mr. Clapp. Is he going to get to review the film? What's going on with that? He just comes in, sits down, gets up, leaves, and nobody does anything about it? What kind of representative is he for that district? Not very good. I just don't get it. The only two people on this board right now are Jack Garamendi and Michael Oliveira that know what they're doing. And they return phone calls. The last time you returned a phone call to me, Gary, was last year when the senior of the year. I've called you. You never return calls. I told you at the end of the last election, if you don't return phone calls, you're not going to get reelected. And you don't get it.
Any other public comments?
Aurora Weatherby, District 5. I'm sorry for the tirade that just took place here.
It's not a tirade.
I was at the meeting.
Mr. Fry, you had your
I've
say.
put up with that kind of remarks all day today from that gentleman. And enough is enough. I was at the meeting. I thought it was very well done. I thought the information was good information. And I think it was correct. And I want to thank each and every one of you gentlemen for having a conservative approach to our budget so that we do have a reserve. That reserve is there for a purpose. I have to budget my money. And if I don't budget my money right, I'm broke at the end of the month. But I do have a little bit in reserve. And I thank you, gentlemen, for seeing that it was done. And again, I apologize for Mr. Fry's tirade.
You don't have to apologize for me. I can take care of myself.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments?
Yeah, I just got a couple questions, Chair. On the pending remaining have appeal rights, 117, do we have any idea what the cost is per appeal? What's it been averaging? I don't, a rough number's fine. It's late.
We collect $500 on an appeal fee. Appeal that goes to the Planning Commission, and I'm just pulling some numbers out of the air, but an estimate would be 10 to 15 hours of staff time minimum to prepare the appeal, and then public noticing costs, and the public hearing itself. Our cost is probably in the range of $70 to $80 an hour. So
Okay.
gives you some rough estimate. We're losing money on the appeals, but the part of the discussion on the appeal fee is it has to be accessible so the general public can file an appeal. So there's a balancing act there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mauer, because what I'm just trying to do is figure out what that potential cost could be going forward, knowing those 117 are still there.
Right.
And we had 65 withdrawn. Were they refunded?
No.
Okay. Some were?
No. There may have been a couple that were withdrawn very early in the process about doing any work, but once we've done the work, the money's been spent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Environmental cleanup, well, this wouldn't be probably for you. But the thing that we also need to consider as a board is what would be the potential environmental cleanup costs if we get into a site where we need to get remediation done fairly quickly because of what's there. We may have to take that from somewhere. We may need to figure out, set aside some pool of money somewhere to ensure that when we walk away from that property, we leave it where the neighbors are safe. So I just want to be sure that that's included in the discussion as well. Thank you.
Any other comments, board comments or questions? If not, I want to thank everybody that did their presentation today. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Good information. And
Chair, can we get some board direction for the staff out of this?
Sure, absolutely. It was informational, but sure.
I'm just thinking that, does the board feel comfortable in asking staff to work on a larger number of people for next year's budget? And what is their comfort level?
I think that presentation will come to this based on a lot of the information we got today at preliminary budget. I think that's being done now. It's being worked on now for presentation, and that's when our discussions come. And then we can have discussion, and when final budget comes, we'll know more from where we stand with the state and so forth, that we can have those discussions. But I think what you're looking at is the presentation right now of these departments and what they're going to come forward to us at preliminary budget in June, so, and what their needs are for this program.
If I might, this whole thing is very rich in irony, if you like that kind of stuff. I mean, we're talking about money that we took from taxpayers that we've now made criminals, but we also, and I'd rather spend the money on libraries and roads, but we also have a duty to enforce our laws. That is our duty up here, whether we like it or not. This is the way it is. I think that to Supervisor Mills' point, I think it's good to have that little bit of discussion about that, and maybe a little bit of polling, because Tim is putting together the budget right now, and I don't want to have big shifts in June when we're doing this. If we get, and more important, I want to give some security to those key employees that we want to keep around. If we make them wait till June, we've already lost one of our key players. I'm sure we've lost deputies as well. I don't want to lose these people. I want to give them some endorsement from up here and some tools for Tim and direction. So I agree with Dennis, maybe a little polling would be good.
So you would, Supervisor Oliveira, your light is on. You have something to say?
I do, believe it or not. Thank you, Chair. I just want to reinforce the fact that I think code compliance needs to take a look at their manpower requirements and make the necessary adjustments. I agree with Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Garamendi, and Supervisor Tofinelli. Let's come back with a realistic number and get the job done right. Thank you.
Is that into?
Maybe that's the polling that we were looking for, direction we were looking for, to ensure that we have sufficient staffing to carry out the goals that you're trying to accomplish. I don't want you to feel shorthanded, or that you don't have the vehicle necessary to get it to the other end. And that I would also like to see some type of report out, maybe in the first 90 days or 6 months or whatever, to just, where are you at? And if you're getting where you want to go, great. If not, then what adjustments are we going to need to make at that point based upon what you see as your goals? Because I want to support your goals.
Thank can
So-
absolutely do that, and we'd be happy to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make sense?
If I was going to say, if I could, my suggestion would be more or less that, is that this is still the beginning part of the budget process. We are actively meeting this week with departments, next week with departments, and this is kind of that first step. The first goal of this presentation was, one, to kind of provide the board an overview of what we were planning to do for cannabis eradication activities next year. Secondly, to reassure existing staff, as there was some question on those positions that were covered under the urgency ordinance, what was going to be the disposition. At this point, to kind of provide some level of reassurance that those are factored into our budget. The harder question is staff additions, and I think it would be hard to make a determination on it today without first looking at all of the other pieces in their totality, just because there are a lot of pieces, a lot of different requests that we have to work through.
And to that, we met with the sheriff yesterday and go over his goals and his 5-year plan and coming up to the preliminary budget. We met with the DA next week, and her, what she went, or this week, Friday this week. And then we'll go through each department. And then we'll have discussions with them and what their goals are. Obviously, code enforcement have goals today that they want to talk about. And we'll have those discussions. And then we'll bring it back to the board preliminary budget. And we can have that discussion going forward. And we can make the adjustments that we feel necessary to do. But I think it was an integral piece right now of the preliminary budget that we have this presentation. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you indicated you met with the sheriff's department and all these departments. Who was we?
We met with the sheriff's office on yesterday, the admin office and myself.
Yeah, to be clear, admin office is doing our budget meetings throughout this week and next week. I had reached out to the chair and asked if he could attend a couple of meetings that were on some of the personnel discussions, because I thought it was an important discussion. Again, it's going to come back to the board.
I was unaware of any meetings. Were you advised of the meetings, Vice Chair? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll take a couple-minute break. Madam Clerk, next item, item number 23.
Item 23 is from the Board of Supervisors, the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. So we have several appointments for today. I'm going to kind of take them out of order because one needs a little bit of information to be provided to you. The first one is a vacancy on the CSA 4 Diamond 20 Road Advisory Committee for one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2020, and we have an application from George L. Stevens, Jr. The other is a vacancy on the Vallecito Cemetery District Board, one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2019, and an application has been received from B.K. Hollers. Now, for the Law Library Board of Trustees, as part of the annual review that the board authorized me to do this year, we determined, in working with County Council, we determined that the membership criteria did not correctly reflect the Business and Professions Code. The appointment of these applicants will make that correction. So the first is one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2018 for an attorney. We have an application from Sarah Decay. We have one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2018 for an attorney. We have an application from Kenneth Arola. And then Ms. Pestalozzi was appointed at the last board meeting as a member of the general public. What we had determined was that with the attorneys that had filled the vacancies the way that they had, that Ms. Pestalozzi could be appointed as the Board of Supervisors designee at the discretion of the chair at his recommendation. And so Chair Toffanelli has agreed that Ann Pestalozzi can act as the board designee on the law library. Further review of the law library Board of Trustees, we discussed when they have their meetings. Apparently they've been meeting every other month. They will be, they're supposed to meet every month. So that will be coming into play soon. The other thing that's being looked at right now by County Counsel's office is whether or not Form 700s need to be filed, if they need to adopt bylaws, and if they are actually required to follow the Brown Act. So those things are still in process as part of our review. These appointments will allow the group to have a quorum for their meetings. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
One more, Vallecito.
I read that one
Did
before.
you read that one?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess what we have is anybody object to any of these?
Now, Mr. Chair, I have a question maybe for clarification. Prior to this year, I was board chair, and it was my understanding that the board chair was a sitting member of that board. Is there something that I need to be aware of?
It is the board
I have
chair.
no objection.
It is the board chair or his or her designee.
A designator, or a designee, okay. I just want to make sure that we were
I
legal.
would be the designator, she would be the designee.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a terminator.
Do I have a motion?
I move.
Sorry. We got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 401. Madam Clerk, on to the last item.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 532.32.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Let's start with Supervisor Mills.
Yes, just one meeting, and I know that Supervisor Garamendi was there as well as the camera, and I appreciate you being there because you saw how much we are engaged in the politics of water and legislative. It's very disconcerting that the state would go forward with a water tax. And I think that there's been some opposition from Aqua and the other water agencies about that. AB 142, it looks like there's a good consensus for it, and the 5 elements that have been added to it, whether that will actually occur or whether this will end up on a budget trailer bill as a gut and amend, we don't know. But it's still up in the air about the wild and scenic and whether or not the water agencies will be able to have standing. Other than that, I think it was just a very productive discussion amongst the various members. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended on the 19th, which is Thursday, with Mr. Short, a tour of the Arnold area to discuss code compliance violations and the general condition of the highway for frontage areas and locations. We did take a look at several of the good points about code compliance and, of course, some possible violations, which we'll be following up with. I want to commend Mr. Short on his ability to bring the code compliance department into an effective part of the county. I also attended on Monday the Central Sierra Child Support Agency, which I am the sitting member representing Calaveras County along with Supervisor Toffanelli. he also attended there. And I must admit that that group is doing a fine job. I understand, as I'm sure Supervisor Tofinelli will back us up on this, that they're probably in the top 10% in the state as far as doing what they do. So good job and kudos to those folks. I did attend Earth Day in Angels Camp on Sunday for a brief short time. It was kind of exciting. We kind of went back to maybe the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and folks were very entertaining. So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief because I have to get on the road, as you all know. It was a really good meeting at camera. I do think we need to think about my membership on camera. Not that I don't think it's super important, which it's a great crew. It's just I always have a conflict with RCRC. This is the only meeting I've been able to attend. I know we brought this up earlier. I know Supervisor Mills does a great job on the committee. There's 2 slots, so if there's somebody else who wants to fill that in, because I don't know if I'm going to get to the next meeting either, because they just keep coming on the same dates.
We have an alternate designated for that.
Who's our alternate? And we can talk about it later if you want that.
Yeah, we can talk.
Why don't we talk about it later, and I promise I will notify the alternate, see if we could change it out. With that, Mr. Chair, I will complete.
Okay, well, I went to a lot of meetings. I went to, let's see.
Thanks, Gary.
Actually,
For the record, I'm driving to Humboldt for our RCRC meeting tonight, so I'm looking right now at about a 12:30, 1 a.m. arrival.
And you're not going to fly?
I had an airplane.
The Child Protection, Central Sierra Child Protection Service Agency, and Supervisor Oliver was there. They are an outstanding group of people there, and that's all I have to report. CAO, anything? Megan? Nothing. Board Clerk, Diane.
Okay, I'm looking for your entry forms for the frog jump, which is at our next meeting, May 8th. So the deadline for registration is next Friday. So please get me your registration forms and your money. Thank you.
And with that, we stand adjourned. No, we don't. Wait. Oh, we have to continue public comment. I'm sorry. Is there any further public comment that didn't make it to the podium earlier? Seeing none, we now stand adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk.